Welcome to the Dental Venture Summit. You all are in for a treat. Whether you're watching the live stream or you're here in person, this is a room full of dentists, DSOs, innovators, investors, and other dental professionals. I want to thank our exhibitors, our speakers today who came from around the world. It's going to be a great day. And so we're going to be starting with some short presentations, going into a networking session here in person, and then on to happy hour. First of all, I want to thank Megan, my fiance, for convincing me to do this. About 2 months ago, I decided to do this. We pulled it off with the support and help of my family, my friends, Darius Samekian. Really appreciate all the help that he put into it. Melissa Turner as well as a co-host. I want to thank all the other people, all the people that are a part of my Dental Venture Capital group, and all the support of everybody out there. So we're going to start the day off with a keynoter. It's my honor to welcome someone I've known for a decade, Dr. Martin Mendelsohn. Super excited about this. Martin is the co-founder of Lightside Live and Metamorphosis Coaching. He's an executive coach, a speaker, and the author of One Move. But to me, he's also the coach who showed up when I needed him the most. Today, he helps leaders turn overwhelm into clarity, action, and growth. Please join me in welcoming my friend, Dr. Martin Mendelsohn.
It is an honor, and I'm very grateful, and I'm very humbled to be here with you here today. And anytime I have the opportunity to share a little bit of my work, it excites me most. But to be in a room with Travis and my business partner and dear friend, Dr. Kyle Stanley, and talk about, which we will talk about later, the launch of what we believe is the first ever 501(c) nonprofit to support mental wellness and dentistry, well, that's a big deal and a big day. Listen, I have a promise to make to you here today that this morning is going to be all killer, no filler. It's going to be filled with tips, tricks, and tools that you can apply and employ immediately after this session and throughout the rest of your life. Now, here's the thing, though. I need to ask something from each and every one of you, which is this. I need to invite you to leave your yeah buts at the door. This isn't working still. Because what I'm going to be talking about here today, you may have heard before, in part or in whole. And so the research shows that when we are sitting there in a judgmental, negative space, we're not actually hearing the information of, regardless the speaker that is up there today. And at the time of when we're finished here together, I'm going to be giving you a lot of gifts, including the PDFs to these slides if you so choose, and other ways for you to get involved in this movement. Now, in front of you is a learning map. Now, there's a reason for this learning map being there in front of you. There's an evidence-based reason. You'll notice on the back, there's an area for notes and a QR code. Everybody knows what to do with that. But on the front, there's a fill-in-the-blank area. Now, does anyone happen to know, this is our first participation portion of today, how much information you would retain if all I did was flap my jaw up here for the next 40 minutes or so and you wrote nothing down? Anybody know? 20%? Anybody else? 10%? It depends on the study. It's between 10 to 20%. Now, what you'll also notice is at the bottom of the handout, it says your commitment. You could change that to your goal if you'd like. Research out of Dominion University shows that if we write down a goal, we are upwards of 65% more likely to achieve that goal than if we just have it in our head. Now, we're in a room of friends and or future friends, and if you create what's called social accountability, now we're upwards of 65% of the way there to achieve that goal. So it's 46 and then 65. Now, here's the crazy part. If we then therefore set a deadline, we're now upwards of 95% of the way there to achieve that goal. So I invite you to participate along as we go through our time here together today. In order for you to understand where I'm coming from, I need to share with you a quote. This quote is the cornerstone of my work. It's a quote by a man by the name of Dr. Viktor Frankl. Dr. Frankl was a neurologist, a psychiatrist, and a Holocaust survivor. He survived the horrors of Auschwitz for years to come out the other side, to become an internationally known thought leader. And the quote, as you see on the screen, goes something like this: "Between stimulus and response, there's a space. In that space lies our freedom to choose our response. And in our response lies our growth and our freedom." So what Dr. Frankl is telling you, a Holocaust survivor, that regardless of what's going on in the world, we still are at choice. What is going on in our businesses, in our practices, is all technically neutral. That's top left corner of your handout. That's a hint. And that happiness or success in a business context is a comparative emotion. Top right corner of your handout. Because we cannot understand and embrace success unless we have experienced failure. So in order for you to understand why this short guy with a bow tie is standing up here in front of you here today, we need to take a quick step back in time. 23 years ago, this next month, June of 2003, I experienced one of the worst weeks of my life. And at the end of that worst week, I got up in my townhome in Columbia, Maryland, and I put on my robe with a great deal of difficulty. And I started to come down the stairs. And I started to smell the aroma of breakfast. You know, toast, eggs, coffee, the universal scent of coffee that everyone seems to love, even if you don't drink it. And as I crossed the threshold of the kitchen, I looked down at my right hand, my dominant hand, and I thought, well, this is going to be interesting. Because you see, I was bandaged from fingertip to mid-bicep. I had just had the first 2 of what would be 5 rounds of surgical procedures on my right hand, my dominant hand. Now, that would be a big deal for anybody, but I was a dentist. And at that point, 23 years ago, I had already been in dentistry for 16 years. How is that possible? Plastic surgery. No. I had started at 16 years of age in a dental office. They even made me wear white pants after Labor Day. It was a travesty. And so, as you might imagine, there was a lot of fear going through my head that morning. And as I sat down to eat said breakfast, I figured eating the breakfast with the utensils would be a challenge, but what I didn't count on was sweetening my coffee. Now, I happen to be a sweet and low guy. You know, the pink packets? And whether you like the pink packets, the blue packets, the green packets, the yellow packets, the white packets, you've all had the opportunity to open up one of these at one point in your life, correct? You might have even done so this morning if you've got a hot beverage. Well, the act of opening up that sweet and low packet that morning changed the entire trajectory of my life. Because you see, I tried to open it up with my non-dominant hand coming in with my shaking dominant. And I tried once. I tried twice. I tried 3 times. And I threw it away. It was mocking me. The searing pain went through my hand, my forearm, my upper arm, my shoulder, my neck, my back, and I panicked. I was screaming inside. I'm a dentist. What am I going to do? And then it happened. Something I can't explain. That ended up happening again 17 years later. It was this little voice in my head. And it went something like this. Hey, Martin. Yeah? This really stinks, doesn't it? Yeah, paging Captain Obvious, thank you very much. But this little voice said, and I quote, you know what? You're going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. Yeah. I didn't know where, I didn't know how, I didn't know with whom. I never imagined this. And from that day forward, I was actually out of work for 17 months. Go try to find a job when you're in your mid-30s as a dentist. You're too young for this, too old for that, too inexperienced for this, too experienced for that. I had to call people. There was no Google in 2003. And to bring this story of my background to a close, what happened after that? I actually ended up working for a dental laboratory. I moved from Baltimore, Maryland to Clearwater, Florida on a wing and a prayer, and during my tenure as the liaison between the dentist and the laboratory, I made, you ready for this, 16,000 outbound phone calls on cases. It was the beginning of my understanding of communication. Then a couple years in, I ended up moving 10 minutes from here, and I worked for Vita in North America, in charge of education across North America. I don't know how many dentists you know, or for the dentists in the room, they don't teach you how to run a team of over 20 people and oversee a budget of $25 million. Yeah, there's no class for that. I had to figure that out real quick. And in 2011, I joined a little company called Spare Education. I was an executive vice president and a member of the resident faculty, and I'm very proud of my over a decade tenure leading the study clubs and the faculty clubs to what they are today. But about halfway through my tenure, they started to ask me to, quote, coach doctors. And I didn't actually know what that meant. So me being me, I started on a new quest. And I ended up garnering certifications in executive coaching, team facilitation, emotional intelligence, happiness studies, and because I have nothing better to do, I'm currently enrolled with Wharton, learning about the neuroscience of leadership. So I bring all of this together for you today to satisfy my role here, to help you understand that optimism is a strategy. Because here's the thing, folks. There's 3 elements to this. Number 1, you hold the key to your future. You always have and you always will. That one move of thought, one move of action can make all the difference. And this optimism stuff is not fluffy, it's real, and we'll prove it through science. And so what I want to share with you is my logo, because it encapsulates my philosophy about myself and every single one of you in this room. It's an acorn that turns into a tree. And the tree looks nothing like the acorn that came before it, yet the acorn had everything inside it all along to become that beautiful tree. I believe that about you, I believe that about me, and I believe that about every single leader and every single team that I interact with on a regular basis. Because I go across North America working with dental teams, and you know where I start? It's between our ears. Because we can have all the systems in the world, but if we don't have the people engaged with those systems, good luck with that. And Wharton is teaching me why, from a neuroscience perspective, and that's going to be my next level and my next step, and I'm excited to release that to the world. Because you see, folks, we have a problem in dentistry. It's represented by the yin and yang, or dualism. Now, if you're familiar with the term dualism, maybe you know that it was first coined in 1641 by René Descartes. 1641. To put that in perspective, the first dental school in the world, the Baltimore College of Dental Surgery, my alma mater, opened in 1840, and the first high-speed handpiece hit the market in, anybody know? 1957. Dualism states that the mind and body exist as separate entities, and so many in dentistry, clinician and corporate, still believe this to be true. But the fact of the matter is that the mind and body are inextricably connected. And I believe in dentistry, we have a further problem that I've come to call dental dualism. Dental dualism is the idea that all we need to do is focus on practice management and clinical topics, and we will be successful in practice. Folks, we got to get out of our own damn way. The research is clear. You have Fortune 50 companies engaging in the types of things we're talking about here today, yet dentistry, in large part, shies away from it. We think what we do is unique. No, it's not. Now, I will say, there's a caveat to that. When the patient is reclined and their mouth is open, what we do is unique. But everything that gets them to the chair, saying yes in the chair, getting out of the chair, paying their bill, making their next appointment, and running the team isn't. And we need to start to listen and learn from companies like Google, from companies like Nike, from companies like Apple. I think they're doing something right, and we can take a lesson from them. And the truth of the matter is that what you focus on creates your own reality. And I'm going to prove this to you. I want you to think about the last time you bought a new car. New to you or new off the showroom floor, you start driving around town and you start to notice all the same or similar make and model vehicles that magically appeared out of nowhere, right? Is that what happened? No. There's a name for this. It's called the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon or frequency bias. So what kind of a day do you think you're going to have if you start your day by saying, well, this is going to suck? My team is not going to be aligned. We're going to have difficult patients on the clinical side, or we're going to have difficult clients on the doctor side. You create the soundtrack of your life, folks. So what I want to do is I want to introduce you to my team framework. This is at the core of my book. One move makes all the difference. So team stands for thoughts, drive emotions, that create actions, that manifest results. And so what I'd like you to do for just a moment is stop, clear your mind, and maybe even take a breath. And I want you to think about your dearest friend that you don't live with. Your dearest friend that you don't live with. Now, one of mine is sitting in the audience. He's right there, if his picture will come up. His name is Dr. Kyle Stanley. He's one of my dearest friends. He's my business partner as well. I probably talk to him more than I talk to almost anybody else in my life. Who is your Kyle? Now, today is what? Wednesday? Now, let's pretend that you texted your Kyle last Wednesday and you haven't heard back from them yet. Now, listen, I asked you to think about your dearest friend that you don't live with, so naturally, thoughts of care and concern would come to your mind. But let's put those aside for just a minute. What thoughts might you be having about your dearest friend Kyle's inability to text you back over the course of a week? Let me hear it. Come on. What might you be thinking? Rude. What else? Is he okay? Is 100% valid. That's care and concern. We'll get there in a minute. What else? Busy, right? I saw you go to dinner on Instagram with the Joneses. You had time to go to dinner with the Joneses. You didn't have time to text me back. Right? What kind of emotions is that going to drive? Anger, frustration, resentment. What kind of actions is that going to drive? Well, it kind of depends what kind of person you are. Maybe you're going to send your Kyle an angry text or a passive-aggressive text. Or if you're analytical, because there's none of us in dentistry, you're going to count the exact number of days it took Kyle to text you back, and when he finally does, you're going to count the exact number of days to text him back. You'll show him. But see, I tricked you. I asked you to think about your dearest friend you don't live with. So how does that manifest maintaining or elevating said dearest friendship with your Kyle? Doesn't work so well now, does it? Now let's flip the script. Having just had those thoughts, now let's pretend, gosh forbid, that something happened to your Kyle, something not so good. Given the thoughts you just had, now what are you thinking? Let me hear it. Guilt. I get the G word every single time. Every single time. What kind of emotions is that going to drive? Care, love, compassion. Now what kind of actions is that going to drive? Well, it depends. Kyle and I don't live in the same city, so maybe I'm going to call every day, text every day, or send him a bunch of ice cream like I did when he had jaw surgery. And how does that manifest, maintaining or elevating said dearest friendship with your Kyle? But don't think for a minute this is just a secular concept. This is a universal one, folks. You're driving to the office, because most of the folks I work with are dental professionals in dental practices, and you're driving to the office. I wonder if Susie's going to be on time today. What kind of emotions is that going to drive? If you know a lot of dentists, they don't like conflict, so what are they going to do? Inaction is action. They say nothing. And how is that going to manifest solving the problem? Well, it doesn't work so well now, does it? Now, we're going backwards now. Anybody remember this thing? By any possible chance? Anybody remember March of 2020? You remember that weekend when you went to the grocery store and it was like apocalypse now and everything was gone? Let me paint you a little picture of where I was in March of 2020. In November of 2018, I turned 50. I had a blast. went all over the place, did lots of celebrations. Vegas was included. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I was an executive VP at Spear, working with specialists and general dentists, and I had the world by the tail, I thought. And I will tell you, the recurring thought came to my mind between November 2019 and March of 2020. I finally made it. I finally figured things out. And then March of 2020 hit. You remember those calls, those emails, those texts that dentistry is closed? You remember that? Let me share with you a little thought or insight into what I was thinking. Well, if dentistry is closed, what are they going to do with their patients? If they can't treat their patients, what are they going to do with their team? If they can't support their team, how are they going to remain financially viable? If they can't remain financially viable, how are they going to, stay in business? If they can't stay in business, they're not going to be interested in continuing education. If they're not interested in continuing education, they're not going to come to Spear. And I'm going to be out of a job again. And I panicked for about 2 weeks. And then, absolute truth, watching Schitt's Creek, I'm not kidding, it came to me. It was that little voice back again 17 years later, and it went something like this. Hey, Martin. Yeah? Remember me? Yeah. You know what? Everything's different this time. Yeah, I know. No. Listen to me, my voice said. Last time you were all alone. This time we're all in it together. And that one move of thought changed everything for me, and in large part has led me to be here with you today. That and almost being murdered by a Mexican drug cartel in Cancun, which is a true story that's in my book, but we don't have time for that today. But what I was doing was I was jumping to catastrophe. I was living in that space that Dr. Frankl described, and I was allowing my thoughts to get away from me, and I was jumping into this chasm, and it was affecting my work, my life, and my progress. And we all do this. And we are working with all these people in this dental team, and sometimes this chasm is easier to jump into than we'd all like to admit. Fair? So what I'd like to do is I want to give you another tip, trick, and tool. This is another antidote. So when you start to feel yourself getting squirrely, what I invite you to do is notice the fact that you're getting squirrely. I want you to pause, and I want you to breathe. I want you to commit to a different action, and then I want you to do it or act. The reason why they are separate steps is this. Just because you think it doesn't mean you do it. And one move can make all the difference. So we notice, we breathe, we commit, and we act. Because here's the thing. I describe team to you in a linear description. But the truth is it's all around us. And depending on the intensity of the stimulus, you might enter team in the thoughts. You might enter it immediately into the emotions. Or if it's really heavy, you might enter it into the action phase where somebody ticks you off so badly you want to slug them. So NBCA, which is also on your handout, is your antidote to jumping to catastrophe. But can I prove it? Is this stuff even relevant to business? Oh yeah, it is. Let me share with you some studies. Brian worked with school children who were about to take a standardized math test, and he split the two kids into two groups. One group simply took their test. The other group sat down to a facilitated discussion. Now, important note, in each group, they were equally academically weighted. So we had the A's, the B's, and the kids who were struggling. The kids then went through a facilitated exercise and went something like this. Hey, boys and girls, what was the happiest day in your life? What did you do? What do you remember? How do you feel? Great, thanks. And they went and they took their exam. Do you know what the results were? The kids that sat down to that discussion blew the doors off the other group, And remember, they were equally academically weighted. Momentary positive thought action repertoires, according to Barbara Fredrickson, PhD, allow our brain to function better, as exhibited by this. Well, those are kids. What about adults? Schmitz worked with individuals primed to be positive versus primed to be negative by looking at photographs. So think about violent photographs versus puppies and babies, okay? They were then asked to look at the same photographs and describe what it is they saw. The individuals primed to be positive just by looking at photos of puppies and babies were able to see the primary image in the foreground and all the detail in the background. Those primed to be negative missed a lot of detail in the background. Momentary positive thought action repertoires not only allow us to think better, they allow us to see better. If that wasn't enough, let me give you one more. This is one of my favorites. Estrada wanted to work with physicians, and this is very relevant to businesses and executives and entrepreneurs. He wanted to see how momentary positive thought action repertoires could affect something called anchoring. Anchoring is when you get anchored or stuck to a differential decision, diagnosis, thought, regardless of what new information comes to your universe. So Estrada split these physicians into 3 groups. The idea was they had to read medical information and come to a diagnosis. They were timed. There was no time limit. They were simply timed. The information itself was also staged to encourage anchoring. You know what the results were? The physicians that were primed to be positive came to a diagnosis exhibiting 2.5 times less anchoring, 20% of the way through the material, and twice as fast as the other 2 groups. You know how they were primed to be positive? With candy. Yeah. Not the actual eating of candy that can mess with blood sugar, that can mess with their results. No, no, no. Here, doctor, here's some candy. You can have it when you're done. So what I want to do now is share with you an additional tool. And this is where your yeah buts are going to come in. Remember, we made a commitment to each other that we're going to leave our yeah buts at the door? Because I know you've heard of this one before. It's called gratitude. And it's a practice. Dr. Martin Seligman, who is a giant in positive psychology circles, wanted to see how gratitude could impact diagnosed depressed patients. So what he did was he worked with these patients. He split the patients in 2. One group simply wrote down 3 things a day they were grateful for 7 days and stopped. And the other group went along their way. They were then evaluated at 1, 3, and 6-month intervals. They reported greater levels of happiness, greater levels of life satisfaction, lower levels of depression than the control group on meds. Now, if that's a little mushy-gushy for you, I will see you a Seligman and I will raise you a red wine. Dr. Redwine had the same study construct, but the subject group was different. He worked with stage B heart failure patients, and the difference between pre and post blood draws was that their inflammatory biomarkers reduced. Think about that. And this is not the only study out there. There are loads of other studies that debunk this dualism idea where what we think up here actually manifests what we're talking about in our life. Now, let me be very clear. I have a certification, which is now a master's. No, I'm not bitter. Yes, I am. In happiness studies. And so what we're talking about here is not toxic positivity. We're not talking about la, 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 good vibes only. No, that's toxic and that's not effective. This is about happiness as a comparative emotion and understanding that starting our day with the appropriate focus, using gratitude as an example, allows our brain to think better, to see better, to make decisions better. Because you create your own reality. Now I want to introduce you to my friend Ryan. Because Ryan created his own reality. And he loves that I tell this story. He actually requests that I tell this story. And this day happened over 10 years ago. Ryan and I met. We're still very good friends. We both worked together at Spear Education. Ryan had a very entry-level but very important job. At that time, he was one of 3 individuals that would take the, quote, orders from the doctors who signed up for seminars and workshops and input them into the system. Credit cards and all that kind of stuff. Really important if that's how your company makes the majority of your revenue, but very entry-level. Fair? So on the day of this story, I'm sitting at my desk. We had a very open-air cubicle-type office area. Everybody had a cubicle from the CEO at the time down to somebody in Ryan's position. And I finished a kind of a difficult project. And I looked up and I looked over. And there was Ryan standing across the aisle talking to our colleague Matt. And I noticed something I never noticed before, because then he was wearing a long sleeve dress shirt and long dress pants as per dress code. But what I noticed was his tattoos poking through his shirt collar and his left shirt sleeve. So looking for a brain break, I kind of looked up and I said, "Hey, Ryan." "Hey, Dr. Mendelson," he says. "How you doing, sir?" I said, "I'm pretty good. I'm looking for a little bit of a brain break." He goes, "Tell me about it. All I do is look at numbers all day." I said, "Well, if that's the case, I'm kind of curious there. I noticed you have a lot of tats." "Yeah," he says. Awkward silence number 1 that I completely miss, and I keep going. "Oh, what are your tattoos about?" "Oh, they're about architecture." Awkward silence number 2 that I completely miss. I keep going. "Oh, you must really love architecture." "Yes," he says, and then everything changed. He looks down. I remember he starts shuffling his feet, and he says, "Yes, Dr. Mendelson, I always wanted to be an architect. In fact, I got into architecture school, and I deferred, and I never went back. And it was the biggest mistake of my life." And he looks up, and as he looks up, there are tears that are welling up and a single tear running down his cheek. And I thought to myself, well, now you did it, Martin. Good job. But at that time, I was what I call a baby coach. I was in my first program. And I remember thinking, wow, that's a heavy burden. I got to at least acknowledge it, if nothing else. And so I looked at him and I said, "Ryan, thank you for sharing that with me." He said, "Yeah, I don't know why I just told you that, Doc. I don't tell people that." I said, "Well, since you did, how would it be to chat about it for a couple minutes?" He goes, "Well, I guess." I said, "Ryan, what would it be like for you to consider that word you use, mistake, could be looked at differently? Because the way I was taught, if we go back in time to the same point in time with the same knowledge, intention, and passion, we would make the same decision over and over and over again forever. And technically, there is no such thing as a mistake, barring hurting another human being. You're just using that as a label in hindsight." He looked at me, and this light came on in his eyes I'd never seen before. And he said, and I quote, "Dr. Mendelson, I think you just changed my life." And I looked at him and I said, "Well, Ryan, that's really kind of you. I don't think I understand. What do you mean I just changed your life?" "No, you don't understand." And he yelled, and I'm like, shh, we're around all these cubicles. You know what I didn't understand? Ryan and I both live in Phoenix, the surface of the sun. Ryan didn't own a short sleeve shirt that he would wear outside of his home because he was embarrassed. He was ashamed of this mistake he made all those years ago. Can you imagine getting up? Talk about focus. Looking at your phone every morning, knowing it's going to be 110, 115 degrees, and you pick out a long sleeve shirt out of your closet because you are embarrassed, you are ashamed of a, quote, mistake you made all those years ago. You know what happened to Ryan since? Because of one move of thought, one move. During his remaining tenure at Spear of several years, he ended up getting 3 additional increases in pay, 3 additional promotions into the 6-figure arena, all because of one thought. That's it. So, let me ask you a question. Now, in order not to make this a little weird, I'm going to tell you that my answer is going to be yes before I even ask you the question. How many of you believe if you were to win $500 million in the lottery tonight, you would be happy? Raise your hand. Okay. Thank you for those who are true to this question. The research actually shows that every single one of us in this room would be blissfully happy for a very short period of time. And then we would go back to our baseline level of happiness, whatever that is for us. See, here's the thing. In dentistry, and particularly with dentists, this problem is significant. It's one of the reasons why I'm so proud that we're launching the Dental Mental Coalition here today, because the numbers speak for themselves. I'm sure we'll talk about that later. Because as Sean Accor writes about in The Happiness Advantage, when we keep looking toward achievement, when we get there, the goalposts move. I got into dental school, I graduated, I got into practice, I got my first house, the car, the kids, the spouse. And then we say, now what? And so we have this massive problem in dentistry for mental health that's a human condition. As Kyle always says, dentistry is not who we are, it's what we do. But we get our identity confused constantly. So, related to that, if I were to ask you what you do for a living, what would you tell me? Now, if you met me, let's say, in an airport and asked me what I do for a living, actually, somebody asked me that here today, my answer is this: I help people get out of their way on stages, with their teams, and one-on-one. I've surveyed over 1,000 dental professionals. 94.7% of them use a title. Dentist, office manager, assistant, you get the idea. So Amy Wrzesniewski was kind of interested to see how people viewed what it is they did for a living. So what she did was she came up with a series of questions to bucket people's responses into 3 categories. Number 1, job. Hey man, I'm just here for the paycheck, TGIF, hand me a margarita. Number 2, career. I'm here for positional or financial advancement. Number 3, calling. I'm here for the betterment of humankind. So what she did was she went into a hospital and she asked neurosurgeons and janitors the same questions. Now, interesting note, the study's been validated with other groups and other researchers, and it's held true. The results are valid, statistically valid. And although there was a greater number of physicians that answered what they did for a living as a calling, there was a relatively even split, a third, between neurosurgeons and janitors about what it is they do for a living. So let's get real here, folks. What that means is you have janitors over here mopping up blood, bodily fluids, and vomit that view what they do as a calling. And over here, you have physicians, neurosurgeons, excising tumors, removing cancers that for some of whom are in it primarily for the financial compensation. How do you view what it is you do for a living? What do you focus on? How are you processing? Do you jump to catastrophe? How often do you jump to catastrophe? So I'd like to share with you one final story. In 2018, my spouse and I decided to go on an Alaskan cruise. Now, I told you I turned 2019 in November. Why did I go on an Alaskan cruise in 2018? I wanted to hit all 50 states before I was 50, and Alaska and Maine were the 2 last ones. So that's why we were there. Now, on this fateful day, we went through security and the embarkation process. We dropped our bags in our stateroom on deck 10. We were a little hungry around noon, so up we walked 2 flights to the only place open in port, which was the buffet. And as we rounded the top flight of stairs, we could hear a lot of laughter and boisterous talking. And as we rounded the corner, we saw this group of passengers surrounding a single woman dressed in a cruise uniform, holding a spray bottle of clear liquid, spraying hand sanitizer into people's hands. Except this is how she was doing what she was doing. Hi, how are you? Lunchy, lunchy, washy, washy. My name is Miley, rhymes with smiley. What is this woman on, I thought? Hi, lunchy, lunchy. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so handsome. Thank you for being here. So I figured social convention and all, I had to go through the gauntlet to get to the crab legs, right? So I approach, I extend my hand. She looks me square in the eye and says, thank you for being here, sir. Lunchy, lunchy, squirt. Now I'm embarrassed to tell you, I turned to my spouse as we walked away, as I was rubbing my hands together, and I said, and I quote, I'm embarrassed to tell you this, well, that was weird. Except here's the thing. She was there every day of the cruise. That was her job. Let me ask you a question out of curiosity versus judgment. How would you like to stand on your feet all day, every day, and spray hand sanitizer in people's hands? Would that be a job, career, or calling? You tell me. Around day 3, we started to notice little boys, little girls running up the stairs. What do you think they were singing? Lunchy, lunchy, washy, washy. I witnessed 2 women and 1 man, so there had to be more, that walked up to her with tears in their eyes, thanking her for the perspective that she gave to them or gifted to them simply by doing what she did, how she did it. Now, on day 5, exactly, of this 7-day cruise, I was literally 20 feet away from the entrance to the buffet on the outer deck, reading a book by Luba Mirsky called The How of Happiness. And I came upon Wisniewski's job career calling research for the 3rd time in my studies, and I thought, oh, I have a poster child I can talk to. So I'm sure it doesn't surprise you to learn that's exactly what I did. So I went up to this beautiful woman and I said, ma'am, may I speak to you for a minute? She says, yes, sweetie. I said, if I met you on land and I asked you what you did for a living, what would you tell me? She picks up the name tag that you see on the screen. She waves it at me and she says, I'm a waitress, but I make people happy. I make people smile. She wasn't done with me yet, though. She says, sir, my colleagues, my coworkers, they ask me, Elena, not Miley. What do you do? What do you take? How do you work out? Why are you so happy? She leans in, looks into my soul, and says the following words I will never forget. I don't do anything. It's all up here. Wow. It is all up here. Thoughts are thoughts, and thoughts will always precede our actions. One move makes all the difference, and skills of the mind are the same as skills of the hand. We forget that in dentistry sometimes. And so dental dualism is rife within our dental profession. And Travis and Kyle and I and others are on a mission to help people understand that what goes on up here will affect our ultimate success in practice. And what you focus on a daily basis will create the soundtrack of your life, and the science proves it. So between stimulus and response, there's a space. And in that space lies reinvention. And so I'm super excited to be here. I want to thank Travis once again for the invitation. I invite you to connect with me in whatever way makes you feel comfortable. I would love to be able to give you the PDFs of these slides and some other resources that I have for you. And I just have 2 final words for you, which are, thank you.
All right. What are we, a whole bunch of entrepreneurs and founders here? We know how to adapt when we can. All right, so Alicia, I'll be introducing you, okay? So you're welcome to come up on stage if you want. Please welcome Dr. Alicia Everett, CEO and co-founder of AssureTech Surgical. Alicia brings a strong background in biomedical engineering and medical device innovation to surgical dentistry. Thank you very much. Where her team is developing, let me see if I can get this right, Osteo Smart Sense. Yep. Okay, which is a real-time AI-powered guidance to help clinicians identify vital structures during implant procedures. Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to us. We're excited to hear her vision for safer, smarter, more predictable care. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here. Raise of hands, who's been in a wood shop before? Okay, who has used a table saw? We at AssureTech asked the question, what if we could create smarter technologies that could prevent injury in real time before it happened? Think about SawStop. SawStop prevents thousands of table saw amputations a year by energizing the blade and detecting a hand and stopping the table saw before injury occurs. It looks, God, I love this video, like that. At AssureTech, we're taking the same concept and core technology, and we're applying it to oral surgery. Now, over 3 million implants are placed a year. I think everyone in this room is really familiar with the procedure, but something that we heard over and over, and my co-founder, who's actually an oral surgeon himself, saw was that complications shake confidence. And now when you place an implant, we have nerve canals in our lower jaw, sinus cavities in the maxilla, the upper jaw, and this can lead to lack of treatment acceptance, not just with patients, but also in general dentists electing to offer treatment. That's where we come in. Oh, I'm backwards, that's what's happening. That direction. So we transform existing dental drills into AI-enabled intelligent devices. Think about, just like SawStop, we're able to detect nearby anatomy at the tip of the drill bit in real time while you're drilling. Then we're able to give simple go, no-go feedback to the dentist, use your exact same workflow, use freehand, use guided. Now you have an intelligent safeguard to bring peace of mind and confidence for treatment. We've designed it to be drill agnostic, so we can make any drill smart. We have a proprietary algorithm that really, if you think about it, is just detecting tissue boundaries. We've trained it first to detect nerves and bone and sinus cavities. And then we're able to be seamless, less than 2 hours of training, and transform existing drills. I think I already said that. Now, we're going after what's a pretty sizable market opportunity. So the global dental devices market is $7.5 billion, and we do have granted IP already, so $3.2 billion opportunity in our IP granted countries. But our go-to-market strategy includes rollout in the US and EU, where we see a $2.1 billion opportunity. And while we started by a specialist for specialists, we've actually discovered that we have really diverse stakeholder value. Because while my co-founder was seeing the most complex cases and the revisions and the difficult anatomy, there's a big movement towards accessibility and keeping more referrals in-house for cases that can be done safely, and we want to empower general dentists to be able to do the same. This is a key part of our go-to-market strategy. We will partner with both young general dentists to help them grow their practice, as well as specialists that are wanting to be able to safely do the most complex procedures. After that, we would target DSOs to look at standardizing across both experience levels and outcomes for complications. We're a multi-revenue model where you have the initial hardware, but really, because you can think of us like a hardware-enabled software, the AI algorithm comes with a software component where we can also then push over-the-air updates and roll out this data flywheel we will be enabling with all of our surgeries to roll out additional features and products. And that's just the beginning. So if you picture, we're starting in the osteotomy for dental implants, but thinking about detecting tissue boundary with the same hardware, we can immediately, with algorithm expansion, roll out additional indications of use next into broader oral surgery. Think impacted wisdom teeth, think other tissue boundaries, and then eventually multi-vertical medical platforms. We've already had a couple interests in a few other medical verticals there, and we're in discussions. Now, I didn't do this alone. I wouldn't even be here without my team. So I am just one of 3 co-founders. Dr. Salen is the DMD. He is a practicing 20 years board-certified oral surgeon. And then my co-founder, Ryan Halter, where I did my PhD at Dartmouth in biomedical engineering. We're complemented by an awesome board. They are 60 years combined experience, multiple exits themselves. Our observer, we were lucky to raise a oversubscribed pre-seed round last January, including participation by Launchpad Venture Group and Altus Ventures. And with that, we've been able to generate some pretty good milestones and traction. So we founded in 2023, but we spun out of Dartmouth College, where the technology was already under development. We've raised over $2.7 million from NIH so far. We've engaged the FDA in 2 Q-subs, so we have a confirmed in writing path to regulatory approval, have been granted over 20 patents across portfolio across different countries, and recently just wrapped up a really awesome go-to-market and voice of customer study where we were able to hone in on our really positioning on this peace of mind and confidence for offering expanded treatment access. Also, as of last month, we now have approval and are kicking off our first in-human feasibility patient study, recruiting 128 patients through NSR designation and IRB approval. So with that, please scan the QR code if you are interested in staying updated. We are really lucky. We were not planning to raise right now because we're actually, boots to the ground, all hands on deck, trying to stand up this study. But we are going to be opening a special opportunity with the DDS Founders Fund to bring in anyone strategic or clinical and that would like to be involved either as an investor, partner in our rollout of research, and we would welcome also anyone to just give feedback and help us grow. So thank you for having me.
All right, everyone, please welcome Baden Ballard, CEO and co-founder of Claim Chaser. Baden is tackling one of the biggest headaches in dental billing, denied claims and time wasted on insurance calls. Claim Chaser uses an AI voice agent to contact insurers, navigate phone systems, and capture denial reasons, helping teams resolve claims faster and stay focused on patients. On behalf of dental teams everywhere, thank you and welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Baden Ballard. My co-founder, Rawson, is back in the back. About 6 years ago, we started our own software dev company. And then about a year and a half ago, we realized when AI was coming out and it was starting to get good that it was going to flip the entire software dev industry on its head. So we sat down and we realized in order to stay ahead of this, we need to make sure that we are not just creating agents, but we can create a agentic system, which pretty much just means we're training agents to be able to do what we as humans are doing. And so we started creating all of this tooling to where we can take those different agents and implement them in different verticals. And that's when we met Ryan. Ryan approached us and said, I have a compounding aging AR book that I need help bringing down, and it takes me an extremely long time to call all of these different payers to be able to extract all of the denial reasons. And so with Ryan, we created Claim Chaser, and pretty much how it works, we can integrate with your PMS or through an API integration or just upload a CSV. And our agentic system will go in and look at all the different claims, and it'll extract all of the different data that it needs to be able to call to the different payers. It'll navigate that phone system that says press 1 at this. It'll press all those buttons. It'll input the NPI. And then it talks to a live representative and says, hey, why is this claim not moving forward? What is it about it that's not being paid? It'll extract all those. It'll wrap it up nice and neat, and it'll send it back to you and say, hey, we need to know the length of service, or we need to know, you need to send in the x-rays. So it'll prepare all that, send it over, and so then your office staff is able to just resend and submit those claims. What separates us from the different competition out there is one, like I said, because of all the tools that we've found at our software dev company, we've created a truly agentic system that's able to learn and improve itself. And so other platforms require a 6 to 8 month integration period where they need to go in and they need to look at all the different payers that you're integrating with, and they create the scripts, or they ask you to create the scripts, and they tell you, I need you to tell me what words do I need to say, what do I need to do this? And so every time you start a new payer, it starts over this whole integration process as well. Where ours, every time it calls, it looks at Blue Cross transcripts and it says, okay, this is how I need to talk to Blue Cross. This is the vocabulary. When it calls Delta Dental, it's going to use different vocabulary. It's going to learn, and it's going to improve, and it gets through that phone system better each time. And then this is also for all the devs in the room and other software companies. It comes complete with CLI tools and API integrations to where it's possible for white labeling and also just a full integration into your own software. The traction that we've already seen, 2 months ago we had 0 practices. We just started. AI voice got real good in the last 8 months, and we really just hit the ground running and started building it. In the last 2 months, we've got 10 different practices on the platform, 2 different RCM and billing companies, a couple different PMS and other dental tech softwares that are white labeling and integrating with us. And we've done all of that on this $350 burn rate. And we're able to do that because of the dev company that we have on the side that's able to use all of those different toolings. And so we're extremely efficient with that. And with this, we've been able to do all this. Our conversion rate, anytime we've scheduled a demo with a practice and been able to show them what it does, we've landed it. And so far, we have an extremely good conversion rate with that. Phase 2 for Claim Chaser is the end-to-end claim resolution, to where instead of just sending you an email saying this is what you need to do to resubmit, we want to create the next agent that's able to go and learn all of the different PMS systems and get all the information, talk to the right people, and be able to say, this is the information we need to, and then go resubmit the claim for you as well. This is not meant to replace any of your office staff. It's merely to be used as a tool so that you can focus and allocate those that human capital to more important things inside the practice and focusing on patients. And as we grow, as I'm sure we all know, aging AR is bleeding the dental sphere. The average practice, according to studies, has about 116,000 stuck in aging AR. If we take that across all the oral health practices across the United States, about 178,000. That equates to about 20.6 billion that's stuck in aging AR that the payers aren't paying out. Here's our revenue model right now. It's, since we're AI, we do a lot just usage-based. If you use it, you pay. If you don't use it, you don't pay. And so at $7.50 an hour, you can add additional agents for $25, and we've done through market research, we've seen that we can up that by about $3. And this is about zero, pretty much free for us on the back end. And so anything, if they want additional agents, that just adds a lot. And so at a full-time equivalent, we see that our TAM is about $1.9 billion. Obviously, we don't think we can capture that whole thing, but if in 5 years we can capture 5% of the market, that puts it about 40 million ARR. And so our ask today is we're trying to raise $500,000 in capital, and that's going to be used for our go-to-market strategy. That is a model based on leveraging extensive dental networks and bringing on the right people to help us get the job done. The product's already built, and the product is working, and we need to be able to just get in front of the right people. Like I said before, our conversion rate is really good, and if we can just get these meetings with these practices and bring on the right people to get us in the right rooms, we'll be able to convert. And so we've already been backed and pledged by the DDS Founders Fund for a $250 pledge if we can raise $250 here at this event. If you guys are interested, here's my email down here at the bottom. Like I said, we're all bootstrapped, and that makes it so our burn rate is extremely efficient. So any investment does go directly to the direct-to-market, our go-to-market strategy to be able to get in front of the right people and bring in the right people onto our team. Thank you very much.
I'm excited to introduce Mark Aniola, CEO and founder of FX. We talk a lot about AI, growth, and innovation, but behind every scalable dental organization is something absolutely essential: compliance. FX helps dental practices and DSOs manage HIPAA, OSHA, audit policies, safety, operational standards, all in one integrated platform. For growing groups, that means clarity, accountability, and a strong foundation to scale. Please welcome Mark Aniola of FX.
Well, hopefully we can get our pitch up here in a minute. This is not a pitch, this is going to be a talk. The topic today, mastering dental practice compliance with a focus on artificial intelligence, both what we're seeing out there and what looks as future for this practice. One of the things, just to give you a little bit of my background, I spent the last 37 years as a risk consulting. And what does that entail? When I'm looking at an organization or a practice, I have to understand practices, workflows, policies, procedures. And what are we trying to accomplish? Well, number one, improve efficiency. Number two, we certainly want to improve the type of information we're collecting, right? The visibility and also the accuracy of that information. As a consultant that really focuses on safety, my concern is always about the ultimate goal is to reduce identifiable risk to both the patient and to the staff. That's the key. So when we start talking and looking at some of the problems, today's dental practices are operating in a very difficult environment. We're juggling licensing, credentials. We're looking at documentation, regulatory changes. All these things are happening on an ongoing basis. If we're using outdated management tools, it creates these inefficiencies and liabilities. I call that the cascading costs of fragmented compliance. So when we're going to start talking about these things, it's important to say, what can we do to improve this area of compliance? Not look at it as a separate entity, but part of us, our whole business operation. I talk about something that I call the 4 critical fault lines in dental operations, and they're interrelated, and it's important when we look at a practice that we understand these 4 areas: staffing shortages and engagement, extensive regulatory and legal requirements, staff, patient, and safety protocols, and lack of data visibility, and the integrity of that data we're collecting. So how can AI help us with this? What kind of tools are out there today that can drive some changes? First of all, how do we reverse this trend? Annual high turnover of dental assistants, dental hygienists, providers. Today's employees are doing what? They demand technology that improve efficiency and reduce paperwork, expand patient time. They don't want to be doing busy work. Why are we doing this? When I talk to a lot of people tasked with the things like documents and audits and inspections and handwritten logs and things, they're upset a little bit about that. They're going, why am I wasting my time? What are we doing it for? Now let's think about AI maybe helping with this on the aspect of audits, right? Being able to actually help identify where those gaps are, come up with recommendations, and I call smart issue assignment, actually assign that so somebody's going to be responsible for the corrective action and then tracking it to completion. But it requires that the documentation is collected in an obvious manner. On the learning side, which I'm very tied to, I've always liked to consider myself an educator. When we talk about personalized learning, wouldn't it be wonderful to have a coach that person can go to and ask questions? How do we do this? I have this issue. I'm working with an autoclave, or I'm doing dental waterline safety, and actually have that AI coach be able to help with recommendations and stuff, real time. The other thing is we talk about, I call it targeted micro-training. People today, your staff today, they don't want to sit in a once-a-year, 8-hour training and say, hey, we're all set up. How do people learn today? Micro-training. Small things that we can really identify the comprehension of what's being covered. The regulatory map. This is things that I deal with on a daily basis. How do we deal with all these different changes? We have, certainly on the safety side, you have OSHA, infection control, bloodborne pathogen, right? All the different areas, hazardous communication, PPE assignments. When we take a look at Office of Civil Rights, you have your HIPAA concerns with privacy, security, breach notifications. We have the EPA amalgam separators, right? We also have issues with biohazard, sharps. What are we doing? Are we handling those properly? We see state boards dealing with credentials, licensing, permitting of equipment, and then the FDA dealing with regulating dental devices, materials, and sterilization processes. So how do we use AI to help us with that? Something I call AI as an active regulatory shield. And these are already being implemented, right? AI, imagine AI going out there tracking from multiple agencies, associations, best management practices, pulling that information into an AI agent that can map them directly to the practice's internal policies in real time. When we look at breach and assignment management, right? Breach, when we look at breaches, what are the bad actors using out there to breach your systems? AI. They're getting into your systems. What if we use AI to help monitor unusual record access? Most of the breaches are taking place in-house unintentionally. So we have to be able to train on that. Evaluating things like business associate risks, policies and procedures, and then auto-generate on incident management. Think of near misses, needle sticks, repetitive strains. Think of AI helping with auto-generated structured incident reports. Infection control, same thing. Are we being reactive or are we being predictive? The old way has been, oh, we got an audit. We have these nonconformances. Oh, we had a problem with the autoclave. How many runs took place? Damage control, punitive actions. New way, imagine now, and these are things that are coming online, smart sensors that can detect in real time dental waterline safety, or looking at required logging of your sterilization, your autoclaves, bringing that stuff into the system to be analyzed. Imagine also behavior patterns in the operatory being monitored and being able to help with recommendation and corrective actions. We're looking at proactive alerts, targeted reminders, and preventative, being proactive instead of reactive. When I talk about eliminating data friction, one of the keys that we have to ask ourselves, how is data being collected, stored, and utilized to drive the decision-making of your practice? The bottleneck, if we're collecting things on handwritten logs or spreadsheets and nothing is communicating, what are we doing with that information? Lack of data integrity, poor accuracy, and misreporting deadlines. Now, 60% of survey practices are still using spreadsheets and handwritten logs. Is this the best way to go? Think of now that the information is collected in a format that we can go to a unified data hub and can analyze immediately instant access to credentials, training, documentation, real-time visibility, automated reporting. I take it a step further. Let's think about the synthesis of a total system, an ecosystem, where all the data being collected, from staffing and HR, from regulations, from safety, OSHA issues, data from patient information, all coming into a unified digital nervous system being processed and handled in an effective way. So think about that when what we call a single source of truth being analyzed. So we want to get away, right? The analog practice that is anxious and reactive. Let's be more AI-driven, predictive, and confident. Are we still using spreadsheets and siloed software that doesn't communicate? Or are we out of unified business intelligence software and smart sensors that are going to be helping? Are we using static, generic annual seminars, or are we getting into personalized, dynamic micro-learning, where your employees actually are going to retain things? The comprehension is going to be much higher. Let's get away from stressful audits, get into continuous and automated, and really get into being proactive versus reactive. When I talk about what we should be looking for, it should be a cloud-based system, scalable, customizable, what we call business intelligence software. It should be integratable because you have to have these strategic partners. Engineered specifically also, the key is for the complexities of dental operations. I call them the key pillars. It should be identified to be able to manage and mitigate compliance risk, streamline workflow management, provide insightful reporting and analytics, and improve efficiency and increase productivity and reduce costs for the practice. When I look at the future architecture and what's actually happening today, think of first of all the data being organized with smart sensors, spreadsheets that are in a digital format that can be used, historical data, real-time regulatory information coming in on a daily basis, coming to a processor now that can do image analysis, smart incident mapping, predictive analytics, and policy and auto review. What's our output now? Automated incident reports, personalized training triggers and tracking, real-time risk alerts, and decision dashboards that can support your operation. I look at compliance. We should have this complete, what I call it a complete solution. So if you're looking at solutions, they should include what I call a business intelligence compliance management tools. And it should be able to handle things like training, licensing, continuing education, incident tracking, audits, compliance analytics that look at all these different things, document control area for SDS, IFU, policies, procedures, permits and equipment, HIPAA compliance tools, and smart auto flows. It also should be able to be integrated with those strategic partners that can enhance each of these different modules. Makes sense, right? So when I talk about empowering the practice of the future, there's a lot of concern about AI replacing people. Look, AI is not replacing compliance officers, consultants, dental staff. It's equipping them with smarter tools to both protect the patient and the staff. When you make a decision, invest in the right technology for your practice. Conduct regular compliance audits with understanding of what the corrective action should be and what the recommendation should be. It shouldn't be static, it shouldn't be generic. Prioritize your staff training. You want to retain staff? Give them that career pathway where they can improve in their actual job. Engage with dental consultants and associations. There's an excellent group of people out there that can really assist your practice. And always maintain open communications with regulatory agencies. I call that empowering the practice of the future. Train your people also to know who's coming into your practice. So at that front, you don't let people walk through your practice into your operatories and just walk without somebody knowing why they're there, what their focus is, and how to protect your practice. Thank you. I appreciate your time today.
Our next innovator is someone I call the Thomas Edison of dentistry, Dr. Mark Thoresen, who's the founder and CEO of Inflatrix. After decades as a practicing dentist, Mark saw a problem hiding in plain sight. Class 2 procedures were still too slow, too complicated, and too uncomfortable. So he built Inflatrix, a smarter, simpler restorative device designed to improve access, speed, comfort, and trust in the chair. Please welcome Dr. Mark Thoresen and Inflatrix.
Something wonderful will happen today. And hang in with me. I'll tell you what it is. My first filling was done in 1971 at age 8. And when I finished dental school in 1991, I was taught the same exact Class 2 matrix technique that my doctor was, whatever the heck he was taught. And then graduates coming out right now in 2026 have still been taught the same basic technique. This is the status quo. The problem with the status quo is that it takes too long, uses too many parts, and has too many patients sore post-op. I'm a huge James Bond fan. Anybody else a Bond fan? Remember GoldenEye? Okay. GoldenEye, Bond, and Q are in the basement. They're having the usual conversation. There's a phone booth in the back of the space, and an MI6 employee goes in to make a call and picks up the phone, and a huge airbag explodes inside the phone booth and traps this guy there. My remote flew up out of my hands. I ran out of the room. My wife was totally mystified. And I came back an hour later with a first drawing of Inflatrix. All the angst about the current status quo systems needs an answer. And the answer is Inflatrix. It's simpler, faster, and much more comfortable. Current systems work, but am I wrong if I say so does the 48 Plymouth? Because they'll drive the thing. We need upgrades. Dentistry is ready for better. Current systems, I don't need to read all this to you. I've just explained it. Inflatrix takes less than 30 seconds to go into place. It is one piece. It is single use. It's a 2-layer polyurethane sandwich that holds itself in place with air and water pressure. I can go into great detail when we're done. Our market opportunity is thoroughly established. Make sure I'm not standing in front of it. We know how many doctors place Class 2 restorations. We know how often they do it. There are approximately 80 million Class 2 restorations placed annually in the United States alone. $360 million annual opportunity. Our primary target at outset when we go to market, GTM, is doctors, pediatricians, pediatric doctors, pardon me, and GPs are under the age of 45 because they've been proven to be early adopters. We need these guys. They are our gold standard market. We'll be using marketing techniques that are firmly established. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, part of which is coming to talk to you in places like this. The show circuit, fabulous stuff. That's my wheelhouse. We have a gross profit margin of 60% or more. Have it nailed down. You can see the cost of goods. Our price point is $3 a piece. It's extremely competitive with what's going in the current market status. Our projections for year 1, 2, and 3 are confident, and we will achieve these. This is capturing a very small percentage of the market. The next two slides are essentially validation of my claims. Clinicians have told us it is faster, it is simpler, and it's much, several have said, more comfortable. These are doctors all over the country. We have MVP device in hand. I'm going to boast about it because it's like a pacifier. We've generated MVP without dilution. It's a very proud moment. Bootstrap and MVP. We have two patents, trademark. FDA says that we are 510(k) exempt, which is also a very big deal in the device business. We built an incredible team, several of whom are here in the room today. I'm grateful for that. And we have very hard quotes for expenses and see our clinical endorsements. We have raised a few dollars in the past. Where's Laura? What's my time? 1? Okay. You can see we've done well with this. Here's our team. I'm going to go a little quicker here. You can see who we are. I just don't want to run long. The opportunity is here. The investor-minded amongst you need to see this. And our ask for investment is $500,000. We have exactly locations where to put it. A goal, we'll go to market with that. Production, a lot of other topics I can give you. And let me finish with this. AI is everywhere. It's fabulous. You're learning about it. It's rising all boats. It'll change dentistry for the better. And patients still need us to use our hands, our tools, and our skills to fix their teeth. Matrix makes that process better. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mark. I'm excited to introduce someone I've known for over a decade, Matthew Petchel. Matthew brings a rare combination of strategy, creativity, business discipline, and brand storytelling. He has helped dental companies sharpen their message, build stronger brands, and grow in crowded markets. Today, as VP of Marketing at Isaac Voice, he's helping bring AI Scribe, speech recognition, translation, and clinical documentation tools to dental teams. Please welcome Matthew Petchel.
I'm going to channel my inner Martin Mendelsohn right now. We're going to focus on positivity. Certainly the last 2 hours hasn't been perfect in some ways, but some things are great. Coffee was hot. Cookie was pretty good. There's air conditioning. It's not hot in here. And we're surrounded by people that are like-minded, smart, and fun to be around. So we're doing okay, right? This is a pretty good event. To put it in perspective, in a previous life, early 90s, I'm doing an event for AMD Microchip, launching a new product called the Hawk. Their new chip was called the Hawk. Somebody wanted, and I was a marketing team or the CEO, wanted to use a live Hawk in the launch. So imagine this room times 10. So there's 1,000 people in a room and launching the product. And at the very end, the lights were going to go off and the live Hawk was going to fly around the room and it was going to be this beautiful moment. The Hawk was trained to respond to a green laser. Then goes great, going along, ends. CEO does the pitch, the lights go. The Hawk goes out. I want you to look around above the doors right now. The Hawk loses it, has no idea where to go and what to do because of the green exit signs. Guys, clicking the button. Laser's going, the Hawk is flying around, shitting on everyone. It could be worse here today, okay? All right, so that was just, the segue to this, obviously. So what we're going to talk about here is in every industry, sometimes a product is the product and it's made 100% by a company and launched, and sometimes there's a partnership, there's a white label, there's a private label, there's a brand wrap, there's different words for these things. We're going to talk about that. I've been in the industry a long time. I'm a product launch guy. So you have a product, you want to launch it, that's what I do. Wrote a book in 2013 called Branding in Practice, helping practices sort of see their practice more as a consumer brand and less like a commodity and a destination. So started a podcast, was one of the first podcasts. Then right when people started making money in podcasts, I got out of it. That's just a theme you're going to see here. Launched an app in 2018, a news aggregation app called Swipe. Currently, I have a podcast with another industry guy named Michael McCarthy called Tendent. It's a micro podcast, 10 minutes, which is a lie. They mostly go 15 or 20, but we tell people they're only 10 minutes. Because you have to tell people it's 10 minutes, otherwise they'll want to make it an hour long. So these are some of the companies I've worked with over the last 26 years. So I'm a car guy, so there's going to be, over the next 7 minutes, there's going to be a lot of car references in what I'm talking about. In the 70s, a guy named John DeLorean was tired of working at General Motors, was being paid a fortune. In today's money, he was making about $1.4 million. He was like, I'm doing all the work. I'm just going to make my own car. Took him 8 years to make this car. Not this car, because this car is the one you see in Back to the Future, but it's a DeLorean. His car was a custom design on the outside, designed by Italo Design. It was an Italian design firm, on a Lotus chassis with a Peugeot engine. No one knows that because you just look at the car and you think it's beautiful, or you don't. This is a Shelby Cobra. This right here, if you got in it and stepped on the gas, you'd be dead in 3 seconds. This car is a giant monster of a car. Carroll Shelby developed this car. He won Le Mans in '59 and then helped build the car that helped Ford win Le Mans 4 years in a row. He also decided, I can build a car, but he didn't want to build everything. He just was like, I like this body, and I know Ford makes a good engine. I'll just put the Ford engine in a cool body that nobody's seen. The body is it's a British company called, it was made by Bristol. It's called an AC Ace. You can't even find these cars anymore. But nobody in the US had seen this car, so he put a Ford engine in it and powered it. This one's for you, Kyle. Okay. Porsche had been making 911s forever. In 1987, they finally realized they grew the engine. You didn't grow the engine. You can't grow an engine. They made the engine so powerful that the transmission was no longer viable. The torque was too great. So what did they do? They tried, like Germans do. Love Germans. They tried to make a better transmission. They tried and tried. And in the end, they decided to use someone else's transmission. It's called a G50. It's in the Porsche world, if your car has a G50, it's bigger, better, stronger, it's solid. They outsourced it. They partnered with a company called Getrag, and they call it now a G30. McLaren, their F1 car is powered by a Mercedes engine. Some of this stuff is visible and some of it's not visible. What's the point? The point is these arrangements are everywhere. Those were the car references, but in cellular service, there's only 3 real cellular companies that make towers, right? AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Everybody else is reusing their service. Cricket, Consumer, Mint, Visible, these are all white label private label, depends what you want to call them. In the healthcare space, if this is specifically the GLP-1, the GLP-1, the drug is made by Novo Nordisk or Lilly, but other companies have put a wrapper around it and created more of an experience on someone else's product. In dentistry, all of these companies have partnerships, white label, private label. This is just a short list. I put Bird Eye on here because I know Len Tao really well. And when Len launched his reputation review software back in 2010-11, he got bought by Bird Eye, and Bird Eye was powering, up until very recently, every software that's out there was using Bird Eye in a white label scenario. Some still use it. Maybe I'm telling like things like inside secrets I shouldn't be telling. Close the doors. It's given some companies have still white label it, but some companies thought, well, we'll just white label it till we build our own version, which is also a strategy, right? So all these companies, Pearl and Medit did a partnership last year, more visible partnership. It wasn't a white label, it wasn't a private label, it was more of a partnership. What's the point here? Here's the difference. Visible partnerships, two companies work together. It's visible. Everyone knows what's going on. White label, usually software and service related, and company A and company B work together, and it's one company's hidden, one company's out front. Private label is the same thing. It's just usually used for a physical product. You see it a lot in like cosmetics and things like that. And then brand wrapping is kind of a new hip term, is where some of the things that we talked about, the GLP-1 is a good example of it, where you're creating more of the experience, but you're using other people's products and you're controlling it. The biggest difference is how visible the original provider is. That's really the only difference. And whether it's a straight-ahead partnership or a white label or a private label or a brand wrap, it's all the same. Why does a company white label? Pretty obvious. Faster to market, lower upfront costs, easier deployment, and expertise. We're all expertises. I look around, a lot of smart people who are experts in what they do, but none of us are experts at everything. Sometimes you stay in your lane, sometimes you move a lane or two over, but when it comes to software, sometimes there's something that someone else does better, and sometimes a partnership or a white label or a private label is a better option. Have to remember this. This is really important, and this is important in any kind of consumer perspective. The customer buys the brand experience. The infrastructure partners supply the rest of it. Sometimes you're the infrastructure part of it, sometimes you're not. But if you focus more on the brand experience and the customer, it's an easier path to keeping customers happy and growing your company. So, what does all that mean? What does all that mean? Isaac is a company that's built it's custom LLM for dentistry. All these things here, you can read the words. Equivalent in a lot of ways. If you've got a software that needs AI, or your AI is good but can be better, a couple of product options. Also private LLM available if you don't want to use one of the big LLMs and your data goes out into the universe never to be seen again. Private LLM is a possibility. That's it. Thank you very much.
I first met Mark Goldstein 2 years ago, and what stood out immediately was his builder's mindset. From Apple to digital health, Mark has helped launch and advise, invest in, and scale companies across major industries. Now he's bringing that same energy to oral health with Great Gums, and a bioelectric toothbrush designed to support gum health while you brush. This is bold, innovative, with real purpose. Please welcome to the stage, Mark Goldstein.
Okay, little did everyone know you're going to change your toothbrush today. Everyone is here is going to get one. So I'm going to basically, we have a whole stack in the back, and basically this is the best goddamn toothbrush in the world. And, right, Melissa? Melissa's using it. Darius just invested. I'm here to talk to you all. We're not necessarily raising money, but if you insist, we'll take it. We're going to talk about Sonic Gums. We're going to talk about our toothbrush line and great gums and what it is we're up to. Let's see if the clicker works. Whoo-hoo. Today, we saved it for today because Darius says save it for today. We're actually announcing our clinical trial. So we basically just did a clinical trial for over the last 2 years. We did this clinical trial. It took forever to do. And we found that with our technology, we had a 51% improvement in the gingival index, which means anyone in perio, anyone who has any issue with gum health is going to find that our toothbrush is just better, and that's better than Sonicare and better than any old manual brush. And I'm going to talk to you about the brush. This is a study first we did at, we worked with the ADA, we worked with Columbia University, and we had some researchers from Colgate. And these were our results. And these are results that our brush is really better. Okay. Seems like we missed a few slides, but that's okay. You can buy our brush on Amazon. You can buy it direct. We've sold about 100,000 or so far in the U.S. We have a technology, it's called bioelectricity. And people go, what the hell is bioelectricity? Well, bioelectricity, basically what we end up doing is we blast away bacteria below the gum line and in the teeth. So it's where bristles can't go. So if you like an electric brush or if you like a manual brush, your bristles can do certain work, but they can't go below. And this is new technology. And if you think of ultrasound for your knees, if you think of TENS technology and other technologies, electric technologies that are really making an impact in digital health and healthcare, this, I think, is something for dental. And this is a toothbrush that basically has these little electrical currents that melts plaque where your brushes can't go. That's what our technology does. And that's what our toothbrush is. And you're all going to get one. And because what I've also found is once you use this thing, you're hooked. I have to figure that out in marketing. Somehow it'd be nice if I didn't have to give everyone a brush to figure out that they had to buy the thing. So basically, look, we break up the plaque without scrubbing, we neutralize bacteria to a cellular level, we improve the blood circulation, all that good stuff. The good part about why I did this, because people ask me, really, you're going to sell toothbrushes? Because it's not what I've been doing in my career. I mean, lately I've been a venture capitalist, I've started a bunch of companies. You talked about Bird Eye, Michael. I actually was the first investor in Bird Eye years back. And I've been involved in e-commerce and all over the place. I'm not a dentist. And there's so many amazing new toothbrush technologies out there. They're really complicated. They take longer to clean the device than to clean your teeth. So wouldn't it be great if we just had a toothbrush? People like toothbrushes, and just build the technology in toothbrushes so people don't have to change their behavior. And that's what you can do. Just brush like you always did, and you'll get our technology will just work. We have 3 products. We just introduced Sonic Gums. Sonic Gums is like the best of Sonicare. Can't say that, but I'm saying it to you because the Philips people already sent me a few notes. It's the best of Sonicare. Same factory that they all make. And there's one huge factory in China. They make all the great Sonicare. It's our factory too. You have all Sonicare technology and our technology in one brush. And that brush is selling for $79 on Amazon. So we're not charging $200, $300, $400 for one of these new brushes. We also have a $29 brush. You want to start out, we can get a $29 brush. It's a travel brush. It's not electric, but it works great. And we have a clinical trial product. And we just introduced some toothpaste. We have toothpaste with specialized electrical ions in it that make our technology work better. So the combination of our brush and our paste, you can get a better solution. Okay, that's not a good slide. So here it is, and sometimes the animation works and sometimes it doesn't. But look at these good-looking people. And, these are some of our users. These are our advisors, and basically we've been doing this now for a few months. These are people that are using our brush. They stopped using Sonicare. They stopped using the Oral-B. They stopped using whatever they were using. They love our brush. I use it, and that's the only reason I did this. My partner is a Korean, amazing co-founder. Chased me around CES 3 years ago. He said, try my brush, try my brush, try my brush. I tried his brush, and that's why I went into business with him. This technology really works. So, our products, we disrupt plaque below the gum line, we dissolve it in and between the teeth, and we really are going beyond the bristles. That's what we're all about. That's who we're selling. Our number customer, we first thought our customer was basically we could sell on TikTok and sell all these great young girls that were focused on just whitening products. No, our products are for anyone that has had any issue associated with gum health, and that's basically, as you all know, anyone over 35. So we sell a slightly older audience than maybe a traditional brush. Here's basically a display we just recently did. So we're trying everything in marketing. Here we are in a department store. You can find us on Amazon. You can find us direct. And there's our newest Amazon ad. And the best part is you all are getting a brush. And just come back. Darius put together a quick little website that there's a URL. You just give us your email address. You can walk out with a brush. If we run out of brushes, we'll send you one. Thank you, and hopefully I'm going to change your life.
I'm excited to introduce someone I've known for more than 10 years, Dr. Wajahat Yarkhan. I call him the hardest working man in dentistry, and if you know him, you know why. Not only does he operate a 12-practice DSO in Houston, he's also the founder and CEO of Dentrax and founder and CEO of USA Dental Solution. Wajahat helps practices and DSOs operate smarter through KPIs, artificial intelligence, automation, billing, RCM, compliance, and back office systems. He is obsessed with execution, service, and growth. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Wajahat Yarkhan.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was some introduction. I mean, you must have worked really hard, all these slides that you have made. Thank you for doing that. I'm a pediatric dentist by training. Got into the profession 30 years ago, been practicing for 30 years, and then last year got off the chair because Dentrax was picking up. So I'm going to share with you some things that I've done over the past 30 years, built this business, and I'm helping dental offices prevent leaky buckets in their practices. So let's meet Dr. Tryharder. He has 2 locations, 20 team members. The day looks really busy. He seems successful, but he's very exhausted all the time. So a day in his life is full of phone ringings everywhere. You know, there's insurance friction. The claims are piling up. He's not receiving money in time, and the staff is burnt out. So essentially, busy doesn't mean efficient. It can cause a lot of stress in the practice and cash flow churn and burn. So, you know, he got pushed to the wall when he saw that there was a $250K AR that was pending and, you know, checks were bouncing. Then he made the first attempt to solve the problem with more complexity, where he incorporated certain systems and those systems didn't work. He tried another way to hire more people. So, but then when you bring in more people into a system that's not efficient, you're just inheriting inefficiency. You're not creating efficiency. He tried to gather his core team members and tell them that, okay, let's work harder. Let's solve this AR. Well, they were able to solve the AR in 4 weeks, but everybody was burnt out. So what is this issue? It is the piecemeal trap that practices often observe over time, where, you know, they have disconnected systems and everything is hidden. The business owner doesn't get the visibility of what's going on in the practice, and the decision-making gets impacted. What is the solution? The solution is really the efficiency that you can create in the office by having properly integrated systems. And that integration and adoption and the staff buy-in will create that efficiency, which will help the practice be healthy and everybody in the practice be healthy, right? And integration comes from the fact that, when you have a system, whether the data flows in it efficiently, whether you have to do manual entries or it automatically moves the data, whether the systems are connected through a common data lake and they're not fragmented. So what it unlocks for a practice is the complete visibility for the management, and for the staff, it creates less of a workload. So when the staff sees that, the workload is going down because of the technology, the adoption becomes easy. Say when you determine that this is the system for you and now you're taking it to the staff members, there will always be resistance, and that resistance is because of the fear of unknown and because of the fear of complexity. But if you tell them that it's very easy to use, you show them the ease of use that the system is bringing to them, and that it reduces the workload, and it's not just another tool, then they will be more likely to adopt it. The adoption takes a lot of training, where you have to handhold them and then help them with that adoption and not get hard with them when they're making mistakes. So what actually works in a system is when you create positive enforcement and then you try to gamify the whole plan, give them bonuses and incentives, and then you see with your leadership that you're bringing in, you're starting to see a culture change where the system is getting adopted, and then they're able to make best use of it. So this support and leadership that you provide your team will help you to bring the humans with the tech, and that's always a winning combination. So let's go through a case study. I said, Dr. Try Harder. I have a friend, Dr. Miller, who operates a 2-practice DSO in Texas, a very good clinician, personally a good friend of mine. He is married to his wife for 12 years. They have 3 beautiful children. And with his work, he's like always burnt out, and he's working really hard. And I saw that, there were lots of issues that he was facing when he came to me and he asked for help. Well, we went ahead, we determined, we saw all the leaks. It was the same issues like we observed with Dr. Try Harder. He attempted several things, including hiring more staff. It didn't work. And then was the aha moment. He said, okay, let's implement your technology. So we implemented Dentrax in his office, where we have a common data pool. We sit on top of the PMSs. We are integrated truly with all major PMSs in the industry. We are not a PMS. We just bring out all the data from there, and we flow it into different modules, where every module makes the job of the staff members easy, where the AI agents will work for you, and they will deliver the work on the desktop so that you can see that things are getting done. And that AI transformation flows from the first lead that the office gets. The AI will make that appointment, pass on the insurance information to the eligibility verification tool. When the patient comes in, the claim gets submitted, and the denial management works on its own, and then the staff gets incentivized and gamified on doing the right thing. As it was implemented, the wheels of change started spinning, and then staff was seeing that, the work was getting less and less, and then they were getting their claims paid on time. They were seeing less of a cash flow burn and choke. They started to see the results. The management was able to make the decisions instead of weekly, on a daily basis, and they were able to see on their dashboards how things were moving instead of actually working the dashboards. So that's the basic difference, where you have a staff that is completely incentivized, and they're able to see their own performances. Wherever there are errors, those errors are getting tracked by the AI. They're seeing it on their dashboards. They're allowed 48 hours time to remove their errors. So the policing is avoided. Somebody looking over their shoulder all the time is avoided, and they become accountable for their own actions. So now, from a broken system to a well-oiled machine, as things started getting better, got a call from Dr. Miller saying that, Wajahat, this year I was able to take my family for a vacation 2 times. That was a success. So what actually changed? What changed was KPI dashboards, which only gave more work to the staff, were converted into dashboards where they could show that this is the work that was delivered. So objectives and key results is where Dentrax focuses on, where we drive every system autonomously in a self-driving machine to be able to deliver the work for the staff members and the dental offices. So the takeaways are, the leaky buckets are caused by gaps, and you can only take care of the leaky buckets by fixing the system, not by just working harder. So when you go back, if you're a dentist, list all the systems that you have, 10, 15 systems that you have. See if those systems, the data is flowing into those systems autonomously, or automatically, or you have to do manual entries. Okay, once you do that, also list the systems which are not being used. If you've not used the system for last 3 months at all, list that system. Sit down with your staff and ask them, do we have any broken systems you want to tell me about? So when you get all that data, analyze it and ask yourself whether you have any leaky buckets. And if you do have those leaky buckets, come and talk to me. We will sit down over a coffee and we will be able to try and tell you what we have built. Thank you.
One of the best parts about this community is meeting founders solving real problems dentists, labs, and patients face every day. Over the past 6 months, I've had the privilege of working closely with Brock Predovich as he launches ByteZen. Brock is an inventor, engineer, founder, and CEO building small oral appliance technology that turns night guards into intelligent diagnostic tools. This is a practical, scalable innovation our industry needs. Please welcome to the stage, Brock Predovich.
Wait for the presentation to load. Okay. Hi, I'm Brock Predovich, and I am the founder and CEO of ByteZen, and I'm here today to talk to you about smart oral appliances, future of those, and moving oral care from reactive to proactive. Now, you may have noticed that everything is becoming smart, everything will become smart. We already have smart watches, smart rings, if we can give it a go. Smart rings and smart glasses. Everything that touches the body is going to become a data platform. And dentistry is next. Let's look at the platforms we have available in the dental industry for collecting data. You have night guards, retainers, aligners, dentures, and sleep appliances. Each one of these devices can become smart, capable of detecting health information from your mouth. And your mouth is a data gold mine. With smart devices, we can detect clenching and grinding behaviors, wear compliance, so we can actually make sure your patients are wearing the devices you prescribe them, bite force and jaw movement, sleep patterns, saliva biomarkers, which from that you can detect cholesterol or cortisol levels, glucose, inflammation, and disease indicators, and breathing and airway patterns. So we can monitor for sleep apnea, mouth breathing, and airflow restriction. So why does this matter? Well, patients will get early detection, personalized insights, and compliance and increase in case acceptance rates, and better long-term outcome. For dentists, this means remote patient monitoring, proactive data-driven treatment decisions, as well as early intervention of opportunities. For labs, this means differentiating their products inside a commoditized marketplace and higher value appliances. And for healthcare, this means, and I think this is the coolest, finding potential links between oral health and systematic health. And this will provide new opportunities for preventative care. So the future of oral appliances is smart. That future is starting now. At ByteZen, we believe the fastest way to this future is very simple. That's why we're starting by making every night guard smart and turning every dentist into a hero. Now, you may have asked yourself, who is this guy with a neck tattoo on stage? Well, to be honest, I'm just a normal guy, and I'm just a normal guy with an obsession. I was an Air Force Academy graduate and spent 10 years in the Air Force as a behavioral scientist. That's not where this chapter of my story starts. Back in 2016, I sold everything I owned. I moved to Bali, Indonesia. Within 6 months of moving there, I got into a serious motorcycle accident where I suffered some broken bones and a severe concussion. A month after that, I contracted dengue fever, which put me back in the hospital. And then a month after that, I ruptured 3 discs to my lower back and spent about 2 months in my bed on painkillers before finally dragging my leg through the airport, leaving for Bangkok, Thailand, and having back surgery there. So this is where I started waking up each morning with a pain in my jaw and a severe migraine. And that's when I started asking myself, why is this happening to me? That's when my passion began, and that's why I'm here today. So I would like to ask you now, is have you suffered from any one of these symptoms? Frequent headaches, migraines, neck pain, jaw pain, ringing in your ears and dizziness. Maybe you've cracked or broken a tooth along the way. Well, I myself have suffered from each one of these symptoms. That's why I spent the last 10 years of my life developing a solution that addresses the root cause of each one of these symptoms. What I found along the way is that each one of these symptoms is a multi-billion-dollar problem for insurance companies globally. And each one of these symptoms is a byproduct of bruxism, which is unconscious teeth grinding and clenching. So when you show up to the dentist and half your smile is gone because you've ground away your teeth during the night. Now, bruxism affects 1 in 3 people, but sadly less than 10% of those who suffer are ever diagnosed or receive treatment. However, that less than 10% that is diagnosed accounts for a $7.2 billion global market. A current solution for bruxism is a dumb night guard. It's a simple piece of plastic that can protect your teeth but does nothing to stop the unwanted behavior of bruxism. What we need is a smart guard. The problem with building a smart guard is the current force sensor technology that's on the market is expensive at scale and it's fragile, so it breaks really easy inside the mouth with the forces of clenching and grinding. So we've developed a patent-pending force sensor material that's thin, flexible, and most importantly, durable. And it's a fraction of the cost of the competitors. This allows us to make the Zen sensor, which makes any third-party mouth guard smart. With the Zen sensor, dental labs across the country can make their mouth guard smart, capable of detecting clenching and grinding behavior, as well as tracking for compliance. The Zen sensor sends this information to the app on a patient's smartphone, where they can track their behavior, but also upgrade to our premium features, which will give them relief from their symptoms with real-time vibratory feedback through their smartwatch and auditory feedback through their earbuds. And all along, their dentist is beginning to remotely monitor their patient's progress along the way and track for compliance. Our go-to market strategy is we're partnering with dental labs because they already have the sales channels and technicians already in place. With them, we're arming patients and dentists with data by making every night guard smart. And with every patient with one of our devices, they're going to get free tracking through their smartphone, but also get to upgrade to our premium features, which will give them relief from their symptoms. So in this way, we're making revenue from our hardware sales directly to dental labs, but also software ongoing subscription sales directly to the patient. We already have 8 dental lab partnerships in place. If you take a look at our competition, all our competition is going direct to consumer, which means they're going to be competing over price in a race towards the bottom. And our competition is currently not FDA approved. So that's why at ByteZen we're working with regulatory bodies to get our device FDA approved, and we're democratizing our technology for dental labs so that we can use them as a force multiplier to reach millions and millions of patients, both uninsured and insured, directly through their dentists. This is a huge market. We're entering a $600 million opportunity with a $21 billion opportunity as we scale. My team is an award-winning team. We've been focused on bruxism assessment technology for the last 10 years, and our previous device won an award in the dental industry back in 2020, right before COVID hit. In the first 90 days of offering our pilot program, we garnered 8 dental lab partnerships, and there's more on the way. This partnership with Remy alone accounts for a $150,000 per month opportunity. And we've recently added Dentulu as a strategic partner, which is the largest teledentistry network in the US. Traction so far, we have a patent pending manufacturing process for this thin, flexible, and most importantly, durable force sensor that no one else in the market has. This has wider applications in medical, automotive, and robotics, to name a few. We have 8 dental lab partnerships that will give us access to over 1,500 dental offices that they serve. And we have a clear regulatory pathway with the FDA and HIPAA that should take about 8 to 12 months. And we already have $300,000 that's already been committed from Dentulu and Howdy Partners VC in Colorado. But this is just a start. At ByteZen, our mission is to make every night guard smart, but I want to do more. We have the team, we have the technology. My goal is to one day make every appliance smart. That one day is coming soon. Do you remember this slide from before where only 10% or less than 10% of those who suffer from bruxism are diagnosed, receiving treatment, and accounts for a $7.2 billion global market? What would happen if we could assess for bruxism at scale and attack this other 90% that's still underserved? That's what we're able to do. In the past 6 months that we've been working with our pilot partners, we've developed a new technology. This technology will allow dentists and their staff to assess for bruxism at scale, across their patient body without sending their patient to a dental or to a sleep lab, without also being able to diagnose it early before damage or pain occurs in the patient. This same device can then be taken and easily added to any night guard, retainer, aligner, or sleep appliance and make it smart. If you're interested in seeing this technology for yourself, I'd love for you to join us on our demo day this summer by scanning the QR code on the screen. It's having August 1st. If you're interested in investing, you can contact me at the email below and I'll send you our investment details. Thank you very much, and I look forward to connecting with you all today.
I'm excited to introduce Richard May, Vice President of Business Development at Mango Voice, one of our premier summit sponsors today. Richard understands that growth happens through strong partnerships, smart expansion, and solution that makes life easier for their customers. Mango Voice helps dental practices modernize communication through cloud-based phones, messaging, recording, integration, and AI-powered workflows. Because in dentistry, every call matters. Please welcome one of our premier sponsors, Richard May of Mango Voice.
Okay, thank you all very much. Again, Travis, thank you for that nice introduction. Again, it spoke very nicely to what we do and what we attempt to do in the dental market. Richard May, I'm from small town St. George, Utah. That's where Mango was started, and that's where we began our journey down providing phone service and AI now service to dental practices. And, I think the really cool and unique thing about Mango Voice is that we really provide everything you need when the phone rings, whether it's the service, the actual equipment, the AI tools that are analyzing calls and giving you feedback, or just the AI receptionist, which is the coolest thing now, making sure you don't miss calls. So Mango is really your entire voice platform that you need now. And we've come a long way. And I definitely feel like I don't belong on this stage compared to all the great speakers and innovators and founders that are here today. And I definitely want to partner with all of you, and our entire partnership team is here, so please make sure you come by our table and speak with us at some point, because we would love to learn more about what everyone is doing. Because Mango is really founded on relationships and collaborating with different partners and vendors in the space. So please come by and talk to us, and love to work and collaborate with all of you more. I definitely like to offer a little bit of advice. I don't have much, but I took this little picture of a ship because there's one analogy that I really try to live my life by. And I'm going to kind of throw this question out there to someone. Where do you think this ship is going? I know we talk about ships a lot for analogies when we're speaking. It's been mentioned a couple of times today, but where's this ship going? Can someone tell me? North? That's a good choice. North. Melissa, what do you think? The New World, Manifest Destiny. Yes. Off for treasure. Into battle. Yeah, probably. This tells me a lot about your guys' psychology too, like what's going on in your life, if you're talking about direction of the ship. The reality is, and here's the trick, is we don't know because we don't know where it's been. And looking back at my own personal life, I'm looking back at where Mango's been, it's always important for us to give ourselves the great gift of perspective and to see where we've been, because it gives us a really great idea of where we're going. And Mango, phone company, it's how we got started. And it makes me think a lot about where did communication actually begin. So, who had a phone that looked like this growing up in your life? I see some hands there. Just gonna jump out there. Like, I was born in 1985, just to avoid any of the ageism stuff that might come up. So, anyone born after me, maybe you didn't see this phone, but we definitely had this phone. Maybe not with the rust and stuff on it. But I remember playing with this phone a lot, too. And remember what would happen if you picked up this phone and someone else was on the phone too? what would happen? Get off the phone, right? Yeah. I remember my brothers trying to talk to their girlfriends and listening to like what they were saying, right? So that was technology. This was phones, right? This is what we had. Now we have this phone, right? This was pretty cool. This one reminds me of my mom working in the kitchen. She's very like traditional mom. She's doing this baking while she has one kid in her arm, working, doing this, like walking around with a phone like that in the house. Did you guys have phones like this in your dental office at one point? Yeah, I heard some yeahs over there. Was that cool when you got that phone? It was like, oh yeah, this is the coolest new phone out there. When was the last time you used a payphone? Can you remember? Who's used a payphone before? My hands here. When was the last time you used one? These three over here, all younger than me, they're all in their 20s, so they don't even know what it is, right? Pay to use a phone? What's that mean? I'd say, I think 2003, 2002 maybe, I was in New York at the airport. I used a phone. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, we don't do that anymore, right? What else? Technology. Phone book. Who was a dental practice listed in the phone book, right? Are you still? Are phone books still a thing? Was it hard to get listed? How do people find you now compared to back then? Isn't it funny to see where we started? We used to have the yellow pages. I remember getting the yellow pages and being weirdly excited about it as a kid. It would show up at your door and say, oh, cool, we can look up businesses now. I mean, I remember actually calling the movie theaters, right, and seeing what times were playing. At the movie theater, you had to look up the movie theaters here. Good times, right? We don't do any of that anymore. Answering machines. Oh, yeah, I heard, oh, yeah. So someone over here worked with answering machines. Who had an answering machine in your dental practice or in your business? You started with one. Wasn't it cool when you got home, you saw your messages? You felt like such a boss, right? I got an answering machine. Pretty cool, right? Check-in voicemails. What an interesting time. I never had a pager. Wasn't cool enough, wasn't smart enough. Who had a pager? Show of hands. All you rich people out there had pagers growing up. Yeah, you had a pager. What a flex that was, right? To be like, oh, I'm being paged, gotta go. Yeah, really special time. We don't use any of these things anymore, but this was the top technology that existed, right? I heard it. Oh my gosh, back there. Do you still have one of these in your practice? You still see these in practices when you're coaching, consulting? I know, this one blew my mind the most, that there are still people using physical fax machines in this new paperless digital world. Taxes, yeah. It's a problem. Yeah, and I'm not that guy to solve that one, sorry. Yeah, not even close. I guess the first cell phone, 1973, I didn't have that one. Anyone have that phone, ever? One guy right there just put his hand up like this high, like I don't want to admit to it, but yeah. Cell phones came out, that changed technology for sure. Flip phones, I didn't have this exact model, but I did have a flip phone. This is when things got really interesting. Smartphone, I've never seen this one personally, but smartphones, this was the first one ever invented. When we think of smartphones, we all think of our iPhones or Androids, things like that, right? And now we're in this AI, right? We've gone so far in the future, and I feel like things have just accelerated and accelerated and accelerated. And I mean, we're doing some cool stuff. I'm not a technical guy. I grew up, like I said, small town Utah, was born in Idaho on a small farm. So the fact that I sell software doesn't actually add up. But now we have Claude. I use Claude all the time. I use Gemini all the time. And I can technically code now, even though it's not me, it's my coworker coding for them. So technology is definitely advancing. It's making everything faster. And this is where Mango Voice fits in here too. So we started as a phone company, just providing internet phone service to small businesses. And then we started to integrate with the practice management softwares, integrating with third-party providers, creating tools that enhanced efficiency in the office. And that got Mango growing, getting some traction. And now we have our own AI tools. We save time, we improve the patient handoffs with Mango AI, and these summaries are changing the way that people do their intakes. So we can actually create a note on every single phone conversation, automatically log it, it's HIPAA compliant, it standardizes notes, saves time. Offices absolutely love this, and we don't have to lean on archaic systems anymore. It's a great time to be alive. Mango's providing this, and it syncs all that data back up to the practice management software, which is the heartbeat of the practice. Great time to have Mango in the office. So we even give a sentiment analysis telling you how you scored on the call. It can tell you if a team member did poorly, did badly. And most importantly, I think what we hear, the main feedback is, there's always that one patient out there that says, your person said this on the phone. Who's ever had an experience like that, right? And he said, she said kind of moment. With our call recordings, with our transcripts, with our summaries, our scoring, we can look up those calls quickly and put all of those contentious calls to bed very quickly. Again, sentiment analysis, we can score it by quarter in the call, give you all this data, fantastic stuff. But the real bread and butter of Mango now, which is the hottest commodity that we have, is Margot, our AI receptionist, Margot the Mango. I don't know how well everyone here knows phone statistics, but the phone is the main artery into the practice. It's where the entire patient journey starts, and still to this day, the average practice is missing anywhere from 35 to 40% of their calls. And after all the money you've spent on marketing and trying to attribute that phone call, or trying to capture that phone call, to miss it is a huge tragedy and a huge waste of money for any practice. And Margot picks up that call, gets that patient. So we're solving this problem of missed calls, which that's where like this huge hole of revenue is lost with dental practices. And that's whether it's a missed call during the day because you're busy taking patients in, whether it's a missed call for after hours, an emergency call, or you're on vacation, or if you're at a trade show or an event like this. We can still have Margot pick up all the calls. It's a great time to be alive, to be working in this space. We are now in 16,000 practices, and so when I look back at where we've been, where we started with just a handful of offices using Mango, to where we are now where Mango is implemented into 16,000 practices across all of North America, it's very humbling, but also we're thinking about the future. A big part of what Mango is going to be providing is better APIs, better access to our data, because data is going to be everything. And we have set it up so that Mango is now the owner of all these call rails from start to finish. So it's completely proprietary technology that we have from front end to back end, which is also kind of the scary part because we own our own back end, we have to manage it and keep it secure. But it's also exciting because we can create the products that we want, and we can partner with the people that we want to as well. So thanks for taking this little journey through time with me. I love to see where we were with technology to where we are now. And man, Margot's going to be fantastic in the next 6 months. Like 6 months ago, she was barely taking calls. 6 months from now, she's going to be doing so much more. I heard other people talk about how we're really close to it doing a lot of the things that a human can do. But again, I don't believe that we'll ever replace that human touch that you have when you walk into an office as you are greeted by a person. But I do believe that Margot's going to save a lot of time, create a lot of revenue, and Mango's going to be leading the voice technology. So I know that lunch is like coming up next, and I don't want to hold up any more time. Oh, we got someone else coming up. My bad. So I'll end with that. Thank you guys so much for your time. Appreciate you, Travis. Thanks again for having us. Go Mango.
Our next guest brings something every growing dental company needs: powerful communication, exceptional service, strong culture, and proven systems. Denise Williams-Jones is the CEO and founder of Next Level to Success. She has worked in nearly every role inside the dental practice, and now she helps teams create better patient experiences, stronger relationships, and better business results. Today, she'll share speaking skills for dental professionals. Please welcome Denise Williams-Jones.
Success is something we all want, right? I would venture to say that every single person in here has a measure of success, but we want more. But what do we consider success? Because what you consider success is different than what you consider success. And what I consider success is very different. Let me tell you a story. I come from a family of 12. I'm number 9 of 12. We were raised in a religion where we went door to door every day, almost every day. My family was very prominent in this religion, and we were selling hope. At 12 years old, my family had a part on the convention at Dodger Stadium. And I remember standing down there, and they had a stage, and I had 2 lines to say. I was scared, my knees were shaking, and my father leaned in right before as I looked out and saw Dodger Stadium filled at 12 and said, "Show him what you got, kid." I stepped up to the microphone and I spoke. And the rest of the convention, people came up and said, that was wonderful. And right then and there, I realized the power of presenting your brand, your invention, your software, your team in the correct way and the clear way. You see, it doesn't matter how great of a dentist you are. I coach dental offices. Let me give you a little background before I tell you that. In 1995, I entered the dental realm. I live here in California, so welcome to my home. I'm about 20 minutes from here with no traffic, an hour with traffic. I worked for a pediatric dentist in 1995, and I stayed there 16 years. These were the big boys of dentistry. In 1999, they were bringing in on the pedo side $3 million a year. From there, after 16 years, I went to work for another dentist, and I did front office admin there for 12 years. And what I realized very quickly, working for these two high-end dentists that were bringing in a lot of money, when I went to the second office, they had never broke $1 million. I came from a place at that point was doing $5 million. What I realized after working with every consultant out there, what I realized after working with every software is that we have to start looking at the inside. We have to start working on the unseen so that the seen looks different. Dentists that are here, the only thing that you need to be perfect on is if you're doing my teeth, your patient's teeth. I live here in California. I went to Arizona. I said, I want veneers, but I don't want them to look like veneers. And I went to a doctor, Dr. Matthew Harmon, who did an amazing job. That's when you need the perfection. But when you are pitching your product, when you are looking for investors, when you are looking for clients, when you are seeing patients, you have to be willing to be vulnerable. The human connection is what is missing. Did you know that your brand enters the room before you do? Did you know that it's in how you walk? It's in how you move. It's in how you talk to your clients. If I had something in my hand and you could see it, and I said, if you took this, you would be very successful in life, in business, with your clients, with your patients. And then I went over here and I said, I have something in my hand that you cannot see. And if you took that, you'd be very successful. What would we do? Our human nature tells us to take what we can see because it's tangible. But what if I told you that unseen thing is just as important, if not more? What am I talking about? What I'm talking about is we have the seen thing. We all understand that, logic. Sales process, business model, website, software, very important. I would venture to say that you cannot run a successful business without it. However, we have the unseen, letting go of limiting beliefs, thinking outside the box, taking care of our mental health, understanding that when we take care of those things, guess what happens? The seen thing looks different. And the problem in our industry is we're so focused on the logical seen thing that we forget that people buy on emotion. One of my mentors that taught me, Steve Anderson, I was under his arm for 2 years, and he mentored me in this space. And something that he said, which came from Walter Haley, people buy on emotion and justify it with logic. Boy, is that true. We do it every day. When I worked for Dr. Snare in 1995, my first weekend that I ended up staying 16 years, you know what doctor said? Dentistry is training for life. Boy, is that true. You see, if we buy on emotion and justify it with logic at the grocery store, with memberships to things, then why are we not using this in our own businesses, practices, and with our potential clients? I train offices, dental offices all over the country. I work one-on-one with coaching, and I work with leaders to help them figure out how to present their product to potential investors as well as providers in a very high impactful way. And the way to do that is to understand that we can't just throw it all out there. We have to open it up. We can't just be logical. We have to open it up and be vulnerable and let them know your passion. Every one of you here has a passion for what you do. I can see it, I can feel it. The trick, the joy, is to understand that feeling that I had when I stepped off that stage and people said, I heard you, is to be seen and to let your potential clients see that passion and want to work with you and invest with you. Because it doesn't matter how good you are, I tell my clients in dentistry, it doesn't matter how great you are at dentistry, if they don't get past your front office admin and the culture, they're never gonna get in your chair. Let's apply that to product. It doesn't matter how wonderful your invention or product or software is. If you're not presenting with connection, with clarity, with engagement, with showing that passion, no one's going to invest and use the product. So the people that are doing that are not lucky. Those people have it figured out that the amount that you invest in the actual product is just as important in investing in yourself to get there. Now, I would venture to say that everybody in here wants to be the GOAT, right? I want to be the GOAT in what I do, the greatest of all time. Let's talk about a local, because I'm a local girl. Dodgers, Ohtani. I would venture to say that he's the GOAT, but maybe not the GOAT for the reason we think. Yes, he has an amazing skill set, but guess what he does? He takes care of the vessel that delivers the skill set. So every single person in here has a skill. But are you taking care of the vessel to deliver that skill set? And that's gonna look different to you, as it's gonna look different to you or you. Now, in Ohtani's case, he sleeps like he needs to. He has the water and he drinks the water that he's supposed to. He exercises, has adjustments like he's supposed to. He takes care of his mental health like he's supposed to. He balances family and hobbies. All so that when he is called up to do the job that he's supposed to do, he can deliver. Coach even knows, put him in the game and guess what's gonna happen? We're probably gonna win. So now I ask you a rhetorical question. Are you taking care of your vessel? Are you taking care of your vessel mentally? Are you taking care of your vessel spiritually? Are you taking care of your vessel so that when you get called up, you're ready? That's going to look different to each person. That's not just talking about physically drinking water. That's talking about understanding your why, understanding your product, understanding what your product does for the consumer. It's not about you. And being able to deliver that in the correct way. Put me in the team, put me in the game, coach. But I don't really understand what I'm selling. Put me in the game, coach. But I'm gonna just stick with logic when I buy on emotion all the time and not invest in myself to present correctly. Put me in the game, coach. But I'm going to only give the part of it that really matters, about 5%. Put me in the game. What are you doing when you're called up to bat? See, the thing is that you're your brand. Your voice is your brand, and the world needs to hear it. And when we focus on the seen things and we forget to talk about those unseen things, walking your own path, just because someone does it this way doesn't mean that it has to be done. Then we get in that depression, then we get in that spiral, then we get into the mental health crisis. I'll tell you another story, the love of my life. We lived together, we were engaged, we had plans for the life. Brilliant. He spoke 5 languages. He could read and write 5 languages. He would tell me he was depressed. I just thought it was depressed like me, until one day he took his own life. And I woke up that next day thinking I could not save this brilliant man, that I wasn't enough. And I realized on that day that this person from the outside looked like they had it all together. And inside he was crying for help. Why do I tell you this story? I tell you this story because in our industry, we have so many people that are suffering silently. And they're throwing themselves so into their work, but they're not taking care of what they need to take care of. So I extend that you take a look privately, openly at your journey. And remember your why. And remember that if you have a product, if you have a dental office, if you have a team, whatever it is that you have that you are passionate about, that we drop our mask, that we start to be vulnerable, we get back in touch with who we are, and we present it, whether it's from the stage, whether it's in networking, whether it's in meeting new people, with clarity, connection, engagement. And trust me when I say, your bottom line will increase. Thank you.
I'm excited to introduce someone who represents exactly what this summit is about: impact, innovation, and influence. Dr. Parth Kansagra isn't just talking about change, he's building it. 6 months out of dental school, he opened a premium cash pay practice in one of Southern California's most insurance-heavy markets. Now he's the founder of Gemma, a prepaid health wallet for out-of-pocket care. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Parth Kansagra.
Last year, I had a patient sit in my chair and say something I just couldn't forget. She said, "Doctor, I love you and I love your membership, but I have to choose between yours and my dermatologist. I love you both, but I can't afford you both." Well, I'm a practicing cash-paying dentist here in Orange County, and I watched my retention bleed with every membership renewal. And what I realized was my patients weren't leaving healthcare, they were just being forced to choose their providers. Here's what's happening across American healthcare. Insurance is collapsing, okay? Out-of-pocket spending is up to $556 billion a year all across healthcare. And every cash pay provider, a dentist, dermatologist, chiropractors, GLP clinics, you name them, they all have membership systems. And you know what? That's great for these providers. They're getting recurring revenue. But you know what sucks? Providers have more than 5 memberships at a time. They start to get membership fatigue. And when things start to get tough for these patients, what they do is they start to cut these memberships. And to be honest, they probably cut the dentist membership first because it's not so sexy. This isn't a patient problem. This is an infrastructure problem. And that's what I realized. And that's when I built Gemma. Gemma is the consolidated prepaid wallet and membership platform for cash pay healthcare. How does it work? Patients load anywhere from $99 to $299, maybe even more, dollars per month into a closed loop wallet. We then route these patients to other Gemma providers, albeit any provider that's cash pay. Like I said, your dentist, your med spa, chiropractor, PT, all cash paying providers in healthcare. And as they do that, they spend their wallet, they earn rewards, and their credits never expire. Now, here's what happens on the other sides. Providers win. Providers start to get pre-funded patients who have already prepaid for their treatment, and they get patients from their provider down the street, like their chiropractors. So now we have a cross-referral system between all healthcare providers. Also, what this also means is there's zero chargebacks, zero debt, zero collections, and patients have to stop choosing their providers, and providers stop losing their patients. Here's what I want you guys to remember. We've already built this. We've already launched our MVP. We have over 250 wallets already funded, which is already over 350K in funding, with 78% retention rate on our monthly subscriptions. That's close to fintech level retention rates. We did all of this with $0. $0 of funding, $0 of capital. We put $0 into this whole MVP, and we launched it. Most companies at this point who are pitching are probably spending close to $1 million to get to this point, and we got here with nothing. A lot of people ask me, why you? Why a dentist? How are you transitioning into working at a fintech company? Well, the answer is it's not really all me. I have a whole team behind me. I'm the clinician. I'm the one who sees the issues day by day in my practice. But I have Nilesh. Nilesh is my CTO and my product and head of my product, and he comes from Deserve. Deserve exited to Intuit and had a huge exit. My CMO is Mia. Mia runs Maven Creative Company, where she runs a bunch of healthcare companies and healthcare initiatives. And lastly, we have our UI designer, Michelle. And us together as a team is a team that usually most pre-seed companies will not put together. And here's what we're doing. We are asking, sorry, the slides got a little out of order, but that's okay. We're asking for $1.2 million in seed money. And what that's going to do is get us a year's worth of runway. What we want is we want to be able to go from 250 paying members to 2,500 members. And we want to go from about 2 providers to over 40 to even close to 100 providers within that year. The wallet is the wedge, the network is the moat, but something I haven't even mentioned is what we're building is actually the data set that comes underneath these patients spending across all the wallets. Now, if you want to learn a little bit more, scan this QR code, get my pitch deck, and come talk to me. I'd be more than excited to talk to you about how you can get involved with Jumma.
So as many of you know, behind this event is also a cause, the Dental Mental Health Coalition, and each of these guys is going to talk about that a little bit, is really the beneficiary of this event. It will continue to be year over year. And I'm going to let these guys introduce themselves a little bit more, talk about their vision of that, and then we'll go into some questions. And I think really what we want to start with maybe is just sharing our stories, our unique stories. And for me, we're going to start with that, and then we'll get into that. My story started, I grew up in Silicon Valley. Actually, my parents are in the room. Mom, Dad, raise your hand, say hi. And my fiance is in the room as well. Very supportive family. Appreciate you all being here. And I never really dealt with trauma in my life. And 5 years ago, I had a traumatic event happen to me, and just didn't really have the tools to deal with it. And it's some of the things that a lot of entrepreneurs deal with. And a lot of entrepreneurs go through that. That's partly why I started my coaching program. And those that work with me know that a big part of what I talk about is, how are you doing and how are your relationships? And that's important. And it's also important in the dental industry and with dentists, because we are aware of the numbers. And these guys can get into that a little bit more. So I'm going to pass it over to Martin to add some of your comments and your story as well.
Why don't you start? Because they've already heard me talk a little bit. So.
Yeah, that's right. So my name's Kyle. I'm a dentist. I started a company called Pearl that some of you may know about. But in 2018, I came home to my wife and told her that I was quitting dentistry. Not for my company is taking off. But I was burnt out and I couldn't handle it anymore. I ended up, fixing myself. And now have gone on and with the help of Martin and, have helped over 4,000 dentists with their mental health through our in-person courses, online courses, CE events. We've worked with DSOs to implement wellness strategies. I've worked with certain state dental associations to help them, again, with wellness strategies and doing their own wellness initiatives. So it's been a really rewarding thing for me, even more rewarding than doing all the tech stuff and creating a big company, is helping the dentists that are struggling. Some of the numbers that you talked about, dentists are twice as likely to suffer from depression, anxiety, and panic disorder. Some research shows that we're 17 times more likely to die by suicide, not 17%, 1,700% more likely to die by suicide. And when I went through burnout, there were no resources. It was kind of swept under the rug. And so that's when I started creating resources in 2018. I met Martin in 2020, and since then we've grown the resources. And now we've created a ton of resources, some free, some paid. We have masterminds that we do together. And it's been extremely rewarding just to see how we can take people from being burnt out, even suicidal, to thriving in this profession, because this profession is amazing. I mean, if you're in a good state, if you're in what we call the light side of dentistry, it's fantastic. We can help people with their health. We can make them healthier. We can make them function better, and we can make them look better. And there's not very many professions that can do those three.
Yeah, and I think you heard my story this morning, but I would say that that's the iceberg illusion. That's all the stuff above. You didn't see the stuff below. I mean, you weren't there in my kitchen with me. You weren't there when I got fired by the laboratory because a big lab bought the smaller lab, and then I had to go find another job. And what I realized through therapy was what I had gone through was actual trauma. And when we met in 2020, it kind of blew the doors open for both of us, because Lightside Live, our in-person course, started because Kyle shared his Ripple framework with me. And I said, do you realize that I have facilitated coaching exercises for every element of Ripple? And we literally sat there on Zoom and said, let's do this live. And the very first time we did, a dear friend of ours, wasn't a friend of mine at the time, he became one. I happened to look at my watch. 41 minutes in to the very first Lightside Live. We do this a lot.
Crying.
Yeah, we cry a lot.
Yeah, on stages.
On stage, it's ridiculous. 41 minutes in, this gentleman admitted that he would go over this specific bridge every night on the way home to his wife and think about how fast he would have to drive to end it all. And we looked at each other later and said, we may be ahead of our time, but we need to keep going. And if it wasn't for Travis and a man by the name of Jesse Robinson, we wouldn't be here today talking about the launch of what I believe is the very first 501(c) in dentistry to support all of dental professionals, not just the dentists. This is to be an inclusive table. Our hygienists, our lab technicians, our assistants, our front office team, everyone, very, very important to all of us to be inclusive in this table.
And one thing that was challenging for me was when I started, people came up to me and asked me, hey, what did you do? I would tell my story and they would say, hey, what did you do to get better? And I would tell them, and then they would say, do you have anything that you can put me through? And at the time I didn't have anything. And so I finally created continuing education to help people with their mental health. And I'll tell you, it wasn't easy to get continuing education units for mental health, because they were like, well, you're not teaching them how to prep better. You're not teaching them how to manage their business better. You're just teaching them how to be better mentally. Like, that doesn't make a better dentist. And I said, bullshit, because I was the dentist at my lowest point. And when I was at my lowest point, I couldn't be a good leader. I couldn't be a good dentist. My case acceptance was low. Even clinically, I suffered because my head wasn't in the right place. So I was really proud to have the first CE credits that focused on mental health. And now one of the big initiatives that we want to do with this mental health coalition is get mental health CE mandated by all 50 states. Because let's be honest, you have to take, we can cuss here. You have to take fucking HIPAA. You're required to take HIPAA. You're required to now in California do why can't I think of it? The fentanyl and that kind of stuff, opioid training, right? Can we do one CE of mental health? One. Because how many people in dentistry, thank you, yeah, you can clap. How many people know a dentist that's died by suicide? Just raise your hand. I mean, half of the room here? If you guys think we were teachers or construction workers or plumbers, do you think it'd be the same? It's not, I'll tell you, because I've looked at the research. And so all we're trying to do is just bring this out into the open and get a requirement for every 50 states to have one mental health CE required every year. And if we can save one life, then I think that's really powerful, because I've had the unfortunate, unfortunate, I've kind of become like the suicide guy in dentistry because no one else is talking about it. So I hear about all the suicides that never get into the papers, never go on Instagram. And so I've now started working with the widows and widowers of, the families. And there's no resources for them. They have to send letters to their patients. They have to sell the practice many times. They don't know what to do. Sometimes the spouse doesn't know anything about the practice. And if we can create resources like that to help the people in our community, then I think that that's something really powerful that we can do.
And along with the longer term goal of the CE, one of our shorter term goals, we have access to a medically approved assessment for loneliness and depression. This is in use, it is deployed, it's accessible for insurance reimbursement. And one of the things we'd like to do in the beginning, once all the paperwork is filed for the 501(c), is to make sure that this assessment is available to all dental professionals 24/7. That would then clue them into where they are in terms of depression and loneliness and connect them to online therapeutic treatments and modalities through a third party, so that we can reduce the barrier, because we all know what stigma is around relative to this subject. It's such a big deal to talk about this stuff. And I'm not saying the next statement to remind you that I wrote a book. But when I was writing my book, I made a conscious decision to talk about this stuff. Because if we don't talk about it, then there you go again. We trade off, by the way.
You're two for my one. Usually I cry after you cry, but you're two and I got one, so I'm not hitting my quota.
I mean, and this, and I'll wrap it up with, because I know we need to move on to some more presentations, but this serves as an introduction to the Dental Mental Health Coalition, and I appreciate all of you being here, all of our sponsors. Let's give our sponsors one more round of applause, as this benefits the Dental Mental Health Coalition. And it really sparks a conversation, not just with dentists, but also in the dental industry as a whole, because it also affects dental entrepreneurs, the startup companies, and they'll be a component of the coalition. And one of the things that I work a lot with dentists that they're launching products as well. It's sort of a subset of the category that I work with. And one of the things that I find is having a product and launching something in dentistry, you sort of see a different side of the dental industry as a whole and what you do. And it really renews your enthusiasm and love. I mean, just like you did with Pearl, right? It's also advisors that are a part of the coalition that want to advise startup companies and really just be a part of something. And that's what today was all about. That's what the Dental Venture Capital Group, and that's what the Dental Venture Summit is all about. You all have stayed in the room, which is amazing, especially with all this is a lot of presentations, and I appreciate that, You're all here supporting this community, and we're all here to elevate and help the industry move forward. Moving forward sometimes includes money, but also just being involved as an advisor. So all the startup companies, you guys all have a list, a full contact list of everybody that spoke today. Please reach out to them. You may not be interested in investing. Maybe you are. I hope you are, because that's a big part of it and certainly helps with mental health. And that'll be a component of the Mental Health Coalition. But they also just need advisors, and they need people that are out there looking out for them and helping them move their products and companies forward. So again, we'll wrap it up with that. You'll hear more about this throughout the next couple of years. But do you have a question? Look, I mean, you can go to the that's a good question. So
The question was, how can we get involved?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of, you guys have some thoughts on that? Good.
Simply reach out to us and we will be taking note of who's involved. I mean, just to peel back the curtain a little bit, Jesse is in the process of actually filing the paperwork for the 501(c). We're on about a 90 to 120 day plan. So probably the fall time, this will be an official thing. I think I would like to challenge everybody in this room though, please start talking about this. Because dentistry, like I talked about with dental dualism, they just don't want to do it. And I want to shout out to a DSO, a DPO, right now, which is MB2. MB2 invited Kyle and I into their home to do a Lightside Live in their headquarters, and it was the biggest class we had yet, and we've already scheduled our next one for next year. And so we need to start to get the word out that mental health drives KPIs, not the other way around. And so I just personally very much appreciate your
And you can also go to dentalmentalhealth.org directly. That would have been the fast question, but yeah, just reach out to, everybody in here knows how to find me. So I want everybody involved, and you will be. So appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we're going to be talking about the future of technology in dentistry, and this will be moderated by Dr. Vajahat Yar Khan.
Next up, we're moving into one of the most important conversations in dentistry, the future of technology in dentistry. AI, robotics, data, and automation. This panel brings together clinicians, builders, founders, and innovators who are not just talking about the future, they're creating it. Please welcome Dr. Vajahat Yar Khan, Payman Montazemi, Akash Pai, and Dr. Stanley as they help us separate the hype from the real opportunities shaping the next era of dental care. Next up, we'll move.
Good afternoon, everyone, again. Today we are discussing the future of dentistry, the AI, the robotics, the data, the cloud, and the infrastructure. We have seen a lot of digitization in dentistry over the years, whether it's the records, whether it's imaging, scanners, everything else. Now the next era is about AI. So let's talk about that. So the panel will be divided, where I'm going to ask more questions to Payman about generative AI, physical AI will be you, and image processing and X-ray AI will be you. Okay, so let's start with generative AI. Can you explain in plain English what does that mean, and then how dentistry is getting benefited from it?
Sure, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So let's talk about the engine and the history of it in very short summary of it. The engines have significantly improved over the last year. I was one of the first users of it, so you can see that when you let these engines draw an image for you, generate a piece of text and whatnot, it can kind of do it if you don't provide enough inputs. It can hallucinate. It can provide, wrong information. The information, like for instance, around very fine details of fingers can be noticed by a human eye. And those engines have come really significantly, have improved over the years. As if you provide the right inputs, it can literally generate pictures like we have behind us. It can, of course, generate content. It can generate music, any kind of audio, in an extremely precise and accurate way. So they've really come away. Now, you mentioned, how can we basically use that in dentistry? Dentistry has, of course, a very heavy administration piece of it. And that is one piece where you have, notes and things like that that are basically used with large amount of data that are feeding that for generation of clinical notes and things like that. And of course, Kyle will cover, the images piece of it.
Thank you. So we see that, image processing AI is already visible in dentistry with a lot of, people using it. Can you give our listeners and viewers some perspective of that, how it's helping and whether it's really helping?
Yeah, so the first thing that we did was analyze radiographs, and this was just something that wasn't indexed. We had all of our practice management system indexed where you could search for patients and search for treatment plans and search for payments, but we had all the imagery that just wasn't queryable. So now we can query that, we can cross-reference. Okay, let's say we find caries in an image, cross-reference it and see if the patient is treatment planned for a filling, inlay, onlay, crown, or extraction. If they're not, then flag that. Another thing that we didn't really realize we were creating was a patient trust tool. We created this to assist doctors in reading radiographs, and what we accidentally produced was a patient trust tool, which was a third-party AI system that has no reason to find more or less of anything. And that's really important to me because I come from a family of dentists. My dad's a dentist, my brother's a dentist. And there's a big trust deficit. More than 60% of patients don't trust their dentist, and most dentists I know are good, able people that are just trying to help others. So that was a big step for us. So in summary, I would say making imagery queryable and also assisting doctors with diagnosis.
Fantastic. So we already know, X-ray is in there, but physical AI, Akash, you're working on that, and physical AI is something where AI has to sense and adapt, right? So how does you envision that to be a part of dentistry?
Yeah, I mean, most people know what physical AI essentially is anything which is touching the physical world. The most common things in there, of course, is your robotics. You have, in healthcare, you have Da Vinci. I mean, they are doing the perhaps the most extensive robotic installations out there. There are a ton in dentistry as well. Do want to talk a little bit on how we are doing it in Zero Brush in the realm of at-home oral care, where we have actually, what we have done is we have created like a digital twin of your own mouth, and then we use that to manufacture various components. And the first product of that is the device to replace your toothbrush. So what we are doing is we are using AI as a tool to bring out various products, and that essentially is what physical AI is. The most famous, what people know, and I don't have to go over that again, is the robotics part of it, but we are seeing more and more of that come into consumer healthcare. That I think is a very key aspect of it, because majority of the time people are trying to take care of their oral health at home, and the best tool they have with them today is a stick and a thread with a motor on it. So it's quite sad that the innovations that have happened in dentistry have happened a lot in the dental clinics, very little for consumers at home where they spend majority of the time. So we are beginning to change that, and AI as a tool is helping us tremendously in that front.
I'll pose the same question to you. You can go first, but the data you're talking about, this data that gets generated because of the use of physical AI, how do you think that is going to help us with the biggest barrier that we see in dentistry, which is, say, patient compliance? So with, say, just toothbrushing, since you mentioned toothbrushing.
Yeah, I mean, you see, I as a user, I'm not a dentist, I'm a technologist, but we want to keep our oral health in as good as a condition as possible. The problem is that tools that are available to us are pretty abysmal. I mean, think about it. The innovation that's happened in the toothbrush industry has been extremely minimal. If you want to take a toothbrush and figure out how to actually angulate it in your mouth, if you calculate the number of surfaces, there are more than 250 times that you have to do it. And the longitudinal studies have shown that we miss 40% of the tooth surfaces. So if you provide poor tools, I don't think you can actually blame the user for it. And I mean, if you look at various companies, Philips, P&G, and others, they provide you with an app, and they tell you to follow your teeth. Who's going to do it? Nobody's going to do it. So you need to think back to the first principles and see how can you use technology to actually improve the compliance aspect of it. So people are very aware of the linkages between overall health and oral health. I don't think there's any confusion in the market at present. But I think the tool sets are not there. However, they're beginning to change. And I think we are using AI as just a tool in solving these problems. But there are a lot of other technologies which if you compile these technologies together using AI, additive manufacturing, you can create a lot of personalized products. And that's what we'll talk a little bit later. But I think to your question, the key issue is let's improve the tools for the users.
Okay. Kyle, before adopting like Image AI, what do you think a dentist should be looking at, whether they should focus more on accuracy of that or FDA clearances of that, how it integrates with the workflow or the data it gives? What suggestions you would have for users to look at before they adopt something?
Well, there's multiple companies, not just my company, of course. I mean, FDA approval is kind of like the lowest bar. You should be using something that is FDA approved. I think the biggest thing is probably workflow and integrations, especially native integrations, because anybody that works in a dental office knows everyone wants to just work in their practice management system. They don't want to have their practice management system, a separate imaging system, also have a separate window open. Their financing thing is on a separate window. It's just harder for the staff. And so the easier we can make it for our team members, the better. So I think the product has to work, right? But most do. And it has to be seamless. That's really what makes AI so nice, is that it's software. You don't have to buy a new scanner or buy a new CBCT scan, that it just integrates to where you're already working and it adds a layer of intelligence.
So Payman, for you, where do you see these generative AI tools that are available in the market are bringing the biggest ROI to the dental offices, and what is it that they should be focused on in terms of getting these type of AIs implemented in their workflows?
So we discussed, of course, from pre-treatment to treatment to post-treatment. The biggest thing right now is, of course, the node generation. And we'll talk about the limitations of such systems right now, but they're improving by the day, at least on the AI side. There's also better interfaces for humans to interact with AI that are on their way. And so those are kind of came after the fact. People are using kind of consumer electronics, for those interfaces like off-the-shelf microphones, etc. And those are not necessarily the best tools to be able to support such systems to get the return on investment. There are multiple studies that we're actually doing right now with two of the largest DSOs in the nation to understand that, yes, we want to improve and on one end, the return on investment of tools for note taking and whatnot, and SOAP note generations. But at the same time, there's still some human work that is to be done on that aspect of things. So that's one piece. And then the second piece is communications. Right now, the wireless radios still have a very low adoption rate, and everybody speaks on the same channel. So we look forward to seeing AI integrated with radios so that radios can really connect us to who we want to talk to. So I think those are the two biggest ones.
Let's do a cross-panel synthesis now. This question is for all three of you. Imagine a future where a smart home care device can track the data and the behavior and everything personal through a patient. Then the diagnostic AI identifies the risks and the generative AI explains the next steps to the patient and to the offices to be able to take those steps and achieve an objective. Is this realistic, and how far away we are from this in future? You can go first, Kyle.
So I am very excited for something like this. I think the biggest reason why I'm excited for something like this, because we need to incentivize people to be healthier, and then we need to change how dentists are getting paid. Right now we're paid to fix problems that could be prevented. I think we need to be incentivized to be paid more. Like, I should get paid more if I keep more patients healthier. Another thing is, I'm fairly healthy. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I eat right, I exercise 5 times a week when I'm not traveling. I sleep 8 hours a week. But do you think that my medical premiums are lower because of that? No. Do you think they should be? Yeah, I think they should be. I should be incentivized to be healthier because I'm less likely to need something based on diabetes or heart disease. Now, I can get hit by a bus when I walk outside, but more than likely, I'm going to live longer. I'm going to have less insurance claims over my life than someone who's overweight, smokes and drinks, and sleeps 4 hours a night. But we need to incentivize people like that in dentistry, too. Like if you use a smart toothbrush, that we track that you're doing that correctly, if you're eating right and that's being tracked somehow, if you're sleeping well and you're seeing the dentist this often, then your insurance premium should be less. Or you should be, your dentist should be paid more because they've talked to you about doing this. So I just like the idea, and I remember when I first got into AI in 2015, that someone told me AI brings out the truth in different areas, and that's what I'm looking for. It's because patients come into dentists and they blame us for finding things that are 100% preventable. I'm like, I couldn't be there to pull the soda out of your hand and brush your teeth for you. Why are you getting mad at me? I'm just fixing it for you. And I think dentists get blamed too much for that.
Akash?
No, I think those are excellent points. I couldn't be more excited with the technologies that are coming out right now. I think we are at a point in which we will see a sea change. I mean, we have seen it in the dental clinics with the kind of technologies you guys have. It's just phenomenal. We're going to see it at home too. And that's where the changes will start occurring. I completely agree with you. I think the value-based healthcare is where we should go as a country, but that's a
long-term goal.
Yes, it's a long-term and a larger debate, reimbursement. But I think the technologies are going to make it happen. So I'm very excited about the future.
Yes, I'll go certainly along the two of you. So we're very excited about the opportunity specifically between now and 2050. There's roughly about $35 trillion in savings that could be generated just from oral systemic. And then so where we see finally quiet to be is a system that supports mental health, is in line with the prevention of hearing loss among care providers, and not just a dentist, all care providers. For those of you who are familiar with oral systemic, there's a tremendous amount of impact on mental health when comes hearing loss. My wife is a dentist, and you may have heard the story from the beginning of tinnitus and a little bit of hearing loss. It can lead to depression. It can lead to being cornered. It can be not showing up at social events. It can be later on down the road wearing hearing aids and unfortunately cochlear implants even. And then so it's a very tough life when you look at it like that. So prevention is one thing. And then of course on the patient side, the biggest input to the body remains the mouth. So it kind of baffles me that we haven't, thought, and dentists knew that all the time. It's just that perhaps we were not empowered to be able to. So I'm extremely excited. In my opinion, as a biomedical engineer, I think dentists truly rocks. Dental hygienists, they rock. Assistant, the entire staff rocks, and there's so much potential that dentistry overall could do more, so that the other disciplines, part of the sub-verticals of healthcare, don't have to basically fix things down the road and hearts and artery bypasses and stuff like that.
So the takeaway from this session is that AI is there to stay. AI is just not one thing. AI is not just a chatbot, or it is not an X-ray device or a tool. It is not just a workflow management tool. It is there to stay, where it will allow for the dentist and the patients and the office staff to work in an integrated way, where we can get the best results for our patients, get the best life for our employees and our dentists, and technology that work in an integrated way where it makes it easier for everybody. Thank you to all the people who participated. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Akash. Thank you, Peyman. And thank you, Travis. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Dental Venture Summit is that innovation does not scale by itself. It scales through relationships, trust, distribution, strategic partnerships, and leaders who know how to connect the right companies with the right opportunities. We're fortunate to have an incredible panel representing patient finance, AI, communication, and workforce innovation in dentistry. Samir from Care Credit, Mike Buckner from Pearl, Richard May from Mango Voice, and Darius from Cloud Dentistry. Please welcome our panel. One of the biggest... All right. That's what happens when you pre-record videos, because Mike Buckner's sick at home. But I have been, both of these guys know, I've been talking to them about doing this panel for years, and we're waiting for Darius as well. You know, one of the most important things that we talk about at the summit, that we talk about in the Dental Venture Capital Group, is building strong partnerships. You know, partnerships help with the mental health stuff that we talked about earlier. Partnerships help with furthering each other's technology. We heard about white labeling earlier today, like Isaac Voice is doing. Great form of partnerships. This is a very abundant industry. You'll hear that word used a lot in dental events. And these three guys right here have been partners of mine for a very long time. I mean, we have so many great stories of trade shows, and Samir and his costumes, if you know him, that's what I'm like, what costume are you wearing today, buddy, every time I call him. But he brings an entertainment factor. But Care Credit is really legendary in the partner space. So I'm going to ask Samir to talk just a little bit about, you know, Care Credit's partnership strategy and why it has been so successful.
Ooh, so I'm giving away secrets? No, it's interesting. So of course, for my world, years and years and years ago, I think our leaders recognized that Care Credit's problem is not going to be brand recognition or the operations of it, like how to do an application or a transaction. It's going to be the mindset. And the mindset of the team member, mindset of the dentist. You know, for a team member to not make assumptions on what patient can and cannot afford, what they may or may not want, and for the doctor to assume that they can do their own financing. So how do you change the mindset? Well, we live in the world of influencers. And there are experts who have done it and done it really, really well over the years. So it's like, why not partner with them? So it's been a phenomenon. And I've only been at it for about the last 11 years of the 20 that I've been with Care Credit. But it's been an eye-opening in every single way, as far as from running a business to just looking at the practice as a business. And yes, it's a noble cause, but we'd still have to make money at the end of the day. And so the partners come in really, really handy.
What are the typical partners that Care Credit like to work with in general? You know, what do you look? I mean, I always see consultants. You know, you're all the consulting groups, all the speakers. You can share your secrets. This is nobody's watching. Only a couple thousand people online right now.
It's actually not even a secret as far as so it's all about patient financing is a very small portion of what we do. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that what can we do for that practice, whether it's technology, to take some of the work off of that and make it easier for them. So our partners have been like the software integrations. We've from practice management softwares to patient communication softwares, everything that leads to, because we understand an office and an office manager lives and breathes everything off of that computer. How can we make it easier? Again, we're a very small portion of their business and their day, but how do I make it easier to transition? So it's who do we want to work with? Pretty much anyone and everyone. It's just as long as it's a win-win-win for all. Like if we're the only ones benefiting and you as the partner is not, I don't think that's quite a partnership then.
Yeah, one of the things that I found, if you look across the successful partnership groups and the companies that have been successful with their partner programs, and I've implemented partner programs for about 20 different companies in dentistry. A lot of times it comes down to the people, which is really hard to replicate. one such person is my boy Richard May over here. Every time I put on my Jordan shoes, I think of you, buddy, because they have some unique shticks that they have there that they utilize. But talk about like how Mango, because your program has just exploded over the last year as far as partners, and your booth is always filled, and you're giving hugs to everybody, which is, that says something, right? And so what is it that is so unique, and whether it's, you and I can brag about you, or what attracts people to Mango as a partner, and why has Mango's partner program been so successful?
Well, I think that we have created a pretty exciting and fun brand. I mean, with a name like Mango, you can't take yourself too seriously. We're not trying to sound overly technical with what we do. But with a name like Mango Voice, we say, okay, how do we have as much fun with this and attract people to our brand originally? But to Samir's point, you want to work with everyone. So you want to have as many hand raisers and champions out there as possible, saying, hey, Mango's a great voice solution. And I think where it gets challenging is there's a difference between an integration partner and an influencer, and trying to understand the nuances there. And Mango originally did really well with integration partners, taking our tech and tying it to other tech. That was really nice. And that helped drive a lot of business for Mango. And then we started realizing there's all these great people, as Samir was touching on, that can speak to your product and reach an audience that you can't reach yourself. And one of the things that we spend a lot of time doing, and that Mango has spent a lot of time doing, is that when we go, we scour the Facebook land of dentistry, and we know there's a lot of Facebook groups out there. And as soon as I see someone say, I'm a consultant, I reach out to them. And I've got my team that does the same thing. And we say, we want to work with you. We don't know how big your book of business is. And also, we don't care, because we want as many champions and hand raisers as possible. But I think the thing that we have started to look for the most is it's really easy to find a partner that wants to work with you when things are good. What's really important to us is who's going to partner with us when things are a little tough and when things aren't working so well, and when technology may be a little finicky.
That's never happened.
No, technology never goes
the other
down.
phone company.
Yeah. And it couldn't just be the tech. It could be all kinds of different things, whether it's the company got bought, sold, whether there was change management with new employees came on. And so it's like you're going through all these different changes. How does the partnership last through that? And so what's really important to us is, okay, are you going to stick with us when things are all so tough, not just when we're on this high? That's really important, and we look for that.
Yeah, and maybe next year, next panel. By the way, we're going to be doing this in New York in November, so mark that on your calendar. And then we also doing another one in July. So we're going to be doing this event about every quarter. But you talked about something there, because there's also incentives. There's financial incentives. There's discounts. There's all kinds of different things that incentivize partners along the way. And I mean, I guess you got to find what those are. And sometimes, if they are bringing revenue, I mean, I think people should be compensated. There's a little stigma in the industry about compensation. And, I think, everybody does they're running a business, and it's fair to have those boundaries. I mean, we call it an abundant industry. And when somebody calls it abundant, that means a lot of times people are taking advantage of you. So I think clear guidelines, I'm not saying it's you guys, I mean, just saying in general, right? I mean, it's a risk that is important to understand, and having those clear guidelines. And, I want to bring it over to Darius here for a minute, because Darius has implemented partner programs for several different companies. He's been CEO and founder of Pear Dental, VP of Business Development for Cloud Dentistry, and now runs a fund where he's known as one of the partner guys in the industry. And it's what has made it successful for you? I mean, you can brag about yourself. I'm asking for it. I'm one of your biggest fans, have been for 20 years.
First of all, thank you for putting this all together, Travis, and it's an honor to be on the stage with you two guys. I started out in dentistry in the late 90s. I was selling latex gloves to dentists from the trunk of my car. That blossomed to becoming a fund where I'm at today. When I stepped into the head of business development role for Cloud Dentistry about 8 years ago, I set a goal for myself to go raise from the strategic community, meaning to go grab the healthcare professionals and dentists and companies in dentistry to come invest in the company, so they could be pot committed and actually reliable when things go wrong and staunchly by our side. I ended up raising more money for cloud industry than they needed. Probably raised about 95% of the 9 million that they needed to get to where they're at today. It was a very messy cap table that, messy cap table means there was a lot of investors that came in with smaller amounts. We did that by strategy because I thought by word of mouth, they can help grow the marketplace even more, just bragging about how they have a piece of something that's modernizing how dentistry is going about. But I think part of my secret was, I always tell people, like, I'm made of two components of my DNA. One is I have a lot of connections because I've been at this for a long time. And two, I think I have a little bit of like strategic advice for some of the founders, and most importantly, the partnership world of advisors out there, which is, I think, an emerging field that everybody needs to take part of. It's the advisors out there that come partner with these companies that help them with like a Swiss Army knife approach. It's not just one singular way of going about it. You really got to be a little flexible in how you're mixing the recipe together for every individual you're trying to partner with or any company you're trying to partner with.
All right. Well, thanks, guys. Samir, any final thoughts? Anything you missed there? Tips and tricks?
No, I mean, like I said, it's when it comes to partnership, I think you got to sit down and figure out, when I said it's a win-win-win, I meant it. Like, is it a win for us? Is it a win for our partner? Is it a win for the ultimate consumer, which is our practices? And if one of those are not saying yes, then we may need to reconsider. And it's never about like, no, it's maybe this is not the right time. But
Richard?
Yeah, I think Mango, we pride ourselves on being very flexible. So we will meet you where you are at. You talked about incentives and some of these different, like, how do you get a partner to really find some faith and trust in you? And, if you're the type of consultant or you're running a business where, you don't want to say, I'm getting paid to talk about you guys, that's great. We can figure out a way to pass on the savings to the customer. Or if you feel like, and we feel like your time and your word is valuable, we'll compensate you for that. So we want to come to you, what are your values? And we'll adjust our partnership around yours. And that's how Mango kind of looks at relationships. And I think that's one thing that's served us well. And we won't put you in a box. Like our partnership program is constantly changing and evolving. So if you partner with Mango in any capacity, we will take your feedback, your ideas, and we'll figure out how can we make this work. Like Samir said, win-win-win.
All right, let's give it up for the panel. Thank you, guys. I'm thrilled to introduce one of our co-hosts and someone I've known for many years, Melissa Turner. Melissa's message could not be more relevant. More marketing isn't always the answer. Credibility is, influence is, trust is. As founder of the Halo system, Human AI Leadership and Optimization, Melissa helps healthcare leaders build presence, authority, movement that moves ideas from attention to adoption. Please welcome Melissa Turner.
You have my word that by this time next year, more and more hands will go up. By this time the year after that, more and more hands will go up. We know we're living through a time of technological change. We also know that we're living through a time of change where more women are graduating dental school, more women are taking executive positions, more women are being founders. And it still shocks me to this day when I walk in a boardroom and I am the only woman. It's still this shocking feeling. So thank you to Travis and for the leadership team for allowing this to happen today as we talk about what it's like to be female, but we're also mostly going to talk about what it's like to be an entrepreneur. So what I'd like to do with the three of us up here, with the four of us, is we're going to start with introductions, so maybe a 60-second introduction, and then we'll have one question and just kind of go down the line, and we can banter, we can joke, we can have some fun, we can dance if we want, right? We can do whatever we want up here. All right, so first question, Catherine, do you want to start? Maybe some introductions, and what mostly from the introduction I would like you to focus on is what pain point are you solving in our industry?
My name is Catherine Wallace, and I am a dentist focused on airway health and airway aesthetic dentistry. For pain point, are you talking about for female dentists or me personally?
How about with the companies and products that you've created?
Okay. I think the pain point is probably similar to most of us. When we start a company, we wish we had unlimited amount of funds, but we don't. So I think we sometimes forget how much things are really going to cost. So I, been developing this concept in this business, Aviara, for probably the past 6 years. And I thought starting out that, I probably, I talked to a consultant, I would need about maybe $1 million to get this off the ground. And I realized it took a lot more time and a lot more money. So I think that, if we can just all remember that whatever business we are attempting to launch, that we can never be overfunded. So that's my pitch.
Alicia? Alicia Everett, CEO and co-founder of AssureTech Surgical. A little about me, I cannot claim a clinical background. I'm an engineer by training, and I just am so happy to be in the space working at the intersection of healthcare and technology with patient impact through innovation is really where I went back to grad school for that exact thing, and I'm happy to be here working in it today. The pain point we're trying to solve is really this accessibility component for being a force multiplier with access to quality oral surgical treatments, and wanting to do that safely and protect both patients and practices while we expand and grow the industry as a whole.
Linda? Hi, I'm Linda Miller, CEO and founder of Paradise Dental Technologies. My pain point was I saw so many dentists and hygienists in pain because dentistry is very physical. And so I developed hand instruments that were more adaptable to the patient's mouth, as well as more ergonomic for the clinicians. So it's more comfortable for both the clinicians and the patients.
Well, so one thing I want you to note too is that these three founders are in completely different stages of business development and growth as well. And so Linda and I were talking earlier. You launched what, 2000? Yeah, and I was reading on your LinkedIn, she has this great founder story where she started out of her garage, right? So can you tell us a little bit about that, how you started the company?
Yes, I was a founder of another company where I had several business partners. I realized that we could do things much better after observing and watching clinicians, and just said, I've got to do the best that I can. So I sold my share of that company. I bought an old mill and punch press and started building the equipment to build the instruments. And now we're number 2 in North America, in several other countries around the world. We sell into 60 countries. We've been very, very blessed.
And PDT is one of the strongest supporters of clinicians and hygienists ever since I've been around. So thank you for that as well. Alicia, what about you? How did you start? How did you see this gap? How did you start this? What's the why behind it?
Yeah, so we're much earlier. We founded in 2023. And I don't get to take the credit alone. I was actually a need identified by my co-founder, who's an oral surgeon. And actually, the idea came to him because his wife's an endodontist, and she had the Apex locator. And he was like, I operate pretty close to things. Why don't I have one of those? And then he found my lab up at Dartmouth, where I was doing my PhD in biomedical engineering. And then the rest is kind of history. So that's a little bit of our how we found each other.
I feel like that's kind of how many of us startups and founders came into dentistry. If we weren't clinicians to start with, it was we knew somebody who was, or it was a family member who was, and that's always helpful when creating products and growing. Okay, Catherine, so how and why did you start all of this? And also, I think you've done this while working clinically, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm not one of those founders that just one day decided I want to start a new business. This is something that I share with my patients and people that I know, that it started as a child. Just everything that I experienced growing up with health, and dysfunction and disease around me and how we overcame them. And all of my experiences actually led to, I think, me even becoming a dentist and becoming a pediatric dentist and then cosmetic dentist, and just keep searching for answers. And eventually all of those, the path that I took and all of the opportunities that I had to learn helped me actually, this vision just kind of was created on its own. And one day, about 10 years ago, I thought, wow, this airway is so important. And dentists, we actually hold the key to the whole body health. And a lot of airway dentists say, well, I can't unsee what I've seen. And that's how I think incredibly important airway and oxygen is. So once I discovered that, I just knew I wanted to create a center for sleep and wellness, something that where dentistry and medicine can come together and we bridge the gap and actually provide what healthcare really needs. They need us, dentists, who is knowledgeable in that area, for the patients to actually get better, because we're actually looking at the root causes, not just continue to manage the disease and symptoms.
I love that. And I think airway is one of these things we're going to see grow even more. We're going to see it spike probably in the next 12, 24 months, just like we've seen salivary insights, salivary diagnostics spike in the last 12, 24 months. So excited to see where that goes. We'll stick with you. What's the one thing, if there is one thing, or maybe there's multiple things, that's surprised you with being an entrepreneur, with being a founder and starting something that isn't a dental practice, right? Like what is something that surprised you with that?
I think what surprised me was the fact that dentistry was such an integral part of healthcare. It was so separate and siloed, yet it is central to healthcare. And I think once I realized that, I knew that there was no going back. This is what I had to pursue to make sure that we can bring this to the world. Yeah.
Alicia, what's been something that surprised you on this journey?
Yeah, I just agree completely. It's so integrated, and it's really great to see people recognizing that more and more. About entrepreneurship, I think the critical need to be decisive in the face of uncertainty has been a big learning and, I guess, surprise in the beginning, but then also something you have to rise to. And I think that's something that is pretty inherent to entrepreneurship, and you can look and it can seem glamorous sometimes, and you're seeing the big exits and the big stories, and but the day-to-day is decisive direction amongst uncertainty.
Can we dive into that a little bit? Because I think that's one of these characteristics that sets apart a new founder with someone who's been around the block a time or two, right? So what has been, well, maybe it's not strategy. I was going to say, what has helped you learn that characteristic? Is it just being thrown in and having to make decisions in a time of uncertainty? Is that what it is? Or is there actually something that we can do to prepare ourselves to be in that situation?
No, it's a great question. I mean, I think surround yourself with really great people. That's like, no one can operate truly in a silo. I am so thankful for all of our mentors and our investors and the people I can pick up a phone any hour of the day. So that gives a lot of help. And then also, I think this is, I don't know if it's the best mantra, but it helps me, is that done is better than perfect. And sometimes when I'm on, a little too long on this email that I've redrafted multiple times, I'm like, done is better than perfect. I need to move on to the next thing. And that helps me keep a bigger picture as well.
It's dangerous to be stagnant and to be still, right? That's what it is. Yeah, very good. Okay, so Linda, what's been something that's challenged you with being a founder, entrepreneur, and growing your magnificent business?
I think by knowing when to let go of certain things and give it to my team. And as we've built a very strong team, that is what has allowed us to continue to grow and blossom. Always being in front of the clinician and being connected to the clinician too. I still go to as many shows as I can. I still go into clinics and watch, listen, learn, go to schools, dental schools and hygiene schools, and try to connect. We have brand ambassadors that we're always relying on and specialists that we're always relying on.
And that's one of these things too. Linda and I were talking earlier about how, since COVID, but even prior to that, when startups or even mature companies have a new product or a new product line in dentistry to launch, they tend to, how do I say this? They tend to only put efforts into their digital marketing, into the digital presence. And I feel like especially since COVID, the pendulum has swung and we've almost forgot about the value of in-person networking, of in-person communication, face-to-face, of building up that network of advisors, of KOLs, of influencers, like the last panel was talking about. And so that's part of what I'm doing with my Halo system that I launched last year, is we're bringing that pendulum back and saying, how do we balance that in-person connection with maximizing what we can do on digital, on social, with AI, and pulling it all together into an ecosystem. And I want to tell you that PDT and Linda and her team have been one of, I think, at the forefront of really keeping and maintaining, even through COVID, in-person relationships with clinicians. So I want to thank you for that. And I'm talking you up a lot because I've been a big fan and because they're a shining example of the success and the support that companies like you guys can bring to clinicians, those of us on the front lines. Wet fingered is what we call them. What has been the key and the focus? When you're thinking about your marketing, Linda, is it we're going to throw 100% into partnerships and KOL, or we're going to have a kick-ass social team? What's that balance? Has it ebbed and flowed, or how has that rolled for you?
We have divided it. We have a lot of clinicians that go out and speak for us. And boy, we notice immediate results. We do watch those results very closely. We have a lot of social media right now with the brand ambassadors and them reaching out to all of their colleagues and all of their followers has really made a difference and expanded our markets. We also have amazing clinicians on staff that are always teaching CE and always creating programs with our business partners.
Okay, we'll have one final round of questions. This one's going to be pretty fast here. And this was a fun one. So I don't care who starts. You guys get to pick. You get to fight over that. My question for you is this. In 50 years, fast forward 50 years, where do you think dentistry will be? Who wants to go first? There's no right or wrong answer. Go ahead.
I would love the world to really understand the oral systemic connection and be so intertwined with medical that we look at it all as one. It just has to happen, and we're really focused on that as a company too.
Well, I'll go next. I agree with you. I mean, as oral health is like a really important part of our Aviara concept, since it's a very dentist-driven, integrative wellness concept that I have, because dentists play such an important role as we control the gateway to health. And so I think oral health, airway health, all of these things are going to become integrated into medicine, I believe, in 50 years. We will not be a separate, we drill on teeth. It will be where dentists will actually be healers, and we will be a very important part of the healthcare system.
Alicia?
Yeah, I mean, I just echo the panelists here. I think it's going to be integrated. I think it's going to be accessible, and I think it's going to be personalized. And the cool thing about oral health is it relates to every single person in the country. That's a really unique thing in medicine. And so I think in 50 years, we're going to have integrated, accessible, and personalized oral care.
Love it. Love ending on a future note. Well, thank you to the female founders. Thank you to all the founders in the room. And thank you for supporting women in dentistry as well.
I'm excited to introduce Dr. Mohammed Quadri of Growth Q360. Mohammed brings 20 years inside health systems, and he understands something every innovator needs to hear. The best technology doesn't always win because it works. It wins when it gets adopted. He knows what moves health systems from interest to action. Today, he brings that inside-out perspective to dental innovation, partnerships, and investment. Please welcome Dr. Mohammed Quadri.
Thanks, Travis. That was a very interesting question before in the panel discussion. 50 years from now, where do you see dentistry? I heard a couple of different comments in various different panel discussions. One of the key things I will mention to you is to not collaborate to compete. Compete to collaborate. That's where you can actually leverage the power of collective intelligence. If you are embarking on a journey to look at where dentistry is going to be 50 years from now, I would say like as a physician, it's mind, body, mouth connection. So bringing everything together in order to improve overall care for a human being. Let's create that healthy society together. I think that's important. And that starts with oral hygiene and overall. Perhaps maybe precision medicine will play a significant role as well. That said, I'm here to talk about strategic partnerships, exit models, mergers, acquisitions, licenses. But before I do that, just a quick background about myself and who I am, how I ended up becoming who I am today, from bedside to boardroom, and now more and more term sheets, evaluating various different startups, a venture capital fund, GrowQ360. We bring adoption to the forefront. Our thesis is more focused on workforce empowerment, patient empowerment, fintech, cybersecurity, all under the umbrella of continuity of care, which we break it down into 3 different buckets: information, management, and relationship, bringing together payers, providers, family members, caregivers, and creating an ecosystem, a connected ecosystem that bridges the gap between academicians, clinicians, scientists, investors, innovators, to accelerate scientific breakthroughs and discoveries in order to meet unmet clinical needs. 3 buzzwords for me: in real time, rapidly, and accurately. I know, Dr. Khan, you did a panel on AI-powered solutions, robotics, bots, how technology is actually exponentially growing. Technology will continue to grow exponentially. One of the biggest challenges in the industry is adoption. And that's where we bridge that gap. You know, I always say technology grows exponentially, but the adoption rate remains pretty much flat. So how do we actually bridge that gap is by collaborating. The more you collaborate, the better it is for the mankind, the better we'll actually improve the overall patient outcomes, and we'll address the triple aim as established by the IHI. That said, Darius or someone? Okay, here you go. The first question for you guys: if your business is worth $30 million, are you actually better off selling it once or licensing it? What makes it valuable and also 1,000 times better for you to either license it or sell it? Keep that question in mind. I'll actually walk you through this presentation all around that question today. And I'll be as quick and short as possible as well. Okay, now that I figured out how this clicker works. Okay, here you go. So I was telling about my journey. I'm an operator, strategist, translator, 25 plus years in the industry. I've worked as a C-suite executive in various different health systems, including GE Healthcare, Stanford, UPMC, Hackensack Meridian Health, and a sleep disorder, cardiometabolic health researcher. I'm on a journey to actually create diagnostic fingerprints, biomarkers to be able to evaluate exhale breath condensates, where we can potentially come up with biomarkers, diagnostic fingerprints to predict outcomes in patients with sleep disorders and cardiometabolic, perhaps maybe metabolic syndrome. That said, couple of things I just want to make sure that I'm not a dental operator. So I'm not going to mostly talk about the dental mergers, acquisitions, or licensing opportunities that are happening in the industry. What I'm going to talk to you about is how we can actually leverage overall licensing opportunities that exist in healthcare. And can we actually establish a clear guideline in terms of mergers, acquisitions, and licensing? Founders default to selling when they should be enabling adoption. Think about this very carefully, because founders default to selling when they should be enabling adoption. Adoption is the key component. That's where the biggest gap is. And I think you all probably know the companies like Microsoft, Adobe, Salesforce. They all are actually licensing their technology. Professor Clements, long time back at MIT, he described innovations in 3 different buckets: sustainable innovations, disruptive innovations, and process-oriented innovations. Sustainable innovations are those such as iPhones, as you can see over here, Microsoft, or companies like Google, Apple. They all came up with multiple different devices. Most of them, they carry the original prototypes, but they only enhance the existing solutions on top of it. And that's where the licensing opportunities exist. And what I wanted to actually showcase is, can we actually start thinking about licensing more than selling or being acquired by other companies? 3 doors, 3 different bets, right? Mergers, acquisitions, licensing. Cost of mergers, governance complexity, cultural fit, which becomes a deal in half. Then cost of acquisitions, what you build belongs to someone else. Earn-outs depend on the buyers. Depends on strategic fit, to be honest. If you are strategically aligned with the organization with whom you want to either partner, collaborate, be acquired, or perhaps maybe merge with someone, that's an essential component. It's like a marriage. But one thing is important for you all to understand is in any marriage, it takes almost 7 years to get adopted to each other. And that's scientifically proven, by the way. Licensing opportunities, they are slower. Reduced productized IP, brand, or system. The most underused and often the most valuable. This is where the opportunity exists, guys. You guys are founders, funders, high net worth individuals, dentists, from medical community, healthcare professionals. But I think this is an important framework for you all to understand. I have done mergers of $1 billion, $2 billion, bringing health systems together. I have expanded ambulatory footprints of almost like 41 new locations across the United States. I have opened up new surgery centers. So I think the biggest opportunity for you all to collaborate is through licensing. That's my personal opinion. That doesn't mean that's the framework you have to follow. You have to follow the framework that is best for you, what is most strategically aligned for your organization. So just a scenario, $30 million acquisition, year 1, $18 million cash at close. Year 2, rollover equity, approximately $7 million paper value. Year 5, that's the exit. Year 10, $30 to $40 million in total. Assets sold, story ended. You don't have nothing to do with your company. The sweat equity that you have put in the company is far more bigger than the amount of cash you may have burnt. That's an important consideration you need to actually all think about. Scenario B, $30 million asset, licensed. Year 1, $2 million signing, $3 million royalties from first 3 partners. Year 2 to 5, $8 to $12 million annual royalties as partners scale. Year 5, asset retained, multiple licenses completed. Year 10, $60 to $100 million cumulatively. You still own the IP. So ceiling is unknown, floor higher every year. So just so you know, these are illustrative numbers, not actual forecast. This is just forecasted potential probability of how you will end up if you merge or potentially license out your solutions. So what most people get wrong about exits? There are 5 assumptions. I've watched this more value than any market downturn. I will tell you, these are 5 myths. The biggest check wins. Biggest check doesn't win. It's the strategic fit and second bite economics. Beat headline price almost every time. Second myth, exit when the market peaks. The best operators exit when their business is undervalued by buyers. My business is worth what comparable businesses sold for. Comps, they are just a starting point. So don't actually put a valuation to your company based on the comps. It's just some directional tool for you. The ceiling could be established based on the business, the adoption, or with the go-to-market strategies that you may have put in place. If I am not selling, I'm not exiting. Again, a myth. People think that if you don't sell your business, then you are not exiting out of the company. Well, there are other opportunities: licensing, royalty deals, minority recaps, and IP carve-outs. Then adoption follows acquisitions. Adoption is the harder problem and the more valuable one. The technology is healthcare into broken. The adoption is not broken. This is where I think, the biggest opportunity, the dental community or folks providing care to overall healthcare, I would say the opportunity is convert your data into an adoption platform. Create federated data learning platform where you can actually run proof of concept, pilot studies for all the startups, the founders who are here in the audience. They can actually deploy, reduce the runway, improve sales cycle, exit out of the company or license out their technology. So that's a very valuable tool when I'm talking about adoption. Convert your data into a federated data learning platform. Protect health information at all times, but just by converting, you will improve that sales cycle. Dental has an advantage from various perspectives. But just to give you a quick recap, dermatology, ophthalmology, physician practice management, they all have consolidated, merged, have been acquired. But some of the key consideration for you guys as you are embarking in that journey, I think dentistry is still almost 5 to 6 years behind in terms of mergers, acquisitions, licensures, when it comes to in comparison to dermatology, ophthalmology, physician practice management. They have already consolidated, and many of the private equity firms have acquired them. So keep that in mind. What can a dental founder actually license? Clinical protocol systems, you can license them. Implant placement system, full arch workflows, sedation protocols, surgical guides, you can actually license them. Operational playbooks, scheduling models, treatment plan acceptance scripts, hygiene products, RCM workflows, training and certification. If you are actually providing any training programs to your staff, and if you have an IP associated with it, that's an opportunity for you to actually license it out in the future. Technology and software, and lastly, brand and patient experience. For funders and high net worth individuals in the room, why the thesis of adoption actually matters. Capital efficiency beats capital intensity. The IP is the moat, not the chairs. Adoption is the new diligence question. As we are doing diligence, as venture capitalists, where is Gary? Gary is a venture capitalist over here. Darius is a venture capitalist. Many of the folks who are the venture capitalists in the audience. I personally, when I'm doing diligence, I'm looking for whether they can enable adoption when I'm investing in companies. And that's the new rule of thumb as we are investing. Whether we can deploy this innovative solution and bring them to the market, that is an important consideration as we are going to deploy capital. 4 questions to ask your next deal. What in the business could be productized and isn't yet? If we bought it, could we license the system to non-competing markets? Is the founder selling because they want to exit or because they don't see how big this could be? Sometimes lack of vision. What's the gap between what's running this business and what's documented? The gap is licensable IP waiting to happen. You all have IP. Leverage it. Quick question, quick scenario, no calculators, nothing, just, go by your gut feeling. It's a quick question. You built a 12-location dental group. Many of you probably have locations, practices established. $4 million EBITDA, strong brand, proprietary patient experience system, top decile treatment acceptance. You are 52, you have 3 offers on the table. Strategic acquirer, PE platform with rollover, license the system. Upside to a strategic acquisition, clean, done, headline grabbing. Risk, your system gets absorbed and diluted. You watch it from the sidelines. Then you have PE, private equity platforms. The upside, 2 bites, second bite could match the first. Risk, you are now an employer of the buyer or employee of the buyer. License the system, what happens? Upside, $5 million upon signing, 5 to 8% recurring royalties. Risk, slower, requires productization. Your IP is now visible to competitors. So taking this as an example, how many of you will actually be strategically acquired by someone? You can raise your hand. No one, I think so, in the audience. Private equity platform with rollover. No one. Licensing, I will do it. Since no one wants to be acquired, private equity, and licensed by the system, I'll do it myself. But there is a reason why I'm saying that, because you'll have to take this into consideration as you are being acquired in the future. Where to point these strategies for what's next? For founders, I would say audit what's actually portable. Document before you sell. Pilot one license deal. Negotiate carve-outs in any acquisitions. Build a moat that travels. For funders and high net worth individuals, underwriting is an important component as you're actually licensing your deals. Structure deals with retained IP. Fund adoption, not just acquisition. Look for tech-enabled founders. Build a licensing thesis fund. I'm sure Travis will pass on this deck, so you don't have to worry about taking pictures. Everything I've rambled over here, if you don't retain anything, 3 important things to retain. The exit you don't take is sometimes worth more than the one you do. Selling closes the story. All your hard work, all the sweat equity that you have put in, your employees have put in, the story ends over there. Someone else will rebrand it. Or perhaps the company may die in 2 years from now. Productize what makes you valuable before someone else does. Whatever you're selling that your competitors envy, that's licensable. IP, document it, protect it, then decide what to do with it. Even simple workflows, document it. Adoption is the only durable moat in healthcare. Technology spreads, but capital is more and more getting commoditized. Keep that in mind. Lastly, I'm going to leave you with this. What part of your business could be running somewhere else tomorrow morning? Paying you while you're sleeping. Someone told me if you are not going to make money while sleeping, then you will work until you go to bed. Well, what I mean by that, you guys probably understand. So understand that it's important for you guys to remember this. Lastly, I will tell you I'm a Sufi at heart. Want to leave you at this quote: give to the world the best you have and the best will come back to you. Thank you.
I'm excited to introduce Vincent Cardillo. Vin is a 25-year dental industry leader, DSO pioneer, and founder of Pronto, which is a comprehensive performance platform and single source data warehouse for dental groups. He's founded and led 3 successful DSOs, including one that grew to over 12,000% and landed on the Inc. 500. Today, he helps groups make faster, smarter, data-driven decisions. Please welcome Vince Cardillo.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Travis and Darius and Mango and all the other sponsors. This is great to be here. Vin Cardillo with Pronto, and we are a practice performance platform, and I'm going to get into that and explain exactly what that is. So the problem that in growing a number of DSOs, data was always an issue for us. And the last DSO I was involved with basically added one office per month. And my role as a partner was the COO, and having the ability to make decisions is very difficult if you don't have data. And in today's market, it's more difficult because there's all these technologies and every practice continues to add technologies. So this data sits in siloed technologies. Second is there's lack of benchmarking in all of the dashboards that exist out there. So there's no ability to measure performance. Third is the ability to identify hidden opportunities. Because of all this data and the ability to find the problem becomes harder and harder if you don't have access to it. And what we've been finding is that when we do find opportunities for the practices, their inability to execute because they really don't know what to do to fix it. And lastly, there's really not a performance tracking tool to hold the teams accountable. So that is basically when we go into practices, it's just more and more and more data. And there's data chaos. And what happens is nothing happens because it's just too much data. So it gets neglected and not looked at. I see people nodding their heads here. So the solution that we've developed is Pronto, which is basically developed from everything that I had to deal with. So Pronto aggregates the data, clinical, financial, operational, cultural, and compliance into a single unified platform. We have benchmark intelligence that is either industry standard benchmarks or ones that we learn every day by creating new metrics and seeing how clients perform in these metrics. So looking at the moment, we bring in 200 metrics. And within those metrics are thousands of data points. So we have an AI decision assistant that goes through all of these and says, hey, practice number 4, here are 20 areas of opportunity that you should work on in this quarter. And once a quarter, the team, whatever it is, once a week, quarter, month, management with the team and with the Pronto team, you create an opportunity, it's time-stamped, and at any moment in time, you can see and track how that practice is doing in those particular areas. There's the AI co-pilot to assist with executionable direction, training and support with SOPs or videos or training CE courses. And, you know, the fun stuff is the predictive analytics, right? What's happening with revenue trends? What's happening with patient flow? How are we going to manage our human capital? Because we can identify, hey, based on new patients, based on your retention rate, in 6 months, you should add 8 hours of hygiene. So that's all very cool things that happen. And the real exciting parts are the agentic AI pieces where we have workflows that are developed from data across all these technologies. We want to partner with all the technologies that are out here and bring their data in. So we don't want to be the technology developer. We want to be the data aggregator. And we feel there's a lot of value in having the data so we can manage the organization. Okay, so you know, everyone knows the market's big. We're focusing on the 3,200 or so emerging group practices. We think it's 12,000 offices. Bill, is that number right? Somewhere around there? Well, it's close. So that's where we're focused on. So our validation success is we've got 8 paying clients now, which is probably about 35 offices, 3 key opinion leaders. We have just signed a partnership deal with an organization that's going to refer 70 practices for next year, and we have 0 churn. Some of the things that we're seeing is 21% organic revenue growth, 50% decrease in the number of new patient phone calls missed. The percentage of new patients that are booked increased by 21%, organic EBITDA by 38%, patients leaving without an appointment 14%, and a 40% decrease in over 90. This is just 6 metrics. People always ask, well, which are the most important metrics? I don't know. For every practice, it's different. We just had onboarding with a client the other day, and this random one that came up was the percentage of emergency patients that convert to a new patient, right? And that number traditionally is 24%, and we give it a 45-day conversion. They were like at 2%. And that opportunity alone drove 10,000 more a month because the value of a new patient is $400 higher than the value of an emergency patient. So with hundreds of metrics, it's difficult to identify these things on your own. Our competitive advantage is that we're bringing all the data into one unified database, but more importantly, we have this middle tier metric store, which allows for the goal setting and for benchmarking in our predictive analytics. Right, Jarvis, Dental Intel, they're bringing data from the practice management system, and you have to know what the numbers are. Whereas we're telling you. OS Dental, they are bringing data in from multiple sources, but again, there's no benchmarking and there's no AI telling you where it is. It's just more data. So, you know, Dr. Mendelsohn was talking about, you know, being positive in your head. Well, most of us are entrepreneurs in here, and, you know, I really couldn't be where I am today. I'm so lucky to have the team that I have around me and the advisors, half of them in this room, and I have other advisors that aren't even on here. So it's amazing to have the right people around you, and I'm so grateful for it. And the revenue model is simple. It's $549 a month, and if you have more practices, it's less, and there's a one-time onboarding fee. Our forecast is we think we can get to 3,500 practices in 5 years, which we feel would be a $100 million practice. The last time I presented this, there was a VC on the panel said that my projections were too low. So I've got to go and reevaluate that. We're looking to raise $2.5 million, and it's, you know, mostly for sales and marketing and product development. And that's it. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
I'm excited to introduce Akash Pai, co-founder and chief product officer of ZeroBrush. Akash brings more than 25 years of experience building products, ventures, and teams at companies like Microsoft, Yahoo, Intuit, and multiple startups. With ZeroBrush, he and his team are tackling a major gap in oral health through AI-powered automated oral cleaning. He's a builder, investor, mentor, and product leader. Please welcome Akash Pai.
Yeah, so I'm going to, and thank you for the introduction and Travis for this. I'm going to talk to you on ZeroBrush, which is an interesting platform, I would say, to bring out new at-home oral care products. I talked earlier on physical AI a little bit, and I think one of the passions we have is how do we look at improving care from a consumer standpoint. So the problems that most of us, I'm a user in dentistry, and trust me, it doesn't make me feel good when I go to the hygienist and they tell me you have done a bad job. I have not done a bad job. I thought I did a good job. But every time I'm told I've not done a good job. And why is that? That's something that we started looking at, that patients, they are trying their best. But what is happening is that the results are abysmal at best. And one of the reasons for that is, if you look at the technology today, on one side you have the dental clinic, you have the best, trust me, you have the best technology that I've ever seen. You got 3D printers in your office, almost nobody has that. You have been using AI before AI was a good word. I mean, you started using it in 2015. At that time, nobody cared for AI. So the technology at the dental office is fabulous. Look at what's happening at home. I have a stick and a thread with a motor on it. Nothing has happened at home. Majority of us spend time at home to improve our oral health, and that's what's not happening. So we wanted to change that, and we went back to the first principles. What is the problem? The problem is you have to angulate, you have to perfect it, and if you do that perfectly with electric toothbrush, you are going to get a perfect clean. Nobody does it. That's the problem. So that's what we wanted to solve. So as a short video, we'll show you what we did. What we did was we created something which is very custom to you. So we created a custom mouthpiece which fits each nook and cranny of your teeth. It contours exactly to your gum line and is unique for every individual here. This is nothing generic in it. And in the time it has taken for you to watch this video, you got a full mouth clean with 100% custom fitted mouthpiece. And the technology that we used to make this, and that is the key piece in this, was that we created a digital impression of your teeth. And we are keeping that updated with information and data. That is the power of this platform. So what happens here is we can create significantly high number of products, and we'll get into what we could do in the future, but our first foray is to replace your toothbrush all up. So that's what we are looking at. Is patent protected worldwide, 11 issued patents, 3 pending, and our tagline is every tooth, every time, perfectly clean. So what is the evidence on it? The clinical results we have run and we have published a lot of clinical studies, both on plaque removal, but also on gum health improvement. We are beginning to show it. A lot of our team come from Procter & Gamble and Philips. So we are using their robust protocols to run these studies. And my favorite part is the consumers. So we have run significant number of trials, multi-month trials at home, where the consumers have actually used the device, and the NPS score is excellent. So 89% of the users want to use it. In fact, a lot of the tagline that we use on our website, which talks about dentist-like clean, is not something that we created, is something what the users told us. So in any new consumer healthcare product, the biggest problem you have is consumer acceptance. It's not clinical, it's always consumer acceptance. So we spent a lot of time on that. We even went into people's homes, into their bathroom to see the counter space on how it actually fits in. And as I said before, a lot of our team members come from Procter & Gamble. So the push on creating a very robust consumer acceptance device was very high. And from a business standpoint, we have relationship and supply chain all ironed out. So the custom mouthpiece that you see, which I have with me, I can show it to you later, is 3D printed in basically in what they call GMP, good manufacturing practices, and in an industrial setting. So we have those partnerships lined up as well. I wanted to step back a little bit and talk on the platform. When I was talking about this platform that we have created, we are a technology-first company. So what we do is we capture the digital impression of the user, and we create this digital twin, if you may. We started capturing this data before the digital twin was a word that people even knew. So with this information that is kept updated, we can create various products. So the first product that you see that we are bringing to market is to replace your toothbrush with a custom mouthpiece, but you can get into various kinds of other products that you can think of, because the entire supply chain is ironed out by us. Some examples that some of our team members have thrown out is, If you're looking at novel gum therapies, products these don't even exist today, can be experimented with. And the reason they can be experimented is because what we have solved is the ability to manufacture this at scale and at unit cost. So, people talk about the mode. The mode in this company is the fact that I can do mass customization at scale. That is the mode. And for this, we had to work with our 3D manufacturers. We had to work on novel materials. We had to get, though this is FDA exempt, we still have to get regulatory submissions done for that. So a lot of work has gone into it over several years. Going a little bit on our team, I won't spend too much time on it. So we have clinicians on our team. We have a lot of people from Procter & Gamble on the consumer strategy and design side. We have people from our manufacturers who are also on our team. And our team is an explicit blend of deep experience of people who are what I call toothbrush engineering and people who are not. Because you cannot make a novel product from people who have too much of an experience. That is a problem itself. So you need to divide it into people who are coming from outside this area. On our advisory board, we have the dean of the CSF dental school on our advisory board as well. So it's a very well-rounded and a powerful team. I'll quickly go into the market launch that we should be doing the next 6 to 7 months. Our initial market launch is B2B2C, which is we'll go through the dental offices first. Eventually, we'll get into the direct-to-consumer network, but first is dental offices. The reason it's a novel product, so we want to ensure that it gets clinicians' credibility, if you may. So the thought is that you capture a scan, a digital impression through a scan or some other means that we are working on as well. The important point to note is that we do not require any integration with any PMS in a dental office. We don't require any inventory in the dental office either. So all you have is a sample product. The hygienist is positioning it to the user. The user will then buy that product from our site, and we own that relationship all up. And this is, as you may have guessed, a subscription model. So that's where the money is actually made. So once the starter kit goes in, the subscription model every 3 to 4 months can only be manufactured by us. So you cannot get a knockoff from anywhere. The reason is because it's custom to you. The price points that you see have been tested extensively. So these price points are acceptable to the users. And based on these price points, we have come up with kind of the market sizing, if you may. Who are the early adopter groups who may be interested in it? What are the consumables that we can spend? And we feel fairly confident of the early adopter market who would be interested. Example is people coming out of orthodontic treatment, people with families, people with gum care issues. Those are typical early adopters of this product. Lots of numbers here. Easy way to recall it. It is obviously a large market. Everyone in the world brushes. So that's our market. We see a greater revenue coming in from subscription as the market grows, and it's a very sticky revenue. The round that we have today is we are doing a $6 million raise. We have a lead investor and a couple of investors already lined up. So the lead investor is in place. The term sheets and others should close within 1 or 2 weeks. And what we have open is we have kept aside around $500,000 for interested partners and others who would be interested in taking part in this journey. We have a few strategics with significant investments on our cap table as well. Happy to talk about it later. Most of the spend is going to go on scale manufacturing, and happy to say that the IP part of this is going to be manufactured in the US. So it's IP protected. And then, of course, on the go-to-market. So I want to keep it short. I know that people are looking forward to the drinks, so I won't come in your way. But if you're interested, happy to show the product and talk at length about our oral digital twin platform as well. Thank you.
All right, up next we have Mark Aniel from FX, going to be talking about his investor pitch here.
I'm going to make this quick because I can see the alcohol flowing back there. and that's going to try to get you through this. So as Travis said, my name is Mark Aniello. I am the CEO and co-founder of Ethics. What are we doing at Ethics? At Ethics, we're transforming what we call dental practice compliance from analog chaos to digital clarity. To understand the value of ethics, we have to first look at the catalyst of the problem: analog chaos in dental practices. Today's practices are highly reliant on siloed software, spreadsheets, handwritten logs, or doing nothing at all. The fallout from that: increased cost of non-compliance, legal exposure, damaged reputation, operational disruptions, high staff turnover, loss of business opportunities. Ultimately, this is increasing the risk exposure and complexity are causing what? They're causing inefficiencies and liabilities for the dental practice. We are replacing the status quo with the ethics platform. Today's practices, again, are operating on old technologies, producing massive blind spots. What happens with that? Zero integrated reporting means management discovers issues that are becoming expensive, being reactive instead of proactive. Fragmented workflows, disconnected systems, physical paperwork, reactive risk, manual tracking, massive gaps in legal and financial protections. The ethics platform delivers predictive compliance: identify, manage, mitigate compliance risk, streamline your workflows, cloud-based, scalable, customizable, task automation, insightful analytics, real-time business intelligence reporting from what we call a single source of truth. How do we do this? We use this term, a single pane of glass for total compliance. We have an excellent suite of business intelligence compliance tools, right? Business intelligence platform. And we look at, when we're looking at the compliance side, we're talking about the clinical side of the operations, right? We want to be able to deal with document management, SCS, FIU, documents that are related, policies, procedures. We want to be able to deal with regulatory compliance, OSHA, HIPAA, EPA, automated audits and permitting, compliance analytics that are looking at credentialing, continuing education. Think of all the different things in that aspect. Equipment management, incident management. What we also want to be able to do is have strategic partners that are enhancing each of these different modules that we're talking about. We have great traction right now, over 336 locations, 100 clients, and over 4,200 users. We all have been talking about this growing market. We see a very respectable 11 to 12% annual growth rate. What is driving the growth today? Regulatory changes. Ever-changing regulatory environment, shifting legal standards make it difficult to have your practice run. AI integration. Everybody's been talking about AI today. Market thirst for predictive analytics and process automation. And then we're rapidly moving to this digital markets, right? We're looking to digitize, surging priority from accessible, scalable, cloud-based platforms. It's the end of the day for me also. So when we talk about we're looking to raise $2 million in capital, we're going to stay with our stabilizers in our development. We've got great product development, and we're adding these innovations. In our operations, we want to continue with our customer success team expansion. Our main thruster is with sales and marketing. We want to be able to enhance our marketing tools, build sales collateral, drive intensive leads, and generation and capture market share. We got a great leadership core. You can see that we have good backgrounds for not only SaaS execution, but understanding dental compliance and dental operations. It's important. Our mission is to empower organizations with seamless compliance. Try to keep it short for you today. Thank you.
I'm honored to introduce my longtime friend, Lauren King. Lauren reminds us that innovation in healthcare is not only about technology,
It's also about awareness, compassion, and protecting people who may otherwise go unseen. With 15 years in dentistry, she brings a powerful voice to human trafficking awareness, trauma-informed care, airway health, and ethical innovation. Today, she'll share the Dr. DDS Founder Fund and its portfolio companies. Please welcome Lauren King.
Nice to meet you guys and see you guys. I am not here to pitch for you, actually. All right, let me see if this is good. Perfect. So I'm actually here to talk about some things that possibly will help you and help everyone involved in terms of the pitfalls of being a founder, the hardships of being someone new and trying to get something off the ground. I do talk about primarily my expertise in human trafficking awareness, which is the fastest growing organized crime in the world. And I do have some advisors in the room that have made sure that I know all the pitfalls along the way of talking about something so difficult, but also trying to take care of myself at the same time, right? Because yes, you're out here, you're trying to make a difference, you're trying to start a company that could change the industry, help the industry, but we also have to take care of you too, right? We can't burn out before we even get started. So the private fund that has brought me here has 4 companies that I am going to present to you today, and I'm also going to go through the problems that we have along this process as well. But I'd like to know who I'm talking to first. So how many founders are in the room? Wow. Okay. Look, that's a lot of the room. Okay. How many advisors are in the room? Founders, are you looking at those people? You need to know those people, okay? You don't think you need anybody until you do, and then you need them really bad. Get to know them now before that happens. How many entrepreneurs in the room? Okay. And how many clinicians are in the room? Okay, great. So I myself, I'm a dental hygienist by trade. I was an assistant first. I worked in oral surgery, and then I became a dental hygienist for the last 10 years. I've been a professional speaker for 7 years, and I primarily speak on things that are very hard to understand or very difficult to digest. Lately, it's been tech and innovation. Everything is coming at hyper speed, right? And everybody wants to be first to market, and everyone has the next best thing. I get it, and I hear you, but then you have the audience that has absolutely no idea what's going on. They have absolutely no idea how to use any of this stuff. So that's what I do. I help you understand what exactly something is, what red flags you need to be looking for in terms of how much data do they have, how long have their users been using their technology. All of these things are super, super important. But there's a huge problem in all of this in our industry as a whole. With the mental health crisis that we're dealing with and why we're all here and what Travis is trying to get off the ground is that we're burnt out. We're being overworked. We are isolated. I can't tell you how many times after seeing patients at the end of the day, I just want to go home and curl up in the couch and I don't want to talk to another human. I'm sorry. I just don't, right? We're not talking about that necessarily. You have pressure and then you have exhaustion. When we're talking about innovation, if you're not innovating, you're technically behind is what a lot of us are told. But nobody's taking care of us along the way. I have a question. So, why do you think most founders fail? How many think it's cash flow? Okay. How many think it's energy? Okay. Very possible. What about support? Okay. What about adoption? Adoption is the reason. Okay. Why is that? It means nothing without trust and real acceptance and adoption. If no one is there, if nobody knows what you're doing, if nobody's going to help you get the word out, we're never going to get anywhere, right? When you're first starting, a lot of your budgeting and a lot of your money, I tell companies all the time from what I've seen over the last 7 years as a KOL, if you're not marketing, if you're not showing up to the conferences, nobody knows who you are yet. How many people still agree that dentistry is a relationship industry? Everybody in here just raise their hand, right? Get to know people, come to more events like this, hire people. You don't have to be the expert. Someone just introduced me to someone in the back who is a new founder who hates public speaking, okay? Absolutely terrified, does not want to do it. She said, oh, you need to meet Lauren King. Why? Because she can do it for you. You don't have to be the expert. You can hire that. The quicker you fail, the faster you fail. One of my biggest things is to fail faster, right? The quicker I find out that what I'm doing is not working, the better. It's okay to admit that you're not a great speaker. It's okay to admit you know nothing about marketing. But what you do need to do is speak up. What did Dar say? He said, closed mouths don't get fed. You need to speak up and ask for help. That is totally okay. If you don't, it's going to take you 10 times as long to get where you need to go, which means it's going to take you 10 times as long to help the people that you're trying to help, okay? And you're going to get burnt out in the process. We don't want that. The stakeholders in this room matter. Clinicians believe in it, advisors support it, offices adopt it. That's what's going to be the most important. As we all know, a seed only grows when people water it. You need help, and that's okay. Companies need more than just capital, okay? Adoption, we're talking about this again. Just having the capital is not enough. Do you have a good support team? Do you have advisors that are gonna say, hey, there's a pothole there. I drove over it last year and it wrecked my, what's it called? Your axle, I think is what it's called. Don't drive over it, right? You need people like that. It's okay to admit those things. One of my longtime mentors, Emily Latran, is in here. When I first got off the stage 7 years ago, she came up to me and she was like, I'll teach you everything that I need, that I know, but you have to pick a topic. You're all over the place, right? That was great because then I could learn and I could adapt. And she told me that I needed to pick a topic that would resonate with me the most. She was 100% right. And I feel like I got further along than I would have without her. So, as I told you, I'm not an investor, I'm a clinician. I have 15 years of experience of trying to bridge that gap of helping you understand the technology, the innovation, the dark side of some of the things that we're not being taught as clinicians, like how to spot human trafficking in our patients. How many of you knew that 30% of human trafficking victims reported that they visited a dentist while being trafficked and nobody caught it? 2 of you, right? Nobody's teaching you these things. It's not your fault. You don't know what you don't know. That's why I'm here to try and help you along the way, okay? So the fund, Ask Me Here, it is a private fund. If you want to know more about it, there are people here that can connect you. You cannot talk to me about it because it is a private fund. So I can connect you to those people in the back of the room if you would like to know more. But they brought me in here because these companies that I'm going to present, there's 4 of them, and I'll go as fast as I can. They need support, and it's not just that they need money. They need you to know who they are, right? One thing that I do is these founders and these CEOs, they can't be everywhere, right? You can't just keep cloning yourself, and you can only be on the road for so long. How many of you are founders in this room and you're already burnt out this year flying? I know y'all are lying. You're lying like a Persian rug on the floor. Thank you, my friend. Yes, I will give you a yes. This is why I love you. Y'all are, anyways, we're going to keep going. All right. You cannot be everywhere. And how long do you think that that is sustainable? You're going to live the rest of your life that way? I mean, I say that all the time, but my mom says all the time, do as I say, not as I do, right? Because how are you going to sustain that long term? Okay, so have someone that is able to go and do that for you. Maybe, like my friend back here, you're traumatized by public speaking. You don't want to get up and ask for money, or you don't want to get up in front of people and, stutter. Or, I'm clumsy. What if you fall off the stage or something like that? Having people to go in and do that so you don't burn yourself out ahead of time is going to be very, very important. 4 companies, 4 problems, 1 industry. So we're going to have, is this a pointer? It is not. Okay. We have Pear Dental, we have Process, AssureTech, which we have here with us, and OrisDX. Okay, Pear Dental. So 16 years of trust, that's insane in the dental industry, and it's, as we all just agreed to earlier, is a relationship industry, so I know that means something to you. They're going to connect the right clinicians with the right offices, right? But they're specialists, okay? This isn't just dental hygienist, dentist. This is like a traveling periodontist, okay? And it's not just it's a recruiter. It's, okay, what's the culture of the office? What's the culture of the periodontist? What kind of schedule do they like? What kind of patient demographic are they used to? All of these things matter. Would you agree when it comes to a clinician and you're looking for a new job and then you go in there and you're like, I'm not working like this, or I don't know, it could be something as simple as you're not religious and they play Christian music all day. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying you're going to be very unhappy in that office every single day, right? So having someone to pair you and make sure that those things do not happen beforehand are what's going to be key. So everyone knows we're placing the people in wrong rooms. The turnover is high. We have a lot of hygienists that are not even going into offices at all because the culture is just not there anymore. It's not that we have a shortage. It's that we're not taking care of our clinicians. We're not doing a rev share. I'm still a part-time clinical dental hygienist, and I'll tell you, I see 16 patients a day. How do I do that? Well, one, I have an assistant. She's an angel, and if anything ever happens to her, I will find her myself and go find, like, she's coming back. But also, my doctor trusts me, and he believes in me, and he sees what I can do, so he's giving me 30% of my daily production, right? Sometimes I'm outproducing an associate because we are working very hard, but he's making sure that we're both taken care of. She also gets a percentage of that production, right? All right. I'm going to keep going. Okay, so how it works really quickly, match one is that there's going to be associates and specialists. So they're going to connect the dental specialists and associates in the right offices. But we have a lot of advisors and founders in here. Pear Dental is going to match the experienced advisors with the founders. So why does that matter? Because you don't necessarily have to be an expert in this anymore. You can be connected to people like Darius that are going to be like, hey, I know that you don't know how to do a 501c3. I'll use myself as an example. One thing that I really, really need to do for my career in human trafficking is to get a 501c3 off the ground. Why? Because honorariums as a speaker, Melissa, as you know this, they're non-existent. Not everybody can afford to bring a speaker on a stage and pay them. But how am I supposed to go? And I refused to believe that I had to say no to certain speaking engagements because they couldn't afford to get me there. How am I willing and able to talk about one of the darkest things on the planet, but money is getting in the way? That's unacceptable. And so Darius explained to me what a 501c3 is. It is federally recognized, which means anyone that donates to my future 501c3, Finding Anon, will get the tax write-off. And then you pull a salary from that. I didn't know any of that, but now I do because I have an advisor. He then introduced me to a CFO that volunteered to file federally for me because it takes months and it actually costs almost $1,000 to do. I didn't know any of that. I would have been so behind. All right, process. The easiest way to explain this, imagine that you have a little like piggy bank all over your house, okay? And you're putting coins when you walk in the door, and you're putting coins when you go to bed at night. You're putting coins in the laundry room. And then at the end of the day, you have to go back and you're looking at all of these things and you're having to pull all these coins out and then you're having to count everything, right? Most of our offices are using 6 to 8 different software companies or platforms in order to manage all of these things. Process is trying to put all of that in one place. You can't protect what you can't see. How many of you that are clinicians are losing money every day and you have no idea why? You have no idea why there's freaking write-offs. Why is everything a write-off in the worst way in dentistry when it comes to production? Okay? You need to know where your money is. You need to know how to fight claims. You need to know, are you in the red and why are you in the red? But you also need it in one place. Okay? All right, so AstroTech Surgical, I love, love, love them, and I love what they're doing. You're laughing. So one of the best ways that they explain this to me, and I love it, it is like being in a car, and you know where it's like, I'm gonna turn around. It's like beep, beep, beep. Millennials, y'all start singing that song, I'm gonna call you out. And then, you know, and it's like, stop. There's something back there, and it stops you. That's exactly what this AI technology is doing, but it's for surgery, okay? So it's like you're in there and you're about to place an implant and you are basically blind. I mean, let's be honest. And then all of a sudden you're being notified, hey man, hey, if you don't stop, you're gonna perf, okay? We need technology to start helping us work smarter. One thing that has been explained to me by someone that has been placing implants for many years, he admitted that any newer docs that are coming out and they are embracing technology, even though they don't have his decades of hand skill experience, they will still outperform him because he doesn't know how to use technology. Yes, hand skills, you can't replace that. I mean, yes, you can be very good, but decades of hand skill experience is totally different. But if you have mediocre hand skills and you're implementing AI and you're implementing technology, I'm not going to perf you are. I don't care how good you are at placing an implant. You can't see where you are. I can. I know when to stop, and I'm okay to admit that I'm blind. Be okay with that, okay? GPS for the drill. You like it? Okay. AI supports the surgeon. It does not replace the surgeon. It is okay to say you need help in any area of your life. I promise you it will be okay. All right, Auris DX. So how many of you clinicians are, and this is the last one, how many of you clinicians are using something to test for oral cancer besides your eyes? Oh, wow. Okay. Very, very low. All right. One thing we know as clinicians, and one thing I say to my patients to get them to understand the severity of why I'm being so serious about it. If I can see it with my eyes, it's too late. Okay? We need the technology to see beneath the tissue and to be able to tell us, or in the body, in the throat, which we cannot see at all with our visible eye unless we're doing surgery. We need to be able to tell you early because the survival rate is so low. And even if we catch it relatively early and you do survive, your quality of life is terrible. You can't talk, you can't eat. Some people can't do much of anything at all, at anything that includes their face. What if they're a salesman? What if they're a public speaker like me? Now you have to find another job, right? Having a technology like this is going to be extremely, extremely important because of early detection. It is a saliva test, okay? They have the highest sensitivity and specificity of any of the other companies, but they have also gained reimbursement. You will get paid for this test. At the end of the day, we cannot do everything for free. It's non-invasive, and it is built around genomic biomarkers. The way I like to explain this is if you have a forest on this side and all the trees look great, they look like they're healthy, you don't see any smoke, you don't see any fire, but there may be a fire starting at the bottom, but you can't see it yet. What they're doing is they're specifically going after genomic biomarkers, and it's like looking into a forest and 3 of the trees are on fire, okay? And you can see it. That's how they're different. Make sense? All right, guys. The future of dentistry is yours to shape. It is okay for you to admit that you need help as a founder, as an advisor. Always be a student, always be learning. All right? And keep this in mind. You cannot lose what's meant for you. I know you want to be first to market. I know you want to change the world. I do too. I hear you. I've dedicated my life to it and my career to it. But just because it's taking you longer and just because someone else might be right behind you doing what you're doing doesn't mean they're going to take it away from you in totality, because they cannot present it the way that you do. You're not meant to speak to every human being on the planet. Get okay with that. That's totally okay. I could say the same exact thing you are to an audience, and it's only going to resonate with half because they can't hear my voice no matter how I say it. That is okay. All right. I love you guys. Next.
At the Dental Venture Summit, we celebrate people bold enough to build what's next. Dr. On is one of those people. Catherine doesn't just see dentistry as teeth, she sees it as a gateway to breathing, sleep, airway, aesthetics, and the whole body health. Through Aviera Centers, she is building an integrated model rooted in one powerful truth: health begins with oxygen. Please welcome Dr. Catherine On.
Hello, everyone. I am very excited to be here to share with you my dream and my vision, and to explain to you why this is important to me, and hopefully you will agree. So, I'm going to hold it like this. The world is waking up to the importance of oxygen, breathing, and airway. For me, I discovered this about 10 years ago. I didn't think it would take this long. I remember when I was first building my dream, Dr. Howard Hinden, who is one of the leaders in this airway community, he came and visited my center when I first opened. He said, "This is exactly what healthcare needs, except you're 5 years ahead." I thought, what do you mean? How could I be 5 years ahead? But you know what? This is where I'm at now. It took about 5 years for the momentum to build. The problem that we're trying to address is chronic disease, is rising. Over 75% of adults and about 40% of children are suffering from chronic disease. In fact, more than 50% of them have more than one condition that they're dealing with. So if we have, let's say, 100 people in here, 75 of you have something brewing in your body. You may not know it yet. But healthcare is reactive, and it is managing the symptoms. They're not looking at the root cause yet. But there is a growing demand for holistic health. Functional medicine, lifestyle health, breathwork, they're growing rapidly. Just in the last 4 years, the conversation on social media is growing very quickly. So the demand is there, but the healthcare itself has not caught up yet. So I'm sure some of you have seen things like forks over knives, live to 100. Longevity is a big conversation. In fact, a lot of the people in Hollywood are promoting zero-proof drinks, right? You've heard that. And why? Because they have everything that they need. What they don't have is ability to lengthen their lives. We want to live long and we want to live healthy, especially if we have the means to enjoy life, right? But even though the holistic world is growing, like in functional medicine and lifestyle health, they're still dealing with offering supplements and peptides and hormones. They're healthier versions of managing the symptoms and the disease. They're still not quite getting to the root cause. And that's what I'm going to share with you today. So in this alternative functional world that's growing, functional health, what is missing is oxygen and airway. Oxygen is the currency of life. Without it, we cannot even live more than 4 minutes without our brain cells beginning to die. With water, food, we can go a little bit longer. What people don't realize in healthcare or in medicine is that oxygen is compromised by nasal congestion, mouth breathing, tongue tie, the restriction in our jaw growth. Our tongue blocking our airway is what obstructive sleep apnea is. It is not some genetic disease. It's something that can be prevented, especially if we can get to our children and guide their growth from birth. We can start to identify these signs and symptoms at birth. So in my practice, I treat babies, children, all the way to adults who are 100 if they're living that long. So about this airway, we as dentists, we are the gatekeepers of the airway because we not only just provide CPAPs and sleep pillows, but we can actually change the structure and function of the airway. We can actually improve it. We can actually prevent and maybe even reverse some of these diseases that our patients are dealing with. So as dentists, of course, there are traditional dentists and holistic dentists that are focused on microbiome because we understand the oral systemic connection of having imbalanced microbiome in our mouth because of the pH, the endotoxins that they're released and that's released into our system, and that causes inflammation. And we know there's a relation with that and heart disease. But what about the airway? There's a very strong correlation between airway compromise and sleep apnea and cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and so on. I believe market is ripe for impact and growth. Earlier, I talked about the demand that we're seeing in our community, in public. People are searching for root cause health, longevity, lifestyle health, emotional airway health. These are keywords that are actually being searched on Google. In fact, I recently discovered Oscar Patel. He is an influencer now, he is. He has over 1 million followers, and he started out just interning at myofunctional therapy clinics. And he discovered and realized the power of retraining your tongue and how that affects the airway and how that affects actually his face and the looks. So he coined the term looks equals health. And it'll be really interesting. I invite you to check him out because some of the things that he's doing is basically what we as airway dentists have been talking about for the past 10 plus years on how powerful and important myofunctional therapy is and tongue function is and stability is to protect our airway and our health. But because he linked it to looks and people are very interested in looking better, so they are motivated now. So when I tell my patients, okay, we need to do myofunctional therapy. It's a really important part of your sleep apnea treatment or your orthodontic treatment because everything is airway focused in my practice. They were like, they don't want to comply. They weren't really motivated. But when they start seeing some of these patients like online, I mean himself and some of the people that he's treating, I call them his patients. I call him the Instagram doctor. So because he's actually making a difference in these in people's lives. They're improving their health and their looks all at the same time. So that's just a sample of how the momentum is growing. So from my perspective, the Aviara story, why Aviara? Started out as a child because I actually had a lot of these symptoms myself. I had tongue tie, I had a lisp, had swallowing issues. Later on, it led to TMJ issues, sleep issues, all of these symptoms that I'm treating in my practice. Eventually, it led to 3 rounds of orthodontics with 4-bite extraction, instability of my bite, eventually TMJ therapy to improve, and now I'm functioning because of that. So there's so many things that I experienced personally that led me to understand how important what we're doing as airway dentists is. The solution for the problem that I discussed earlier, the solution is what I packaged as the Aviara method. Aviara method is an advanced integrative system that focuses on restoring the body's innate ability to heal. Not just throwing things from the outside, trying to calm things down or mask the symptoms, but actually getting to our cells, which already has the magical ability to heal. And how do we do that? And I believe that is what is called root cause medicine. So I've developed a specific system where I can intake the patient, look at the patients integratively with an integrative team so that we can truly create a whole body health, personalized health plan, which I call bioarchitectural blueprints, or bioaesthetic blueprints for people that are interested more in the aesthetic side. So we build a foundation that's necessary to heal and to bring about vitality and natural aesthetic harmony. Our vision is to lead a new era of root cause healthcare to unlock whole body healing. A lot of people talk about this in different segments, even in an alternative world like lifestyle functional health. But the conversation of airway is still not there. And airway dentist is definitely growing. I mean, every conference I go to, there's so many of us now. And we see the light, we want to help our people. But we haven't connected ourselves to the functional medicine world. We need both. And this is what the Aviara vision is, to connect the healthy airway with healthy lifestyle, which more people know about, and also the healthy emotions. I mentioned earlier that my mom, she almost died with rheumatoid arthritis and cancer because of her emotional stress. So just having that, we don't realize how important that is and the impact that it makes in our overall health. So all 3 of those pillars have to be there for our foundation to be really strong. And even though these individually, people know about this, but putting it together and how we put it together is the Aviara method that I have developed over the past several years. So here it is visually, airway, lifestyle, emotions. So when I really looked at the foundation and the symptoms and the problems that we're trying to help our patients with, what I realized is that there's a connection. And it starts with these, so it ended up becoming these 12 divisions, and this is what I call the Aviara system. So a lot of dentists, again, they may treat oral health or TMJ or ortho, and then there's physical therapists treating the posture, there's oral, maybe medical doctors or dentists treating sleep apnea. So there's all these segments of these very important divisions, or what I call services, but the way I connected them together, the way I work on integrating that thinking, that thought process, and how that translates into a story for that patient that can help us design a plan for them that is very personalized and specific to their healing journey. So we have all these 12 divisions at our integrative center in our Los Alamitos flagship center. Again, this is the method I talked about. I won't go into the details. So the past 5 years, built before scaled. So about 5-6 years, I've been in development and in the validation phase. I have funded this myself. I started out on my own. I developed it, I refined it, and created this model, and I self-funded it. And it has basically, it's underutilized because it's just me. But I built this center, this 5,000 square foot center, so that about 10 providers can work together to integrate that, connect the dots for our patients that are coming in. One same patient with the same problem, they could go to different doctors or specialties and get different answers. Well, we need a place where, in one place, under one roof, where the philosophy is united and the patient can get the proper diagnosis and proper method so that they can reach their outcome in the most efficient and effective way possible. Where I'm at right now, the next phase that I'm in the process of developing is the advanced platform activation period, is what I'm calling this. And I've created how I will incorporate this new model to bring in the rest of the providers that we need to complete the picture for us. So the model that I've created is not a practice, it's not a dental practice, it's not a medical practice. I created a platform, a system, and a method that can be plugged in where doctors with a similar vision could actually come and work together. I go to a lot of conferences, I'm learning all the time, and I meet so many dentists that are in this space. And when I tell them a little bit about my vision, they get so excited because they want to be part of it. They want to do something meaningful with their career and with the knowledge that they have. So this model is like taking basically traditional practices where the overhead is anywhere from 60 to 70% on the average, whether it's a dental or medical practice. So I've developed a system so that we can actually keep the overhead low as possible so we can be more efficient and everyone can be more profitable as they work together towards better outcome. So the market analysis. Total addressable market, it is huge. I think I believe it's about $500 billion. That's the kind of the market we're talking about. How much do we want to capture that? That I don't know yet, but I'm starting out here. I'll tell you in a minute what my goal is. So I started out with the Aviara Integrative Center with the 12 divisions or the markets. But what I'm in the process of developing also is creating a Beverly Hills premium aesthetic center on Rodeo Drive. I had this opportunity, and I just felt that if we can incorporate the aesthetic and really focus on that, not only on wellness, the aesthetics is part of it. So if we can focus on that, we can brand the Aviara brand in a market that actually has a disposable income, and we'll be able to have a better financial bottom line. Why Aviara wins? Because what I've developed, I put my all into. My heart and soul is in Aviara. Everything that I believe in, every asset that I have, I put into this. Because I believe it is the wave of the future. It is the future for our children. Because it is powerful. We can do so much together if we can really take this root cause approach and bring the medical dental community together so that we can connect the mouth and the head to the body. Anyway, our barrier to entry, I think the fact that it's going to take a lot of money, at least is my estimate that it will take at least 5 to 10 million in capital requirement with at least 3 to 6 years of time investment to develop the model. 5 to 10 plus years of education experience to really understand every aspect. Because you can't just know a little bit of this and create this big picture of health. And I believe I had the privilege of actually experiencing all of that from pediatric residency all the way to cosmetic and all of the learning that I had in 33 years of my dental career. So I've created the proprietary knowledge, IP, and branding that I believe is scalable. So a little bit about the finances. I think with a two-center scenario, which is what I have right now, Los Alamitos and the Beverly Hills that I'm building, I believe the revenue, I believe this is conservative. For the practice each practice can be about 2 to 6 million for Los Alamitos, about 2 to 3 million for Beverly Hills. And the combined practice revenue could be about 5 to 9. And if we base it on the overhead percentage that I talked to you about earlier, where average is 60 to 70%, if we can keep this under 50%, we can safely assume that Aviara can also have the revenue of about 50% of that. And with that, we will pay our overhead, because we're controlling most of the overhead. And then our EBITDA could be, on the conservative end, about 1 million, strong about 2.25, and the valuation for 6, 8, and 10 would be as follows on the screen. Now, if we can scale this to 10 centers, our revenue could be what you're seeing here. It can start to exponentially grow. So, investor positioning. Our current stage, we're at the platform activation stage. Proof of concept is complete. We are ready to commercialize. The midterm vision is to have a regional expansion, about 5 to 10 centers, with standardized infrastructure provider onboarding. And then our long-term vision is to actually go national and global. Because I think this is so important, I think because this is what everyone needs, people are searching for this already. Remember, we don't have to create this market, they're already there. We just need to be there to help them find us. So I believe it is a scalable IP ecosystem that we've built. This is our Aviara Center, a little glimpse of what it looks like. This 5,000 square foot integrative center for airway, I wanted to design something that feels airy. And you know what? Every patient that comes into my office, they say, oh, this is so nice. Even little kids, I go, oh, I love this office. And I think we're talking about airway and health. I think the environment should feel healthy, right? So that's what we've designed. The Aviara Beverly Hills is what I'm currently working on to focus on the aesthetics and longevity. This is a little 3D rendering. The colors will be a little bit richer, but this is the actual design of the office. Just a couple of patients. There are 2 patients here. The reason why I share them with you here is because Mateo actually came in because he can't sleep. He was a mess when he came in, really severe sleep apnea. His quality of life was so poor, like he could barely function. May, on the other hand, she was functioning, even though she had a lot of problems that she didn't even know was connected somehow to her mouth and her airway. She just wanted veneers. So this is what I mean. Patients come in through different portals, health and looks, right? But at the end of the day, the foundation that they need to heal and to look good actually is one and the same. Here's a little girl, Francesca. She first came to my office when she was 6 years old. Now she's 14. When she came in, she already has symptoms. Actually, my husband's a dentist, and he referred her to me because he's like, I think she needs your help. She already had some pain, and she was having sleep issues. And she had like two missing, congenitally missing 2 teeth on the bottom. And even with those 2 teeth missing, she was crowded. She was just constricted. So we opened everything up, and the amount of just improvement in not only health, but also her looks, because she's expanded. Now we created the spaces, she can have full set of teeth. It's like so powerful what we can do as airway dentists. We can not only help our patients look better, but we can actually prevent and slow down the aging process and the disease process. So this is me, focusing on airway aesthetic dentistry, TMJ and ortho. I am the founder of, obviously, Aviera Integrative Center for Airway Health, and also oxygen tape for breathing. I did develop that for my patients. And I also have a nonprofit called Our Community Cares, because I think giving back and raising the next generation of healthy youth, I think is really important. I'm very passionate about that. So I try to live a very balanced life, although I work very hard. I probably work about 50, 60 hours at least. Yeah, but I do my best. Anyway, I have a great team. I have my new marketing director. She's amazing. She's helped me with all these work that even to prepare to come here. And Travis, who actually agreed to be my interim COO, because I'm a visionary, but I don't have the time. I'm also a clinician. I need someone to integrate all of this and put it into action, and to be able to execute the vision and the dream that I have. So thank you, Travis, for being a part of our team. And it's just growing provider network and different specialties. R&D phase. The 2 offices, I put in about $5.5 million so far in the period of about 6 years, and about $3 million worth of my time. Just in case some of you were interested, this is kind of our last 5 years of overhead on top, and then our revenue on the bottom. As you can see, we're not profitable yet. I wasn't expecting to be, because we're still in the R&D phase, and I'm halfway practicing, halfway developing a business, and so I split myself in half. But it's good, because I mean, this is with zero marketing. People are out there, they just come in. They contact us with internet. I don't even want more patients because I'm so busy trying to get all these other work done. But I mean, the market is right, for sure. We can do a lot together. I believe we can the sustainable growth. I'm not going to go into details of this, but with the additional capital deployment, we can really take this concept to the next level. So this is my ask to expand for additional operating capital, so we can now finally put marketing and really capable teams, recruit really top-notch providers. So I need about $3.5 million to do that. So join us in this exciting journey. I hope you're curious and interested enough to contact me. There's a QR code right there. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you my vision and dream for the future.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. Great job. You had me in tears. Actually, it's only happened twice, and I've done over 30 of these events. The other one was Vajahat, the hardest working man in dentistry. Catherine is now officially the hardest working woman in dentistry. And, what she talks about is true. I mean, she puts her whole heart into what she does, and that's, again, what this community is about, helping elevate each other. So one of the causes that we have here today, if you guys look at the back over there, we're doing an auction for Cal Dental USA. These 2 gentlemen, former pro basketball player over here, they've got some items that they're auctioning off, and then our final presentation is from Paymon, who's going to talk, and he's our closer. He's our premium sponsor. Finally Quiet is launching their product at CDA. It's a big week for Paymon, big week. Super exciting. The journey and the amount of work that he's putting into this, I'm so proud. Can't wait to experience and use the products myself as well. But he's the happy hour sponsor, premium sponsor, along with Mango, who sponsored lunch. So I want to thank everybody for coming. These are my final comments of the day. And you guys want to just tell us quick 30 seconds about what you guys are doing?
We'll come up real quick.
And
Let's get
we'll
the
bring
energy
Paymon.
going because we got happy hour coming right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm in your face with it. I'm AD. I'm from Mentor the Moment. We're a 501(c)(3). We got my CEO here from Cal Dental, James.
Thank you.
Give them a little bit more about what we're going on.
Oh yeah, we got Cal Dental. I'm a CEO of a DSO here in Southern California. I'm sure you got some questions on how sports and healthcare mix together, but we'll be at CDA this week. We have a booth, and any questions that I can answer, we'd love to see you guys there.
Yeah, man of a few words. I want you guys to get drinks. If you stop by, if you want to make a bid, a silent bid, a loud bid, however you want to do it, we got some memorabilia that we brought. None of my jerseys, because none of my jerseys are on sale. But thank you guys so much for giving us just a little bit of time. Let's drink up. I know we got another speaker coming, okay. But make sure you stop by our little memorabilia booth. Put in the bid. It's going to help the kids. That's what we do. I just left some 32 3-year-olds, so I had to wash down with sanitizer before I came in here. I don't want to give everybody whatever the kids give nowadays. But thank you guys for just a little bit of time, but we appreciate you guys. We'll see you at CDA tomorrow. Let's go.
At the Dental Venture Summit, we talk about impact, innovation, and influence, and Payman Montezemi brings all three. I've started calling Payman the Elon Musk of the dental industry because he thinks big, builds fast, and solves real problems. As founder and CEO of Finally Quiet, he's creating AI-enabled noise canceling and communication technology for dental and surgical environments. Calmer patients, clearer teams, smarter workflows. Please welcome one of our premier sponsors, Payman Montezemi of Finally Quiet.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Orange County, where Finally Quiet was invented, and the home to our headquarters. All right, well, the story started with 12 and a half years ago with my wife, who's a dentist, and she has raised to my attention that she has the beginning of tinnitus, which is earringing, and usually when you have tinnitus, that means that you have 90% of hearing loss, at least in certain frequencies. And she said, "You're a biomedical engineer, why don't you fix this?" So we're here 12 and a half years later, and I'm about to hear your story. Okay, well, it shouldn't be a surprise that dental clinics are quite noisy. You have drill sounds, you have people talking, you have conversations, you have phone rings, you have everything else, but what is really peculiar is the fact that we have this multi-noise source environment in which we try to have multi-speaker having conversations. And we also have, of course, noise bleed from other operatories if you don't have a secluded, basically operatory. So most of you are familiar with our solution, mostly the treatment. This is the first time that presenting to you. It's an honor and a privilege to present to you our pre-treatment and treatment solutions right here in Orange County. I'll just talk very rapidly about our treatment, which basically protects the hearing of doctors. You have AI speech commands at your lips, and you can not only stop the music for the patient, start the music and have them join the conversation or leave, but you can manage your entire practice selectively. You can do chair to chair. You can do code reds. You can also do personal first name. I want to speak to Julie, and within a fraction of a second, you're connected to them with our AI engine. So it's a fancy noise canceling AI control system. And for the patient, the first generation removes the acoustic noise of drill and ultrasonic scale. And right now, in the month of July, actually, I'm very proud to announce that we'll be doing fresh cadaver head study that has never been done before to basically have all specialties and general dentists and hygienists come into the room and drill on the skull while we're collecting all the signals so that we can get rid of, in our next generation, of the bone-conducted sound in the jaw of the patient. So we're very excited for that. So that's the treatment. And then the focus really, the presentation here, because we already have a product that's being piloted right now, will be under pre-treatment and the post-treatment as we speak, which you will be also seeing at our booth, at CDA. All right. It all started with some of the biggest CEOs in the country, and I'm talking to some of the major DSOs, and also some companies who do AI activation and speech-to-note generation. And they say that we have everything handled on the AI side, but the microphones that we're using are consumer grade and they suck. And it's unanimously, very rare you get a problem like that, where you have basically a garbage in, garbage out. It picks up noise from the next operatory, people speaking in the corridor, and then now I have the microphones that are also picking up. Or they go with little, lavaliers, microphones on their chest, and that has beamforming, so that means it picks up only your voice. So half of the time, the speech from the patient and the inputs that you need to actually make a note complete is completely missing. And it's a huge problem. We have like 3 programs that are in the hundreds of clinical chairs that are on complete hold and losing money as we speak, because there are no other solutions right now on the market for the front end to be able to capture these things selectively. So what we do, we fix basically the acoustic input layer. We have a device called an acoustic module, which is in the form of a square. And you can connect that to a computer directly. We can change the distance that it listens to, and it gets completely rid of all dental noise because we have experience for the past 12 and a half years only with that noise. That's all we wake up with and we go to bed with. So we know exactly what the enemy looks like. And the second piece is the prism, which is the box right behind it. And that allows us to make basically like an Alexa type. What you can do, you can say, start taking notes. And it's real time. It's not connected to any cloud. You can take it home and you can talk to it and you can record conversations up to 6 months on it. Now, I don't recommend you having a delay and a lag of 6 months in your notes. But my wife says the same day or do or die. I say, okay. And so therefore, but it has enough memory to do that. So the next time you take it to your office, you connect to the Wi-Fi, boom, it uploads all the data, so nothing gets lost. In addition to that, it will ask you for the MRN number. What is the MRN number? And so you know exactly who you're talking to and the notes are for. And then we also partner currently talking to 6 different AI speech-to-note partners so that we can support them for their SOAP note-taking, payer charting, translation in more than 50 languages, follow-ups, and dental software integration. And I put it on the bottom here. We are not the acoustic infrastructure layer. We are the transcription, not the transcription and note generation, basically. All right. Well, when they say it rains, it pours, for 11 years, nothing. You can imagine. It's a very long time to be in it with a very limited team, all your life savings into a project like this. And back in 2025, we came to the light. And we got the Innovation of the Year from the Irvine Chamber, or Greater Irvine Chamber. We got the most prestigious high-tech awards from Octane for Best Consumer Innovation of the Year. We got the Golden Heart from TechCo's Venture Network for the top most fundable startup in Southern California. And then I got a phone call from Congressman David Min, and I couldn't believe it's him. And I'm like, how can I help you, et cetera. He said, well, I would like to provide you with the Congressional Visionary Innovator Award to you and your wife, because your wife is also a co-inventor. So we were honored to receive that back in December. We went to the first for us, basically Dental Venture Summit. There, Sumikion was hosting that one. And we were the only 10 companies basically who were there, 65 key opinion leaders. And then I wait, and I have, all the hosts, waiting and say, okay, what do you think of Paymon? And I'm like counting seconds. I felt my jugular literally. I was like 6, 7, 8, 9, quiet. And then we got a, unprompted, standing ovation, which was, many people came to me with tears in their eyes. I have tinnitus, I have this, I have that. Thank you for doing everything that you do. And then so Dr. Zuckerberg on the top right, who's a clinical advisor to us, is testing the alpha prototype of the treatment system on the right there. All right, well, I have excellent news because we have solutions that are right now on the market, and we're piloting them as we speak. So the pre-treatment is $59.99. It comes with a speaker so that you can have prompts coming from the engine when you say, start taking notes, it will ask you, say the MRN number. And without that, you can't forward. And you start saying the MRN number, and then boom, you start taking notes. So you have prompts that are right there at the chair, not connected to the cloud. And then the post-treatment doesn't have a speaker. It's only a microphone because your eyes can look at an LED. So when he talks back to you, you can simply see it. We have 33 letters of signed letter of intent. And some of them are hundreds of clinics. Some of them are one clinic with 3 chairs. That's the scale we're talking about. We have 3 paid POs right now and already 11 chairs that have piloted into the first 50 units, part of our first cohort, that are basically already closed. And then we're already onboarding our second cohort. The gross margins, we have between 70 and 90%, which is gold standard right now when it comes to medical devices. I've been in med devices for 25 years, and that's really, really good numbers when it comes to that. All right, I'll invite everyone to participate in our phase 1 clinical pilot. We still have, our second cohort that is open. The next, basically 50 units. You can scan any of the QR codes, and we will have our lunch event on June 5th. All our board of directors, clinical advisors, business advisors, scientific advisors, the mayor of Irvine, the dean of the School of Business here at UCI. We have 65, extremely important people who can move things in the right direction in dentistry, for dentistry, and for Finally Quiet at that event. The market opportunity that we're going after, and we only counted 20 years because our business model is a recurring model, only 20 years of practice for dentists, where the average is between 35 and 37. And counting that only for the US operations and commercial lunch is a 15.4 billion market. Going with the treatment option where hearing loss is important, that gives you 40% of hearing loss among basically dentists, specialists, and hygienists. That gives you 6.2 billion SAM, or service addressable market. And on year 5, we're going after 15% cumulative, or 7% new dental practices that we capture on basically on year 5, and that gives you a sum of $142 million. And depending on multiplication factor, that means that we are right now on track to become a unicorn company by year 5. Okay, strategic partnerships, Evo Nexus, because we are the healthcare innovation of the year. Guess what? We're not paying rent for 5 years. That's about $1 million here in Orange County, to give you an idea, that we save. And we put it in what? In clinical operations, in product development, in our staff. Qualcomm Snapdragon, all the chipsets that we use, we have a very strategic partnership with them because we have custom stuff that we are developing with them only for Finally Quiet. And so we're both very excited about that specific opportunity. Catapult Education, Dr. Sam Shamardi, who's basically our chief dental officer and a clinical professor of periodontics at Harvard and UPenn, is basically every single class that he teaches through that. We're sponsoring basically Catapult through that. Orange County Dental Society, basically we're also the major sponsor of them. And the minute we had a conversation with them, they literally put us in the newsletter that went to 100 dentists. We didn't even have to pay for it because they want to support the cause that is behind hearing loss, the cause behind mental illness, the cause behind dental fear and dental phobia for patients. And Dr. Balasanyan, thank you so much for being here today, ex-president of OCDC, and honoring us of your presence. Keyboard Med is on the SaaS side. They help us with everything that is related to cloud. And then Level 9 for cybersecurity, extremely important, that piece. They handle government projects, and then so we took the best. And we're pursuing, as we speak, conversations with the top 12 note-taking STT companies in the world. All right, our IP, we're represented by Kenobi Martins, the best law firm when it comes to IP in the nation. And they recently won the case of Massimo against Apple, some of you may be aware. Our first patent was granted in March of 2017, covering 18 claims of basically noise reduction passively and actively. And the fact that the doctor can switch the patient between conversation and music, and external music, so that they enhance the treatment experience. The bone conductors piece, which is the vibration neutralizing technology we're talking about, that patent is pending as we speak. And then we have 8 more patents that are coming, upcoming, part of our basically portfolio for the seed round that we currently have. All right, well, if some of you get to visit our facility right here in Orange County, we have an acoustic lab that we have custom built. Our engineers have designed it and built it. And what we did, we put our square and we blasted noise from the office from one angle. And then we had a reference speech that we recorded that is every time the same. So we used AI to generate that speech, generative AI. And we benchmarked it with the two best consumer electronic solutions on the market. One of them is the Dragon. Everybody in this room, if they're using any kind of AI tool, at least must have heard of the name of Dragon. And we benchmarked, a $50, $60 one that has an AI button on it from Amazon, which is the AirHug. And then we benchmarked it against, Finally Quiet. So we go back to the garbage in, garbage out, and the Dragon has 19.27% word error rate. And AirHug, with the AI button enabled, has a 37.61% word error rate that it captures. So now, all the time that you were hoping to save by adopting one of these tools, basically the noise is sabotaging that work. And you have to go in and then either redact, change stuff, or then do voice dictation on top of it to correct what was basically captured. And the issue is really not the AI engine, is really the front end of it. This is a timeline. So we basically have our seed round that is basically towards the end of the 2026, will be closed. We have a beta prototype development that is happening. We have our in Q1 treatment system, beta launch, which is following the pilot naturally, and a commercial launch of general wellness product for the treatment in Q3 of 2028 and Q1 2029 as a class 2 medical device. Okay, and the claims are hearing protection for the doctor and the staff, and for the patient, it is lowering the anxiety. Okay. And then on the regulatory path, that's at the bottom, we have an NIH grant that we have, which is the test we're going to be doing in July. We have a lineup of 9 of the best surgeons, that are in the industry and hygienists who will be basically operating on the skulls. And then in 2028 to 29, we'll have a testing and validation in support of a 510K FDA submission. That will be my number 14. Revenue growth supports a scalable and profitable platform. So the number of chairs are projected at the top. And I would like to share the news that we are in 2026 right now. And I'm extremely proud to announce you that we are already placing an order for 1,000 next week. Thank you. Thank you. So we are revenue positive. And then we're expected to be EBITDA positive by 2029, although my CFO, Sarah Butker, mentioned that we may be able to actually pull that in, given that specific order and the way things are kind of amplified for us as we speak. This is the only slide that founders are allowed to dream a little bit, because as you know, we have to be laser focused on dentistry. That's our beachhead. But let's dream for even 10 seconds what the ramifications of a technology like that. Basically an interface. Finally Quiet is an interface that connects humans to humans, humans to AI, and humans to medical devices. That's what it is. We are an interface technology company. Because you have your eyes on the mouth, you have your hands that are in the mouth, and so what is the best thing to send something and receive something? Well, is that audio. Is the feedback of speaking and getting something back in your ear. So this is where we see our company having that. And of course, going back to the presentation on licensing by Dr. Mohammed, well, there's significant amount of opportunity of embedding that into loops, embedding that into chairs, embedding that into bundling it with the, the guns and bandages. The drills are the guns, we are the bandages. All right, I couldn't be any more proud of our team and how much we have achieved, given that our team is still in recruitment mode and our C-suite is being built. So I'll start with myself. I've been in 25 years in medical devices. I've had the privilege with the precious help of my prior teams to commercialize 13 medical devices of medium to high complexity. Some of them are, complete laboratory automation systems for blood and DNA amplification that are as large as this stage. And you're talking $200 million programs, 7 years of work, and 125 engineers distributed on 3 different continents. And those have resulted in over $2.8 billion in successful exits so far, knock on wood, through 4 different acquisitions over the past 25 years. Dr. Jürgen Stark, I shouldn't be introducing him, but I'll do my best. Well, he's the genius right now behind the operations of Vivardis Switzerland. They just turned a unicorn company. And a huge mentor of mine when it comes to being humble, business, and finance. Ex-CEO of Turtle Beach Headphones. I saw that on some of the slides. Ex-COO of Motorola for their mobile division. He was managing $9 billion at the time. Just small amount. And then consultant in financial advising at McKinsey for 10 years and MBA from Harvard. Dr. Shamardi, I would like to thank, number one, Darius Samikian in the back there for the introduction. So at West Palm Beach, he made the introduction, and he has been working for the past 13 years on hearing loss solutions for dentists. And finally, quite the only thing it is, we're just amplifying that message. So it made sense for us to join forces. So welcome to the team, Dr. Shamardi, as our new Chief Dental Officer, professor of periodontics at Harvard and UPenn, and he's the medical director at Nobel Biocare. And Sarah Butker is our CPA and also our Chief Financial Officer, and has served with me for the past 2 startups that, the last one is right now in the middle of an acquisition. Our clinical stars, without them, we will not be where we are, because it is thanks to them and with the help of Dr. Shamardi. I would like to also thank, Alison Lacourcière in the back there as a business advisor, who sat down and worked with us through the clinical workflow and said there's an opportunity in pre-treatment and post-treatment that the solution doesn't have. Basically, what we're doing, you're looking at the impact on the patient, you're looking at the impact on providers, but not the impact on AI machines. That was the last piece that was missing for us. These are the people who contributed to that, so thank you for that. Dr. Zuckerberg, we just spoke over the phone today, sent us wish all the best. No need to introduce there, but a huge advocate when it comes to, again, mental health, hearing loss among care providers. Dr. Erbil Balasanian, sitting here, comes from Beacon and has his own practice for multiple years, oral surgeon, and wonderful family man, and has been with us. We had a demo on our kitchen table back in 2018 before COVID to tell you how long this thing has been going. Thank you for being with us and honoring us of your presence. Dr. Cass Stanley was on stage. An absolute pleasure sharing the stage with him. Again, I saw him a sign on the San Clemente Pier, "Dentists have feelings too," on LinkedIn. I contacted him. He happens to be my neighbor. I live in Aliso Viejo on this side of the cliff. He's on the other side in Laguna Beach. So we're at the top. So tell me how these things happen, right? So mental health, a huge one for him. Dr. Hamid Jalilian, there are 3 people on earth that in some cases can cure tinnitus. He's one of them. He's at UCI, and I'll make also the personal invitation that whoever has a problem with their hearing or had tinnitus, come talk to me, because we can significantly accelerate things to get in line with him and at least have an appointment. Wonderful person, and has been in dozens of hearing-related products. Last but not least, my beautiful wife, Shawaya, Dr. Sherry. She's right now with our 4.5-year-old twins. She sends her love, from home, but without her, I wouldn't be where we are. So she has been patiently waiting, for this day, for the past 12 and a half years. All right, gets us to a funding round. We closed our pre-seed, for $400,000. $330,000 of that was from our funds, $70,000 from families and friends. We opened the seed. We already closed the first tranche. And as we speak right now, there's very little space in the second tranche because of a few texts that I showed to my team that I'm in heaven right now. I can never be as happy as, for Finally Quiet and to be able to get that back to the dental community. It's a $25 million post-money valuation cap for $5 million raise. We're giving 10% discount on the first 500, and there's, again, very little one, left on that. It's a rolling close, and on the right-hand side are the use of funds. There should be no surprises there. I would like to thank you, and if you would like to book any kind of investor call with me, etc., I'll make myself available. Feel free to scan that specific QR code. And thank you for having us, and happy hours, everyone.
All right. Well, that's it. What a day. Thank you all for showing up and for being here and supporting this community and for staying. Look at this room. It's still full 7 hours later, straight through with only a few breaks. Want to thank again Mango, our premium sponsor, along with Finally Quiet, Dentrax, Zero Brush, forgot all these names. Yeah, FX, appreciate it. Aviera, Byte Zen, Isaac. So encourage you guys all to go to all these booths, Claim Chaser, Gemma. So visit the booths. We're going to set this up. What do you guys think about this screen? Isn't this amazing? So everybody, the way this community grows is by all of you talking about it and promoting it. Let's be in the big ballroom next year when we do this. And we learn some things along the way as we do. This is version 1. You go fast and things break, and then you pivot, and then you continue to improve, and that's what's going to happen next time. So I encourage you all to get up here. My photographer, Felipe, will be here and the team. So definitely want you all to have a picture with this amazing backdrop, because you know what? It all makes you look good. So let's do it. A couple testimonials. That's it. Thank you. I love you. Big shout out to Megan back there, my fiance, for all of her help as well. Everybody up. Let's go. Let's give everybody a round of applause. Thanks for being here, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.